On my channel, you will find a wide variety of original, full-length audiobooks to help you pass the time. So if this is something you're interested in, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you for joining me today. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. No safe blood. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1. Blood type O negative. The boy's arm comes off cleaner than I expect. 3 cuts. Bone saw through the humerus, pre-collapsed steel, still sharp if you don't think about where it came from. The infected tissue stops just above the elbow, and black veins spreading like tree roots under skin that's gone, the color of spoiled meat. I work fast, no anesthetic. Haven't seen anesthetic in 2 years. He doesn't scream. That's the thing about kids born after the fall. They learned early that noise brings the wild. His mother holds his other hand, squeezes so hard I can see her knuckles go white even in the dim light from the salvaged LEDs we've rigged across the clinic ceiling. She's maybe 30. Hard to tell anymore. Everyone looks older. I drop the arm into the medical waste container, a rusted oil drum with a radiation warning still visible on the side. It'll go in the incinerator tonight. The one on the roof that only runs during the safe hours before 11 when the sun turns the sky into a destroying field. Pressure, I say. Marcia's already there with the gauze. Doesn't need me to tell her. She moves like water through the space, anticipating, adjusting. The wild broke through the east barricade 20 minutes ago, and she's the one who pushed them back while I scrubbed in. I can hear them outside still. That wet clicking sound they make when they hunt in packs. The boy's eyes find mine. Brown. Dark brown with gold flecks near the pupil. My sister had eyes like that. I look away. Focus on the sutures. The mother's watching my hands now instead of her son's face. Standard procedure. Catgut thread, curved needle. My fingers know this pattern. Spent 3 years in San Francisco General before the bombs. Before everything. What's your blood type? The mother says. I don't answer. Keep working. The question. Everyone asks it now. Has to. Blood type determines value in the new economy. Determines if you're worth saving or worth selling. Marcia catches my eye across the table. She knows. Found out yesterday when she saw the medical band I keep hidden under my sleeve. O negative. Universal donor. In the old world it meant you could save anyone. In this one it means you're a walking pharmacy that 200 people would trade their last antibiotics to harvest. Be positive, Marcia says. Lying for me. Why? The mother's face crumples. Not the answer she wanted. She reaches into her pocket, pulls out a small plastic bottle. Pre-collapse labels still readable. Amoxicillin. Maybe 30 pills. This is all I have, she says. For the operation. I tie off the last suture. The stump is clean. No infection spread. He'll live. Keep it, I say. But he's 8 years old. The words come out harder than I mean them to. I'm not charging an 8-year-old to keep breathing. Marcia's stare burns into the side of my head. We need those antibiotics. The clinic's running on fumes and broken promises. But I can't look at this kid without seeing my sister on that gurney in the Stanford facility, her arm black to the shoulder, my hands shaking too hard to make the cut. I was trying to save a stranger when she went in. Spent 6 hours in surgery on some guy I'd never met. By the time I got to her, the infection had reached her heart. The mother doesn't move, just stands there with the pills in her palm like she's waiting for me to change my mind. Go, I say, before the radiation starts. She goes, scoops up her son, careful of the stump, and disappears through the plastic sheeting we use for doors. I can hear her footsteps on the stairs. Fast. Everyone moves fast during the dawn hours. You have maybe 90 minutes of safety before the sun climbs high enough to cook you from the inside out. Marcia waits until the footsteps fade. Then she starts cleaning the instruments without a word. Drops them in the sanitizer one by one. The sound echoes in the empty clinic. You're going to get us ended, she says. Not angry, just stating facts. That's the third time this week. Yeah, the harvesters know you're here. They've been watching. I know. She stops, turns to look at me. Her wrists catch the light, covered in broken watches, maybe 15 of them, different styles, different times frozen on their faces. She collects them from corpses. Says time is gone anyway, so she might as well wear its body. You know what they do to O negatives, she says. I do. Everyone does. The harvesters don't just take your blood. They keep you alive as long as possible. Hook you up to tubes and filters. Drain you slow, 1 pint every few days. Sell it to the highest bidder. You stay conscious for most of it. Some people last months. I strip off my gloves, drop them in the waste drum. My hands are steady now, always steady during procedures. It's after that they shake. I need air, I say. Outside is the vertical city, low city. 47 stories of repurposed high-rise built on the bones of what used to be downtown Seattle. The bottom 8 floors are underwater. Black, radioactive water that glows faint green at night. We're on floor 12, the market. Shipping containers welded to balconies create a maze of narrow corridors and tight spaces. People live in them, sleep in them, trade in them. The smell hits you first. Unwashed bodies and chemical runoff and something else. Something sweet and rotten that comes from the quarantine floors higher up where the sick wait to either die or turn. I lean against the railing. Below, the black water laps at the base of the building. Above, the sky is its usual amber gray. Permanent twilight. The dust from the bombs never settled, might never settle. Someone's moving on the catwalk across from me. Small figure, hunched. I reach for the scalpel in my pocket before I recognize the gate. Books. Tomas Delgado. Former librarian turned memory keeper. He's carrying journals under his arm. Always carrying journals. He documents everything. Every birth, every ending, every trade. His left hand is missing 3 fingers. I've asked him about it twice. He changes the subject both times. He sees me. Lifts his good hand in a wave, doesn't come closer. Books knows when people need space. Marcia steps out behind me. She's changed clothes. Combat gear now instead of the medical smock. Black cargo pants, reinforced jacket. Her hair is pulled back tight. When she's like this, she looks like the person people whisper about in the market. The ghost. Undefeated survivor. The one who's never stayed with anyone longer than a week. They're coming, she says. Who? Harvesters. Spotted 3 scouts on floor 9. They're moving up. My stomach drops. When? Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe less. I should run. That's the smart play. Grab my pack and disappear into the market's corridors before they lock down this section. But the clinic has people coming in all day. The radiation doesn't care about harvester raids. Someone's going to need sutures or wound cleaning or just someone who remembers what medicine used to look like. Marcia reads my face. You're not running. No. Stupid. Probably. She pulls a knife from her belt. Checks the edge with her thumb. Okay then. Okay then what? If you're staying, I'm staying. I stare at her. We've been working together for 3 weeks. She showed up one morning looking for someone to stitch a cut on her leg. Paid with pre-collapse ibuprofen, came back the next day with more injuries. And the day after that. Never explained why. Just kept appearing. Why, I say. She doesn't look at me. Just keeps checking her blade. Because you're O negative, and you're worth more alive than anything I could steal in a year. And because you're too stupid to hide it properly. That's it. That's it. Lie. I can tell. Her breathing changes when she lies, speeds up just slightly, but I don't push. Everyone lies about their reasons for staying alive. It's easier than admitting the truth. The sound of boots on metal stairs reaches us. Multiple sets, moving fast. Marcia grabs my arm. Her grip is iron. When I say run, you run. Understand? I don't? Understand? Yeah, she pulls me toward the stairs. Not up. Down. Toward the flooded levels where the harvesters won't want to follow because the radiation in that water will cook you slower than the sun, but just as permanent. We hit floor 11 and the temperature drops. The walls here are slick with condensation. Mold grows in black patches where the old wallpaper used to be. I can hear water dripping somewhere in the darkness. Marcia stops, tilts her head, listening. I hear it too, that wet clicking, the wild. They nest in the flooded floors during the day, photosensitive. The darkness down here is perfect for them. Change of plans, Marcia whispers. What plans? You said run. That was before. Before what? She points. Through a gap in the wall I can see floor 9. The harvesters are there. 6 of them. Maybe 7. They're wearing the white medical masks that mark them as belonging to the surgeon. Clean. Pristine. Like they stepped out of an old-world hospital instead of a nightmare. One of them is scanning the corridor with a handheld device. Thermal tracker. Looking for body heat signatures. My heart hammers against my ribs. If they have thermal, then hiding is pointless. They'll find us in minutes. Marcia's hand moves to her collection of watches. She runs her fingers over them one by one. Some kind of ritual. When she speaks, her voice is different, softer. I need you to trust me, she says. Don't know you well enough for that. Then trust that I'm not ready to watch another person get harvested. Not today. She moves before I can respond. Slides through the gap in the wall and drops to the floor below. Lands silent. I follow because staying alone is worse than staying with her. Floor 9 is darker. The emergency lighting here is gone. Stripped for parts years ago, I can barely see Marcia's outline ahead of me. The clicking gets louder. She freezes, holds up a hand. I stop. The wild are close. I can smell them now. That sweet rot smell. Infected flesh and something else, something that wasn't human to begin with. Marcia's breathing changes, not fear, something else. She's listening to something I can't hear. Her synesthesia, she sees sounds as colors. Told me once that the wild's clicking looks like purple static in the air. She takes my hand, her palm is rough with calluses, pulls me left, then right, then through a doorway I didn't see in the darkness. Behind us, footsteps, the harvesters. Getting closer. And ahead, the water, floor 8, the flood line. We're standing at the edge where solid ground becomes black, glowing water. The radiation down here is maybe 80% lethal. 30 minutes of exposure and you're looking at organ failure inside a week. No, I say. Yes. I'm not going in that water. You're not. She reaches into her pack, pulls out what looks like a deflated balloon. Pre-collapse material, synthetic. She starts pulling it over her head. That's a radiation suit, I say. Part of one. Where did you get? Doesn't matter. She's working fast now, sealing the edges. You're wearing it. What about you? I'll manage. The footsteps are right behind us now. I can hear voices. One of them is calling out, asking questions in that calm, gentle way the harvesters use, like they're social workers instead of body merchants. Marcia shoves the suit at me. Put it on. No. Henry. First time she's used my name. Put it on or we both get harvested. Your choice. I take the suit. My hands are shaking now. She helps me seal it. The material is thin. I can see through it, but everything's tinted yellow. The harvesters round the corner. Marcia grabs my arm and jumps. We hit the water hard. Cold punches through the suit. Not cold like winter. Cold like absence. Like the water wants to pull the heat straight out of my cells. I can't see anything. The radiation makes the water glow, but it's not enough light to navigate by. Marcia's hand is still locked on my arm, pulling me forward or down. Can't tell anymore. My lungs start burning. How long have we been under? 20 seconds? 30. Something brushes past my leg. Solid. Moving. The wild. They're in the water with us. Marcia's grip tightens. She's pulling harder now. Desperate. We break the surface in what used to be a stairwell. The water only comes up to our waists here, higher ground. Relatively speaking, I rip off the hood, suck in air that tastes like rust and decay. Marcia's face is pale. Her eyes are unfocused. Seeing things I can't see. They're not following, she says. The wild. They're... She stops, stares at something over my shoulder. I turn. There's a harvester scout standing in the water 15 feet away. Young. Maybe 20. She's not wearing a mask. Her face is kind. concerned. "We can help you," she says. "Both of you. The surgeon has medicine, real medicine. All you have to do is answer the question." Marcia moves. Fast, slams into the scout before I can process what's happening. They go down together. Splash, struggle. When Marcia surfaces, she's alone. The scout is face down in the water, not moving. "We need to go," Marcia says. Her voice is flat, empty. "Now." We wade through the flooded corridors. My suit is torn. I can feel the water seeping in. Warm against my skin. Wrong kind of warm. Marcia finds a ladder. Rusted metal leading up to floor 10. We climb. My arms are shaking. Radiation poisoning or fear. Probably both. Floor 10 is empty. Abandoned. We collapse against a wall. Neither of us speaks. I look at my hands in the dim light. They're glowing. Faint green. The same color as the water. Marcia sees it. Reaches into her pack. Pulls out a scanner. Pre-collapse tech. She waves it over my skin. The readout makes her face go blank. "How bad?" I say. "You've got maybe 2 weeks before the symptoms start, maybe less." 2 weeks. I count backward. How many procedures can I do in 2 weeks? How many people can I help before my hands stop working? Not enough. Never enough. Marcia stands, offers me her hand. "Come on." "Where?" "Somewhere the harvesters won't look. Somewhere I can fix this." "You can't fix radiation poisoning." "No." She pulls me to my feet. "But I know someone who might know someone. That's how this works now. People who know people." We start walking. My legs feel wrong, too heavy. "You called me Henry," I say. "Yeah." "How'd you know my name?" She doesn't answer right away, just keeps walking. Finally, "Books told me, 3 weeks ago, before I came looking for you." "Why were you looking?" "Because..." She stops, turns to face me. Her collection of watches catches the light, all those frozen times. "Because everyone said you were the last person in Low City who still tried to save people instead of use them, and I needed to see if that was true. And you're an idiot who just got himself contaminated because you wouldn't leave a clinic full of people who can't pay you." She starts walking again. "But yeah, it's true." We reach a door. She pushes it open. Inside is a room I don't recognize. Smaller than the clinic. Cleaner. There's medical equipment here. Real equipment. Pre-collapse. The kind I haven't seen since San Francisco. "What is this place?" I say. "My insurance policy." She starts pulling out supplies. IV bags, chelation agents, radiation meds. For when things go wrong. "Where did you get?" "Doesn't matter." "Marcia, sit down. Let me work." I sit. She sets up the IV. Her hands are steady, professional, like she's done this before. "You were a medic," I say, "before." "No." "Then how?" "I watched a lot of people get treated, like you pick things up." Another lie. Her breathing gives it away. I let it go. "Everyone has secrets. Mine is stamped on my blood cells." She hooks up the IV. The medicine burns going in. Cold fire through my veins. "This'll help," she says. "Won't cure it, but it'll buy you time. Maybe a month if we're lucky." And then we figure something else out. I watch the IV bag drip, clear liquid carrying who knows what into my system. "Why are you doing this?" She doesn't answer, just adjusts the drip rate and checks my pulse. But her eyes shift to my wrist. To the medical band I keep hidden. O negative. Universal donor, worth more than anything she could steal. I get it now. She's not saving me because I'm a good person. She's saving me because I'm valuable. Because in this world, value is the only thing that matters. The thought should bother me more than it does. Outside, something crashes. Distant. The sound of metal on metal. Marcia moves to the door, peers through a gap. "They're sweeping the floors," she says. "Systematic. They know you're here somewhere. Then we're trapped." "No." She comes back, starts disconnecting the IV. "We're leaving. Now." "I need at least 30 minutes for the meds to..." "You need to be alive in 30 minutes. She grabs my arm, hauls me up. "Can you walk?" "Yeah." "Then walk." We move through the corridors. Marcia leads. I follow. My vision is starting to blur at the edges. The radiation or the meds. Can't tell which. We reach a window. Marcia breaks it with her elbow. The glass falls in sheets. "Out," she says. "We're on the 10th floor. Fire escape. 2 feet to your right." I look. She's right. Rusted metal stairs leading down. We climb out. The amber sky is brighter now. Almost 9 a.m. 2 hours until the radiation turns lethal. The stairs shake with every step. 40 years of weather and neglect, but they hold. We make it to ground level. The black water laps at the building's foundation. In the daylight, I can see shapes moving under the surface. The wild. Swimming. Marcia pulls me away from the edge. We head into the market's lower corridors. The crowd is thick here, people moving, trading, living. No one looks at us twice. Everyone's got their own problems. We duck into an alley. Marcia stops, leans against the wall. Her face is gray. "You okay?" I say. "Yeah." But she's lying again, breathing wrong. I reach for her arm. She pulls back. "Don't." "You went in the water without protection." I said don't, but I can see it. Her skin, where her sleeve has ridden up, black veins, spreading. The same pattern I saw on the boy's arm. She's infected. "How long?" I say. 3 days, maybe 4. "Why didn't you?" "'Cause if I told you, you wouldn't have let me help, and we both need it out of there." My mind is racing. Infection moves fast. Without treatment, she has maybe a week. With treatment, there is no treatment. The wild don't respond to antibiotics. The infection isn't bacterial, it's something else, something that rewrites you from the inside. I can. I stop. Because I can't. There's nothing I can do. She sees my face, smiles. It doesn't reach her eyes. "It's okay," she says. "I knew what I was doing." "No, you didn't." "Yeah, I did." She pushes off the wall, steadies herself. "Come on. We're not safe here." "Where are we going?" "The between. It's the only place the harvesters won't follow." The between. 3 miles of collapsed highway and wild territory between low city and high city. No one crosses it unless they're desperate or stupid or both. I should argue. Should tell her it's suicide. But I saw her face when she saved me. Saw the way she moved through that water like she'd done it 100 times. Saw the secret room with medical equipment she shouldn't have. She's been planning this. Whatever this is. "Okay," I say. She nods. Doesn't say anything else, just starts walking. I follow. Because staying alone means dying slow, and dying with her means I don't know what it means yet. But it's better than nothing. We walk through the market, past the vendors selling pre-collapsed cans and filtered water and hope in plastic bottles, past the sick on stretchers waiting for someone to help them, past the children who've never known what normal feels like. At the edge of the market, Marcia stops, looks back. I follow her gaze. The clinic. Floor 12. I can see the plastic sheeting from here. "You'll be back," she says. Not a question. "Yeah, good." She turns away. "Let's go." We leave Low City behind. The radiation gets worse as we move toward the between. The sky brightens. 10 a.m., 1 hour until the sun becomes a weapon. Marcia's pace is slowing. I can see her struggling, the infection spreading through her system. "Stop," I say. "Can't. Not enough time." Marcia, "Not enough time." We push forward. The highway ruins appear ahead. Collapsed sections creating natural bridges over black chasms. The wild hunt here, everyone knows it. Marcia reaches into her pack, pulls out something small, hands it to me. It's a watch, broken. The hand's frozen at 11:47. "What is this?" I say. "My sister's. Stopped working the day she doesn't finish." "Keep it. If something happens." "Nothing's gonna happen." She looks at me, really looks at me. Her eyes are changing color, brown shifting toward amber. "Henry," she says, "I'm not gonna make it across." "Yes, you are." "No." She touches my face. Her hand is burning up, black fever. "But you are. And you're going to remember that some people are still worth saving." She collapses before I can catch her. I lower her to the ground, check her pulse, racing. The infection has reached her heart. Above us, the sky is nearly white now. 10:45 a.m. 15 minutes until the radiation becomes lethal. I look at the highway ahead, then back at Low City behind us. We're exactly in the middle. No shelter, no protection, and Marcia's eyes are open, but she's not seeing me anymore. She's seeing colors I can't see, hearing sounds that don't exist. Her lips move, whispers something. I lean close. "The question," she says. "Ask me the question." "Marcia, ask me." I swallow. What's your blood type? She smiles. The fever makes her face look wrong, beautiful and terrible. Be positive, she says, but that's not what you really want to know. What do I want to know? You want to know if I chose you because you're O negative or because you're you. She coughs, her chest rattles. The answer is both, and I'm sorry, and I'm not. The sun is directly overhead now. I can feel it starting, that deep warmth that isn't warmth. That's cooking. Marcia's hand finds mine. Squeezes. Live, she says. Then her eyes close. And I'm alone in the between with 11 minutes until the radiation hits lethal levels and a woman who just gave up her protection so I could have one more month, and I don't even know her real name. I look at the watch in my hand. 11:47. The exact time my sister's heart stopped. I put it on my wrist next to my medical band. Time isn't dead yet, but it's running out fast. Chapter 2. The Question Protocol. The solar radiation is building. I can feel it in my teeth, this metallic taste that crawls up from your molars when the particles start hitting hard. 10 minutes, maybe less. Marcia's not unconscious. Not really. Her eyes are moving under the lids, tracking things that aren't there. I check her pulse again. 140 beats per minute. The infection is eating through her system like acid through paper. I should leave her. That's the smart call. Grab what I can carry and find shelter before the sun cooks me from the inside. She'd do the same, except she wouldn't. She went into radioactive water without protection to save someone she'd known for 3 weeks. I'm an idiot. I hook my arms under hers and drag. She's heavier than she looks. Solid muscle under the combat gear. My feet slip on loose concrete. The highway here is cracked in spiderweb patterns. Stress fractures from when the bombs shook the ground hard enough to liquefy the foundation. Ahead, maybe 30 feet, there's a gap in the collapsed overpass. Dark space underneath. Could be shelter. Could be a wild nest. 8 minutes. Marcia's head lolls against my shoulder. Her breath is hot against my neck. I can smell the infection now, sweet and wrong, like fruit left to rot in summer heat. Come on, I say, to her, to myself. To whatever's listening, 20 feet. The taste in my mouth is worse. My vision is starting to blur at the edges. Early radiation symptoms. The suit Marcia gave me bought time, but the material is torn. Water got in. I'm contaminated. 2 weeks, maybe less. 10 feet. Something moves in the darkness under the overpass, low to the ground, fast. I freeze. The wild don't come out in daylight. Everyone knows that. Photosensitive. The sun blinds them. Burns them. But everyone also knows that rules change when you're desperate. The shape moves again. Closer. I can see it now. Human once. Not anymore. The infection has twisted it. Limbs too long. Spine bent wrong. Eyes that catch the light and throw it back amber. It's watching us. I don't have a weapon. Marcia has the knife. It's still in her belt, but I'd have to drop her to get it. 6 minutes until the sun goes lethal. The wild tilts its head. That clicking sound starts deep in its throat. Not aggressive, not yet. Just curious. Marcia stirs. Her hand moves, finds my wrist, squeezes once. Don't run, she whispers. Her voice is shredded. It can smell fear. I'm not afraid. Liar. The wild takes a step forward. Its feet scrape on concrete. The sound echoes wrong in the space. Too many surfaces. 4 minutes. Marcia, I say. I need you to walk. Can't. You have to. Why? Because I'm not strong enough to carry you and fight that thing. You won't have to fight. She pushes against me, trying to stand. Her legs won't hold. It's not hunting. How do you know? Because she stops. Blinks. Her pupils are blown wide. The amber is spreading from the iris. I can hear it. The colors. It's not red. Red is hunting. This is, she struggles for the word, blue. Curiosity blue. I don't know what that means, but I don't have time to figure it out. 2 minutes. I drag her the last 10 feet. The wild doesn't move, just watches. Clicks. We collapse under the overpass. The darkness is immediate. Cool. My eyes take seconds to adjust. It's not a wild nest. It's a shelter. Someone built this. Concrete walls reinforced with steel beams. A door, actual door with hinges and a lock. The door is open. Inside, supplies, medical supplies, food, water, A radiation suit hanging on a hook, intact, sealed. This is a cache, someone's emergency stash, and we just found it with 90 seconds to spare. I pull Marcia inside. Slam the door. The lock is manual, heavy bolt. I throw it. Darkness, complete. No light gets in. I feel along the wall. Find a switch. Flip it. LEDs flicker to life. Battery powered. The cache is small, maybe 8 feet by 8 feet, but it's clean, organized. Someone maintains this. Marcia is slumped against the far wall. Her skin is gray now. The veins on her neck are black branches spreading toward her jaw. I grab the medical supplies. IV bags, saline, antibiotics that won't help but might buy time. My hands know what to do even when my brain is screaming. Set the IV, find a vein. Her blood is dark, almost brown. The antibiotics go in. She doesn't react. I check her pulse. 180. Her heart is going to give out before the infection finishes her. Marcia, I say, stay with me. Her eyes open. The amber is complete now. Brown is gone. She looks at me and for a second I think she doesn't recognize me. Then she smiles. You're glowing. What? Your skin. Green. Like the water. Her hand lifts, touches my face. Pretty. Fever hallucinations. The infection is in her brain. I start running through options. The cache has to have something, some kind of treatment. Nobody builds a shelter this good without a plan for infection. I tear through the supplies, bandages, sutures, painkillers. Nothing that would... Wait, bottom shelf, behind the water bottles, a case, metal, locked. I grab it, shake it. Something rattles inside, heavy. Medical equipment heavy. The lock is coded. 4 digits. I try drawer 0. Nothing. Nothing. Marcia makes a sound. Half laugh, half cough. Try 1147. What? 1147. The time. Try it. I punch it in. The case opens. Inside is a syringe pre-filled. The label is handwritten in precise letters. Synthetic compound 7. For stage 2 infection only. 1 dose. Stage 2. Marcia's past that. She's stage 3 at least. Maybe 4. But it's all we have. I grab the syringe. This is gonna hurt. Everything hurts. Her voice is fading. What's one more thing? I find the vein, push the plunger, the compound goes in. Clear liquid. Marcia's whole body goes rigid, her back arches. The clicking sound starts in her throat. Henry, I know, I'm sorry. Her eyes roll back, foam at the corners of her mouth. Seizure. I turn her on her side, make sure her airway stays clear. The seizure lasts 40 seconds, feels like 40 years. When it stops, she's breathing. Shallow. Fast. But breathing. I check her pulse. 140. Dropping. 130. 120. The veins on her neck are still black, but they're not spreading anymore. I sit back. My hands are shaking now. Delayed reaction. Everything that just happened is hitting at once. We almost went under in radioactive water. Life didn't sort. Got chased by harvesters, found shelter with seconds to spare, and I just injected Marcia with a compound I know nothing about. Standard Thursday. I laugh. Can't help it. The sound comes out wrong in the small space. Marcia's eyes open. The amber is still there, but something else is coming back. Recognition. Did it work? She says. Don't know yet. How long was I out? 3 minutes. Maybe 4. She tries to sit up. I push her back down. Stay still. Your heart almost stopped. But it didn't. Marcia, I'm fine. She's not fine. Her face is the color of old paper. But she's conscious. Talking. That's more than I expected. I check the IV. Half empty. You need to rest. Can't. The harvesters. We're in a sealed shelter. They can't get in. They don't have to get in. They just have to wait. She closes her eyes. How long until the radiation clears? I check my watch. The one she gave me, 11:47. Still frozen. I look at the chrono on the wall. 11:53 a.m. 4 hours, I say, give or take. That's too long. They'll have this place surrounded by then. She's right. The harvesters are patient, methodical. They'll set up a perimeter and wait us out. Then we need a plan, I say. We need information. She struggles to sit up again. This time I let her. Where are we? Under the highway, maybe half a mile into the between. Whose cache is this? Don't know. Then we're in someone's territory, and they're going to come back. I hadn't thought of that. The cache is too well maintained to be abandoned. Someone uses this. Regularly. Marcia's looking around now, taking inventory. Her eyes stop on the radiation suit hanging on the hook. One suit, she says. Yeah. For one person. Yeah. She looks at me. You're wearing it. No, Henry. I'm not leaving you here. You have to. The radiation ended me already. 2 weeks, remember? I touched the IV bag. This bought me a month if I'm lucky. Either way, I'm gone. But you, I gesture at her arm. The veins are fading, slowly. That compound is working. You might actually make it. Or I might turn into one of those things outside. Then I'll deal with it. How? Good question. I don't have an answer. She reads my face, laughs. The sound is bitter. You're an idiot. Yeah. And you're going to get us both harvested. Probably. And you still won't leave. No. She's quiet for a long time, just breathing. The IV drips. Finally, why? Because you asked me the question, and I owe you an answer. I already know your blood type. That's not the question I'm talking about. I lean back against the wall. My body is starting to feel the radiation exposure. Bone-deep ache, nausea crawling up my throat. You asked if you chose me because I'm O negative or because I'm me, and you said both. But that's not the whole truth. No? No. You chose me because you needed someone to see you as human instead of ghost. Someone who'd look at you and not see survival statistics. I touched the watch on my wrist. And I chose you because you're the first person since my sister who treated saving lives like it mattered more than the cost. That's stupid. Yeah. We're both going to suffer because of it. Probably. She closes her eyes. Okay. Okay, what? Okay, we're stuck together for however long we last. She opens her eyes. The amber is brighter now, not fever. Something else. But I need you to promise me something. What? If the infection takes over completely, you end it. Clean, fast. Don't let me become one of those things. I should agree. It's the smart thing. The kind thing. But I can't make myself say it. Henry, I heard you. That's not a promise. I know. She stares at me. Then, you're an idiot. You keep saying that, because it keeps being true. She shifts, winces. The movement pulls at the IV. How much time do we have before the radiation clears? I check the chrono again. 12:15 p.m. 3.5 hours. Then we wait. And we hope whoever owns this cache is friendly. And if they're not, she touches the knife at her belt. Then we improvise. We settle into silence. The kind that happens when two people are trapped together with nothing to do but think. I count the supplies. Organize them. Give myself tasks to avoid the bigger questions. Like, what happens when the compound wears off? Like, what happens when my radiation poisoning hits critical? Like, what happens when the harvesters find this cache? Marcia watches me work. Her breathing is steadier now. Color is coming back to her face. Not much, but enough. Can I ask you something? She says. Yeah. Why medicine? Why become a nurse if you knew people would just suffer anyway? I stop organizing. You want the real answer or the one I tell myself? Real. I sit down across from her. Because my sister believed people were worth saving even when they couldn't pay. And when she was gone, I needed to believe she was right. Otherwise, I stop. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I'd have to admit she wasted her life trying to save people like me. Marcia is quiet. Then, she didn't waste it. How do you know? Because you're here, still trying, still believing people matter. She touches her chest, where the infection is slowly losing ground, still saving idiots who jump into radioactive water without protection. You saved me first? Yeah, I did. She looks at her wrists, all those broken watches. Want to know why I collect these? Figured it was symbolic. Time is gone. Wearing its corpse, all that. That's the easy answer. She runs her finger over one of the watch faces. Cracked crystal, hands bent. The real reason is every watch came from someone I couldn't save, and I wear them so I remember. Remember what? That failure is heavier than success, and I choose to carry it anyway. The chrono on the wall ticks over, 12:47 p.m. Outside I can hear movement, scraping, clicking, the wild, they're gathering. Marcia hears it too. Her hand goes to her knife. How many? I say. She tilts her head. listening, seeing. 6, maybe 7. They're not attacking, just... She struggles for the word. Waiting. For what? For us to come out, or for the sun to go down, whichever comes first. I do the math. The wild hunt in darkness. They're hyper-aggressive without light. If we're still here when night falls, we leave at 4:45, I say. Last light. Before they activate. That gives us 4 hours. Yeah. 4 hours to figure out how to get past 7 wild and however many harvesters are out there. Yeah, she smiles. I like bad odds. Why? Because good odds mean someone else is carrying the weight. Bad odds mean you get to choose who you are when everything's against you. The IV bag is nearly empty. I disconnect it. Check her vitals. Pulse is steady now. 90. Temperature is dropping. Still high, but not critical. How do you feel? I say. Like I got hit by a truck. Then the truck backed up and hit me again. She flexes her fingers. But alive, which is more than I expected. The compound worked? For now. Better than nothing. Yeah. She looks at the empty case. Wonder who left it here. Someone who knew about infection, someone with medical training, or someone who lost people to it and couldn't lose anymore. I think about that, about building a cache in the between, about leaving a compound that could save someone, about the precision of the setup, the organization. Whoever they are, I say, they're still maintaining this place, which means they come through here regularly, which means they'll come back. Yeah, before or after the radiation clears. Don't know. Marcia stands, wobbles, catches herself on the wall. Then we prepare for both. She starts inventorying the weapons. There aren't many. A knife, some scrap metal that could work as clubs. The IV stand could be a spear if you're desperate enough. We're desperate enough. I check the door. The bolt is solid. But the walls are concrete. The wild are strong. If they decide to push, they won't, Marcia says, reading my mind. The wild don't attack fortified positions during the day. Survival instinct. They know they're vulnerable. And at night all bets are off. The chrono ticks. 1:15 p.m. My nausea is worse. I'm sweating but cold. Classic radiation symptoms. The contamination is spreading through my system. Marcia sees it. Sit down. I'm fine. You're 2 shades from gray and shaking. Sit. Down. I sit. She grabs a water bottle, forces me to drink. Hydration helps, she says, flushes some of the particles out. You sound like a medic. I sound like someone who's watched a lot of people suffer radiation poisoning. Where? High City, during the early days after the fall, before I came to Low City. First real detail about her past, I file it away. What were you doing in High City? I say. Surviving, same as everyone. She hands me another water bottle. Drink. I drink. The water is clean. Pre-collapse quality. Whoever owns this cache has access to filtration. Your turn, Marcia says. Tell me about San Francisco. Not much to tell. ER nurse, worked doubles, saw a lot of trauma, then the bombs dropped and trauma became the new normal. And your sister? I stop. What about her? You said she died saving people. Tell me about her. I don't want to. Talking about May makes her real again. Makes the loss sharp instead of dull, but we're trapped in 8 square feet with 3 hours to go, and Marcia just told me about her watches. Fair trade. Her name was May, I say. Younger by 4 years. Wanted to be a teacher, elementary school. She loved kids. I look at my hands. When the fall happened, she volunteered at the refugee centers, helping families, keeping kids calm. I told her to stop. Too dangerous. She ignored me. What happened? Infection outbreak. Quarantine failed. The wild got in. She was helping evacuate children when... I stop. Breathe. I was in surgery. Emergency appendectomy on some guy I'd never met. By the time I got to the refugee center, she was on a gurney. Infection had reached her shoulder. I could have saved her, should have saved her, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. So someone else did it. No, nobody did. By the time I could move, the infection was in her chest. She was gone in 6 hours. Marcia is quiet. Then, if your hands hadn't been shaking, if you'd cut clean, she still would have been gone. You don't know that. Yes, I do. I've seen stage 3 infection. There's no coming back. She touches her own arm, where the veins are fading. I'm living proof that compound bought me time, not a cure, just time. And your sister's infection was too far gone. You know this. You're a nurse. You've seen the progression. Knowing and accepting are different things. Yeah, they are. She stands, stretches. The movement is easier now. But you need to accept it anyway, because carrying guilt makes you hesitate, and hesitation gets you harvested. The chrono ticks, 2 p.m. Outside the clicking has stopped. Silence. Worse than noise. Marcia moves to the door, presses her ear against it. What is it, I say. They're gone. The wild, they left. Why? Don't know. Could be. She stops. Someone's coming. I grab the makeshift spear. Stand. Footsteps. Outside. Heavy. Boots on concrete. The bolt on the door rattles. Someone's testing it. Then a voice. Male. Older. Calm. I know you're in there, and I know you're not harvesters, because harvesters don't hide. So whoever you are. The voice pauses. You have 10 seconds to open this door and explain why you're in my cache, or I flood the room with knockout gas and take what I want while you're unconscious. Marcia looks at me. I look at her. Your call, I say. She thinks. Then throws the bolt. The door opens. Standing outside is a man. Maybe 50. Gray hair, weathered face. He's wearing clean clothes, pre-collapse quality, and he's holding a canister, gas grenade. Smart choice, he says. Then he sees Marcia's arm, the fading veins. His expression changes. You use the compound. Yeah, Marcia says. Stage 2, stage 3. His eyebrows lift, and you're still standing. Interesting. He looks at me, takes in the radiation, burns on my exposed skin, and you're contaminated. 48 hours. Maybe less. Who are you, I say. Someone who saves idiots who break into my shelter. He steps inside, closes the door. Name's Delgado, Tomas Delgado, but people call me Books. The man from the catwalk, the memory keeper with 3 missing fingers. You know him? Marcia says. Seen him around Low City, I say. You document everything. Someone has to. Books looks at the empty IV bag, the used syringe. You're the nurse, Henry Lee. O negative, trying to save the world one procedure at a time. How do you know my blood type? I know everyone's blood type. It's my job. He turns to Marcia. And you're the ghost. Real name Samira Hafiz, former High City elite who fled after your family joined the Harvesters. You've been in Low City for 3 months. Never stay anywhere longer than a week. Never form attachments. Until now. Marcia's hand moves to her knife. Careful. Relax. I'm not here to cause problems. I'm here because the Harvesters are setting up a perimeter and I need my cache intact. He sits down. So, here's what's going to happen. You're going to tell me why you're running. I'm going to decide if helping you is worth the risk. And then we're all going to survive until sundown. Sound good? I look at Marcia. She nods. We tell him everything. Chapter 3, Thermal Shadows. Books listens without interrupting. When we finish, he's quiet for 30 seconds. Just thinking. His fingers drum against his knee, the 3 that remain. So, he says finally, the Harvesters want you because you're O negative. The infection is working through her system. And you've got maybe 3 weeks before radiation poisoning shuts down your organs. He leans back. And you broke into my cache because you're both idiots who don't know when to quit. That about covers it, Marcia says, and now the Harvesters have this location surrounded. Probably, I say. Book stands, moves to the wall, presses a hidden panel. It clicks open. Inside is a radio. Pre-collapse tech, still functional. He turns it on. Static. Then voices. Perimeter established at grid 7. Targets last seen entering Clunk. Between sector 4. Book switches it off. They're organized. 4 teams. Maybe 20 people total. They've got thermal scanners and patients. He looks at us. You're not getting out the way you came in. Is there another way, I ask. Depends. How do you feel about heights? Marcia's eyes light up. The way they do when she's about to do something dangerous. Very good. Books pulls out a hand-drawn map, spreads it on the floor. The between is marked in precise detail. Collapsed sections, wild nests, safe routes. Here. He points to a spot marked with red ink. Collapsed highway creates a natural bridge, connects to an overpass. From there you can reach the old service tunnels. They run under the between. Come out on the other side near high city territory. And the wild, Marcia says, nest near the bridge. 8 confirmed, maybe more. Books looks at her arm. But with your infection progressing, you might be able to pass through without triggering them. Might, I say. Might, Books confirms. The wild respond to pheromones, chemical signals. Infection changes your scent profile, makes you read as something between human and wild, could work in your favor, or they could tear you both apart. Great odds, Marcia says. She's smiling. There's one more problem. The bridge. It's exposed, no cover, and there's a radiation storm building. Hits in about... He checks his watch. Real watch. Still working. 90 minutes. How long does the bridge crossing take, I ask. 20 minutes if you move fast, 30 if you're careful. Marcia and I exchange looks. We'll be fast, she says. Books nods, like he expected that answer. Okay, but you need equipment. He moves to a storage locker, pulls out a radiation suit, holds it up. One suit, lead-lined, will protect you for about 45 minutes in a storm. Just one, I say. Just one. I look at Marcia. She's already shaking her head. Don't, she says. You need it more than I do. Henry, I'm already contaminated. You're not. The suit goes to you. That's not. It's logical. I cut her off. You've got a chance. I'm on borrowed time anyway. This way at least one of us makes it. Her face goes hard. I'm not leaving you behind. I'm not asking you to leave me. I'm asking you to wear the suit so we both have a chance. Books interrupts. He's right. One protected person can shield another if you stay close. The suit will bleed radiation protection if you maintain physical contact. Won't be perfect, but it's better than both of you frying. Marcia's jaw works. She's angry. I can see it in the set of her shoulders, the way her hands flex, but she knows he's right. Fine, she says, but we stay together. No splitting up. No heroic sacrifices. Deal. Books hands her the suit. She pulls it on over her clothes. The material is thick, pre-collapse military grade. Covers everything except her face. Hood stays down until the storm hits, Books says. You'll need visibility for the bridge crossing. What about you, I ask. The harvesters know this cache exists now. They'll come for it. Let them. I've got 3 other caches they don't know about. He starts packing supplies. Water, rations, basic medical, hands the pack to Marcia. Take this. You'll need it. Why are you helping us? Marcia says. Because I document everything. Every trade. Every ending. Every choice people make when they're desperate. He looks at her, then at me. And I want to see what happens when 2 people choose each other over survival. Either you'll make it, or you won't. Either way, it's worth recording. He moves to the door, listens. Clear for now, but that won't last. The harvesters sweep in patterns. You've got maybe 15 minutes before the next pass. How do we get to the bridge, I ask. Follow me. Stay quiet. Don't engage unless you have to. He pulls out a knife, hands it to me. You know how to use this? I look at the blade. It's clean, sharp, medical quality. I know anatomy, I say. Good enough. Books opens the door. The sunlight outside is harsh, white gold and burning. I can feel it on my skin immediately. That deep warmth that isn't warmth. We move fast. Books leads, Marcia behind him, me taking up the rear. The highway ruins are worse in daylight. You can see how much destruction happened, how much was lost. Entire sections of road hanging in the air like frozen waterfalls. Support structures twisted into abstract sculptures. And everywhere, the radiation. You can't see it, but you can feel it. This pressure against your skin. Like the air itself is too heavy. My nausea is worse. I swallow it down, focus on putting one foot in front of the other. Books moves like he knows every crack in the concrete, every shadow. We follow his path exactly. Behind us, voices, the harvesters, close. Books stops, holds up a hand. We freeze. Through a gap in the collapsed section ahead, I can see them. 4 harvesters, white masks, thermal scanners. moving in our direction. Down, Books whispers. We drop. Press against a concrete slab. The surface is hot from the sun, burns through my clothes. The harvesters pass within 20 feet. I can hear them talking, calm, professional, discussing grid patterns and thermal signatures like they're scientists instead of body merchants. One of them stops, looks directly at our hiding spot. I don't breathe. Marcia's hand finds mine, squeezes. Her skin is burning up. Fever building again. The harvester stares for 10 seconds, 20, then moves on. We wait until the voices fade. Books signals. We move. The bridge is ahead. I can see it now. Two collapsed highway sections that fell against each other, creating a narrow walkway across a chasm that drops maybe 200 feet into darkness. There, Books says. Cross that and you're in the clear. What about you? I ask. I'm going back. Cover your trail. Make sure they don't follow. Why? Because... He stops, looks at Marcia. Because your real name is Samira, and 3 months ago you gave me antibiotics when my hand got infected. Didn't ask for payment, didn't ask questions, just handed them over and walked away. He holds up his 3-fingered hand. Should have lost the whole thing. Didn't. Because of you. Marcia stares at him. I don't remember that. I know, you've helped a lot of people. Don't remember most of them. Books smiles, but I remember everything, and I pay my debts. He turns to go, stops. Henry, that compound I left in the cache, it's not a cure, it's a delay. Infection will come back, maybe in days, maybe weeks, but it will come back. And when it does, he meets my eyes, don't let her turn. She deserves better. Then he's gone, moving back through the ruins like smoke. Marcia and I are alone. The bridge is maybe 60 feet long, 2 feet wide at most, no railings, nothing to hold on to, and below I make the mistake of looking down. The chasm is black, deep. I can hear water moving down there, the kind that glows at night. Don't look down, Marcia says, too late. Then don't look down again. She steps onto the bridge, tests it. The concrete shifts, dust falls into it. That's stable? I ask. Stable enough? She holds out her hand. Come on, come on. We've got maybe 10 minutes before the storm hits. I take her hand, step onto the bridge. The wind hits immediately. Strong, constant. Coming up from the chasm, it carries that chemical smell, radiation and rot and something else, something that makes my hindbrain scream danger. We move, slow. Marcia leads, I follow, 5 feet. 10, the concrete groans, shifts. Keep moving, Marcia says, don't stop. 15 feet. 20, my legs are shaking. Not fear, radiation. My muscles aren't responding right. Henry, you okay? Yeah, you're slowing down. I know. Sorry. She stops, turns. Look at me. I look. Her eyes are full amber now, the infection spreading, but her expression is clear, focused. We're halfway, she says. 30 more feet. You can do 30 feet. I know. Then do it. 25 feet. 30. The sky is changing. The amber gray is darkening. Streaks of purple appearing. Lightning without thunder. The radiation storm. Marcia, the hood. She pulls it up, seals it. Now she's completely protected. The material glows slightly, some kind of reactive coating. The temperature drops. Fast, 20 degrees in 30 seconds. My teeth start chattering. Stay close, Marcia says. She grabs my arm, pulls me against her. The suit's radiation protection bleeds out. I can feel it. This barrier between us and the particles, 35 feet, 40. The lightning is closer now, purple-white. It arcs across the sky, touches the ruins. Where it hits concrete explodes, superheated by the radiation. 10 feet left. The concrete under our feet cracks, a sound like a gunshot. We run. The bridge collapses behind us, section by section, falling into the chasm. We hit solid ground and the whole thing goes. Just gone. Like it was never there. We made it by maybe 3 seconds. Marcia pulls me toward an overpass. Shelter. The structure is mostly intact. Steel beams creating a roof over cracked pavement. We collapse against the far wall. The radiation storm is directly overhead now. Lightning every few seconds. The air tastes like copper and burning plastic. Marcia pulls me close, keeps the suit between me and the worst of it. How long? She says. I check my watch. Still frozen at 11:47. Useless. Don't know. Maybe an hour, maybe more. Then we wait. We wait. The storm gets worse. Lightning hits close enough that I can feel the heat through the suit. The thunder comes a split second later, so loud it makes my ears ring. Marcia's fever is climbing. I can feel it even through the suit material. Her whole body is burning. Talk to me, I say. About what? Anything. Anything. Keep your mind active. She's quiet. Then, you asked about High City, what I was doing there. Yeah, my family was medical, 3 generations of doctors. When the fall happened, we had access to the pharmaceutical facility, the one carved into the mountain. My father, she stops, breathes. He believed the infection was a disease, something that could be cured, spent 2 years trying to synthesize a treatment. What happened? He found something, not a cure, but a way to harvest the infection, extract it, turn it into something useful. Her voice is flat, empty. That's when he joined the harvesters, when he realized bodies were just resources waiting to be processed. And your family? Followed him. My mother, my brother, they all believed in it, believed they were helping, saving humanity by using the parts that were already gone. She laughs, bitter. I was supposed to join too, become a harvester surgeon, continue the family tradition. But you didn't. No, I ran, came to Low City, started over. She touches her broken watches. But you can't really start over. You can only carry what you were and try to be something different. The lightning is constant now. The whole sky is purple-white. Electric. I'm shivering so hard my teeth click together. The radiation protection from the suit isn't enough. Not for this level of exposure. Marcia feels it, pulls me closer. We're pressed together, so close I can hear her heart. Too fast. The infection working through her system. Your turn, she says. For what? Talking. Tell me something real. I think. After May passed, I couldn't work for 6 months, couldn't look at medical equipment, couldn't be in a hospital. I spent that time taking photos. Just walking through the ruins, documenting people before they were gone. Thought maybe if I recorded them it would mean something, that they existed, that they mattered. And it didn't help. Photos are just images. They don't capture the person, just what they looked like. I close my eyes. That's why I stopped. Why I started working again. Because helping people while they're alive matters more than remembering them after. But you kept your sister's camera. Yeah. Why? Because I struggle for the words. Because even if photos don't capture the person, they capture the moment, and moments are all we have now. The storm starts to ease. The lightning spreads out, less frequent. The temperature climbs back up, slowly. We've been under the overpass for 90 minutes. Marcia's fever hasn't broken. If anything, it's worse. The compound is wearing off. I can see the veins on her neck darkening again, spreading. We need to move, I say. I know. Can you walk? I can walk. She stands, wobbles, catches herself. I support her weight. We move out from under the overpass. The radiation storm is clearing, but the sky is still purple. Unstable. Ahead, the service tunnels, books mentioned. A dark opening in the concrete. Water drips from the entrance, that glowing kind. And around the entrance, the wild. 8 of them, maybe more. Hard to tell in the fading stormlight. They're not moving, just standing there, waiting. Marcia, I whisper. I see them. What do we do? She tilts her head, listening, seeing. They're not attacking, She stops. They're singing. What? The clicking. It's not aggression. She struggles. Communication. They're talking to each other. About what? Don't know. But she takes a step forward. They can sense the infection in me. They think I'm one of them. Marcia don't. She keeps walking, right toward them. The wild don't move. Just keep clicking, that rhythmic pattern. Marcia stops 10 feet away. Close enough that if they attack, she's gone. One of the wild steps forward, tilts its head, that same curious gesture I saw earlier. Marcia does something I never expected. She clicks back, the same rhythm, the same pattern. The wild goes still. Then it moves. Fast. Right at her. I run forward, knife out, ready to... The wild stops, inches from Marcia, reaches out, touches her arm where the infection is spreading, then it steps back, looks at me. At the knife in my hand, it makes a different sound, lower, softer. Then it moves aside, all of them do, creating a path to the tunnel entrance. "Come on," Marcia says. "They're letting us through." "How do you know?" "'Cause I can see it." The colors, they're not red anymore. She searches for the word. Green, permission green. We walk through. The wild don't move, just watch. Clicking softly, we reach the tunnel entrance. Look back. The wild are still there, standing in formation, like they're guarding something or protecting it. We enter the tunnel. It's dark, complete. I pull out a small LED from my pack, turn it on. The light catches something on the walls. Writing, scratched into the concrete. Numbers, dates, names. A memorial for people who didn't make it. We keep walking. The tunnel goes on forever. Water drips, echoes in the darkness. Marcia's breathing is wrong, too fast, shallow. How much further, she says, don't know. Books said the tunnels come out near High City. That's not specific. I know. She stops, leans against the wall. I need a minute. We don't have a minute. The infection, I know. I can feel it. She slides down, sits, just 1 minute. Then we keep moving. I sit next to her. The LED throws shadows on the walls. Long. Wrong. Henry, Marcia says. Yeah. If I don't make it, you'll make it. If I don't. She grabs my hand. Promise me you won't do something stupid, like trying to cure everyone, like thinking one person can fix this. I'm not promising that. Henry, no, because that's exactly what I'm going to do. Try to fix this. Help people. Make it mean something. I squeeze her hand. And you're going to be there, calling me an idiot, keeping me alive. She laughs. The sound echoes. Okay, yeah, I can do that. We sit in the darkness for 1 minute, then we stand, keep moving. The tunnel opens into a larger space. Some kind of junction, multiple paths splitting off, and in the center, light. Actual light, not LED, not radiation glow. Fire. Someone's camping here. In the tunnels. Marcia and I exchange looks. We move forward. Careful. Quiet. The fire is recent, still burning, and around it, supplies, food, water, medical equipment, more than anyone should have, more than anyone could carry. This is a depot, Marcia says. Someone's using these tunnels to move supplies. Smugglers. Has to be. A sound behind us. We turn. There's someone standing in the shadows. Small figure, young. You shouldn't be here, a voice says. Female, teenager maybe. The figure steps into the firelight. It's a girl, maybe 19, covered in climbing gear, ropes, carabiners. Her hands are wrapped in tape. Climber's hands. She sees Marcia's arm. The infection spreading. Oh, she says. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. She moves closer. No fear. Stage 3? Stage 4? 3, Marcia says. Maybe starting 4. And you, she looks at me. Sees the radiation burns. You're contaminated recent. 48 hours? Who are you, I ask. Yuki Chen. I climb the walls, between High City and Low City. I move supplies, medicine, information, whatever people need. She kneels by her supplies, starts pulling things out, and right now you need me to keep you both alive. She holds up a vial, clear liquid. What is that? Marcia asks. Same compound as before, synthetic 7, but refined. Better. Should buy you another week. Yuki looks at her. But you need to understand something. This isn't a cure. It's borrowed time. Eventually the infection will take over. And when it does, she doesn't finish. I know, Marcia says. Yuki prepares a syringe. This is going to hurt worse than last time. Everything hurts. The injection goes in. Marcia's body goes rigid again. But this time she stays conscious, grits her teeth, rides it out. When it's over, she's breathing hard. But the veins on her neck are fading, faster than before. Better, Yuki says. Much better. She turns to me. Your turn. Chelation therapy should help flush some of the radiation particles. She sets up an IV. The medicine burns going in. We sit there, in the tunnel junction, getting treatment from a 19-year-old climber while somewhere above us, the harvesters search and the wilds sing and the radiation storm clears. Why are you helping us? I ask. Yuki shrugs. Because I've seen what the harvesters do, and I've seen what the infection does, And I figure anyone running from both probably has a good reason. She's lying. I can tell. There's something else. Some other reason. But we don't have time to push. Where does this tunnel lead? Marcia asks. High city. Processing level. You come out in the pharmaceutical facility. Right in harvester territory. That's where we're going. Yuki's eyes go wide. Are you insane? That's suicide. Probably, I say. Then why? Because the harvesters have information about the infection, about what it really is, and we need that information. I look at Marcia, because we think the infection isn't random. And if it's not random, then maybe it can be controlled, Marcia finishes. Yuki stares at us. Then you really are insane. Yeah, Marcia says, but we're alive, and that counts for something. Yuki thinks. Then she starts packing supplies, hands us a bag. Take this, you'll need it. Why? Because I'm going with you. No, I say. Too dangerous. I've been climbing those walls for 2 years. I know every entrance, every guard pattern, every blind spot. She looks at us. You need a guide. She stops. Where the heck? I need to see if you're right. About the infection. About it not being random. Why? She doesn't answer. Just pulls up her sleeve. Black veins, starting at her wrist, spreading toward her elbow. Stage 1, she says. Just started 3 days ago. I've been using the compound to slow it down. But eventually, she meets my eyes. Eventually, I need to know if there's actually hope, or if I'm just delaying the inevitable. Marcia and I exchange looks. We're collecting infected people like their supplies. Okay, Marcia says, you can come, but you follow our lead. And if things go bad, I can take care of myself. I'm sure you can. Yuki grins. First real smile I've seen from her. Great, let me grab my gear. We leave in 5. She disappears into the shadows. Marcia looks at me. We're gonna get her ended. Probably. And us too. Yeah. Okay, just checking. She stands, tests her legs. The compound is working. Color is back in her face. We're ready to move. Yuki reappears with a climbing pack, loaded with gear. This way. And stay quiet. The tunnels echo. We follow her into the darkness. Toward High City. Toward the harvesters. Toward whatever truth is waiting in the pharmaceutical facility. Marcia's hand finds mine in the dark. I squeeze. We keep walking. And behind us, somewhere in the tunnel junction, the fire goes out. Chapter 4. The Polaroid Collection. Book's library smells like mold and old adhesive, the kind that gets into your sinuses and stays there. I'm following Marcia up a spiral staircase that groans with every step. Actual groaning, metal fatigue mixed with wood rot. She's moving quiet despite the broken watches jangling on her wrists. Don't touch the railing, she says. I wasn't planning to. The whole structure looks like it's held together by spite and good intentions. The staircase opens into what used to be an office floor. Filing cabinets line the walls, but instead of files, they're stuffed with journals. Handwritten, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Books is at a desk in the center, writing by candlelight even though it's still morning. The amber sky filters through cracked windows, giving everything a sepia tone. He doesn't look up when we enter. Third shelf, blue spine, he says. That's where I documented her. Marcia stops walking. I can hear her breathing change. Shallow, controlled. The kind of breathing you do when you're trying not to react. Book sets down his pen, 3 fingers on his left hand, just like the rumors said. The stumps are old scars, healed badly. Her name was Marcia Hafiz, he says. She came to Low City 6 years ago, alone. No family markers, no blood type registration. Started calling herself Marcia 3 months later. I look at Marcia. She's staring at the journals like they might catch fire. You document everyone? I ask. Everyone who stays longer than a week. Books taps the journal in front of him. You're in here too, Henry. Been watching you for 2 years. Former nurse, O negative blood type, though you've been careful about that, carries a Polaroid camera everywhere. Takes pictures of the recently deceased. My hand moves to my jacket pocket. The camera's there. Always there. Why? I ask. Because people forget. Books stands. He's taller than I expected. They forget who they were, what they lost, why they're still breathing. I don't let them forget. Marcia finally moves. She walks to the shelf, pulls out the blue journal, flips through pages. Her jaw tightens. You wrote about my family, she says. I wrote what happened to them. Books returns to his seat. The harvesters took your mother first. Type AB positive. Then your brother. Stop. Books stops. The silence lasts long enough that I count 3 heartbeats. Outside, something scrapes against the building's exterior. Claws on concrete. The wild are waking up early today. They're testing the perimeter, Book says, still calm. Been doing it for an hour. Different pattern than usual. Marcia drops the journal, lands on the desk with a thud that makes the candle flame dance. How many? She asks. Enough that you should care about defending this place instead of destroying evidence of your past. She turns to face him. I've seen her angry before. The controlled kind. The kind that makes her switch languages mid-sentence. But this is different. This is the anger that comes before someone does something they can't take back. The journals stay, I say. Both of them look at me. We defend the library, I continue. Whatever's in those books, it's more valuable than whatever grudge you're holding. Marcia's hand drifts to her knife. You don't know what you're protecting. I know it's the only record of who lived and who didn't. That matters. Books nods once. Short, efficient. The staircase is the choke point. They'll funnel up single file if they breach the ground floor. The scraping sound gets louder, multiple sources now and from different directions. I move to the window, careful not to silhouette myself. The street below is empty, but the shadows are wrong. Too many of them. Too still. They're already inside, I say. Marcia pulls her knife. How many exits? 1, Book says. The stairs you came up. She swears in Italian, or maybe Arabic. I've stopped trying to track which language means what emotion. Books opens a drawer, pulls out a revolver. Pre-collapse manufacture, well maintained. He checks the cylinder, 3 rounds, then sets it on the desk between us. I don't fight, he says, but I document. If you survive, I'll write about it. If you don't, I'll write about that too. The first wild reaches the staircase. I can hear it testing the steps, weight distribution cautious. They're learning. That's the part that keeps me awake during rest cycles. They're learning faster than we are. Marcia positions herself at the top of the stairs, knife low, ready for an upward thrust. I pull out my remaining surgical blade. It's not much, but I know anatomy. I know where to cut. How many Polaroids do you have left? Marcia asks. 2. Take one now. I don't ask why. I pull out the camera, frame the library, books at his desk, Marcia at the stairs, journals stacked floor to ceiling. The flash goes off. Artificial light. The wild on the stairs shrieks. Idiot, Marcia hisses. But she's smiling. That particular smile that means she's about to do something reckless, and she's taking me with her. The wild comes up fast. Marcia sidesteps, lets momentum carry it past her. I see its face. Human once, maybe 30 years old. Radiation burns across the left side. It trips over its own feet, crashes into a filing cabinet. Journals spill across the floor. The second one is smarter. It stops 3 steps from the top, watching us. Waiting. They're coordinating, Book says. He's writing. Actually writing while we're fighting for our lives. Marcia doesn't wait for the third one. She goes down the stairs, disappearing into the darkness below. I hear her knife work. Wet sounds, nothing elegant about it, then silence. The wild at the top of the stairs moves, not toward me, toward Books. I intercept. The surgical blade goes into its throat, severing the carotid. Medical terminology floods my brain. Common carotid artery bifurcation, approximately C4 vertebral level, pressure point for rapid exsanguination. The wild drops. Books keeps writing. Behind you, he says. I turn. The one that crashed into the filing cabinet is back up. Its arm is bent wrong, radius fracture, but it's not slowing down. I don't have time to think. I just react. Blade into the orbital socket, upward angle, penetrating the frontal lobe. It stops moving. My hands are shaking. Medical training says that's adrenaline, whatever, normal physiological response. Medical training doesn't say what to do when you've just used a decade of education to end something that used to be human. Marcia comes back up. She's got blood on her jacket, not hers, the wrong color, and she's breathing hard. 5 total, she says. We're clear. Books sets down his pen, picks up the Polaroid I took. It's developed now, showing the 3 of us in that moment before everything started. He studies it. You photographed the deceased, and this he says. Why? I don't answer. Can't answer. Because the truth is I've been documenting death so I don't have to acknowledge life, and saying that out loud makes it real. Marcia walks to the desk, picks up the blue journal, opens it to a specific page, reads something, then closes it carefully. My mother's name was Layla, she says. She used to sing in 3 languages. My brother was 10. He collected pre-collapse bottle caps, thought they'd be valuable someday. Books nods. I know. It's in the journal. She looks at the journal in her hands, then at my camera, then at me. Give it to me, she says. I hand her the camera. She turns it over, examining the mechanism. The last Polaroid is loaded. She could take a picture of books of the library of anything worth remembering. Instead, she opens the back and pulls out the film cartridge, exposes it to light, ruins it. You're done documenting the dead, she says. The cartridge hits the floor. The camera follows. Plastic cracks on impact. I should be angry. That camera was my sister's, the last thing I had of her. But I'm not angry. I'm relieved, like someone just cut a weight I'd been carrying so long I forgot it was there. Books picks up the broken camera, examines it with the same care he gave the Polaroid. I'll document this too, he says. The moment Henry Lee stopped recording death and started living with it. Outside, the amber sky is darkening. Early nightfall, which means the wild will be active soon. We need to move. But Marcia is looking at books' journals. All of them. Hundreds of lives documented in careful handwriting. If the library burns, she says, Low City forgets. Yes, Books agrees. She picks up the blue journal, her journal, tucks it into her jacket. Then we don't let it burn. Books smiles. It's the first time I've seen him smile, and it makes him look younger, or maybe just less resigned. I'll write about this too, he says, the day Samira Hafiz came back. Marcia doesn't correct him about the name. She just heads for the stairs. I follow her down. The wild bodies are still there, starting to stiffen. I don't take pictures, don't catalog, don't do anything except step over them and keep moving. At the bottom, Marcia stops, turns to face me. Your sister, she says. What was her name? Lynn. And you've been photographing strangers for 7 years because you couldn't save her. It's not a question. I don't answer anyway. Books is right, she continues. People forget, but you've been forgetting on purpose, using that camera like a wall between you and everyone still breathing. The watches on her wrists tick, tick, tick in broken rhythms. Time's dead, I say. You told me that the first day. I also told you I keep its corpse. She taps one of the watches. Reminders matter, even the broken ones. We head back into Low City proper. The market is starting its evening cycle, vendors setting up by the glow of radiation water from below. Someone's cooking something that smells like pre-collapse instant noodles. The ambient noise of 200 people trying to survive another night. Marcia stops at a vendor selling medical supplies. Black market antibiotics, expired but still viable. She pulls out a blood type marker, B positive, and trades it for a small package. What'd you get? I ask. She hands it to me. Film cartridges for a Polaroid camera. 3 of them. Books was wrong about one thing, she says. You shouldn't stop documenting. You should just start photographing different subjects. The film cartridges are warm in my hand. Pre-collapse manufacture, probably smuggled from a high-city storage facility, worth more than a week's food ration. I broke the camera, I say. Books can fix it. He fixes everything. We keep walking. The market noise surrounds us, haggling, laughing, the occasional argument about territory or resources, normal sounds, human sounds. Marcia's synesthesia must be going wild right now. All these voices creating colors I can't see. What's it look like? I ask. The market, in your colors. She stops, considers. Orange and silver. The arguing is orange, the laughing is silver. You're gray most of the time, but just now you went pale blue. What's pale blue? Hope, she says. Or maybe confusion. I haven't figured out which yet. We reach the residential floors. Marcia's tribe, she won't call it that, but that's what it is, occupies floor 19. Mixed group, no single blood type dominance. They survive by being unpredictable. She's about to say something when the lights flicker. Not the radiation glow from below, the actual electrical lights, the ones powered by the rooftop generators. Everyone in the market goes quiet. The lights flicker again, then hold steady. That's not a power surge, Marcia says. No, it's a signal. 3 flickers, pause, 2 flickers. High city code. I learned it back when I still thought the cities might coordinate for mutual survival. What's it mean? I ask. Marcia's hand moves to where her knife should be. She left it upstairs in the library. It means they're coming for someone, she says. Someone with specific blood type characteristics. She looks at me, really looks at me. And I know she's thinking about Book's journal, about what he documented, about my O negative status being written down in permanent ink. The lights flicker again. Same pattern. How many harvesters can Low City fight off? I ask. Depends on how much they want what they're harvesting. The market starts moving. Not panicking. These people have survived too long to panic, but everyone's heading to defensive positions. Tribal instincts kicking in. Marcia grabs my arm. We need to move. Now. Where? Anywhere that's not here. But it's too late. The first harvester team is already coming through the market checkpoint. 6 of them wearing pre-collapse surgical scrubs under improvised armor. They move like people who've done this before. Their leader steps forward. Older woman, maybe 50. She's got kind eyes. That's what makes it worse. She looks like someone's grandmother. We're looking for Henry Lee, she says. Voice calm, professional. O negative blood type. Former ER nurse from San Francisco. The market goes completely silent. I could run. Marcia's already positioning herself to create an exit route. But Book's library is up there. All those journals. All those names. If the harvesters torch Low City looking for me, everything burns. I'm Henry Lee, I say. Marcia swears in 3 languages simultaneously. The grandmother harvester smiles. Still kind. Still wrong. Good, she says. That makes this easier. You're wanted in High City. Dr. Nakamura has requested your presence specifically. He says you used to be colleagues. The name hits me like cold water. Dr. Kenji Nakamura, my mentor from before the fall. The one who taught me that medicine was about preserving life at any cost. Apparently, his definition of any cost evolved differently than mine. And if I refuse, I ask, then we harvest you here. Less convenient, but the blood type is what matters. Marcia moves between us. No knife, no weapon except her body and whatever chaos she can generate. He's bonded, she says. You take him, you take me. The harvester looks at Marcia. Something like recognition crosses her face. Samira Hafiz, she says. We've been looking for you too. Your blood type is unremarkable, but Dr. Nakamura has questions about your family. Marcia goes very still, the kind of still that comes before violence. Books appears at the top of the spiral staircase. He's holding something, looks like a journal, but thicker. He descends slowly, every step measured. Harvester Protocol, he calls out. Section 7, Paragraph 3. Bonded pairs cannot be separated without consent of both parties. It's in your own regulations. The grandmother harvester looks annoyed for the first time. Those regulations are outdated, she says, but not revoked, Books continues. He reaches the market floor, opens the thick journal. I have documentation of every harvester operation in Low City for the past decade, including the ones that violated protocol. I'm prepared to submit this to the High City Oversight Committee. There's no oversight committee. Everyone knows that. But the bluff is good enough to make the harvester team hesitate. We'll be back, the grandmother says, with proper authorization. They leave. Market noise gradually returns, but it's different now. Nervous. Everyone knows what just happened. Someone in their territory is valuable enough to harvest. Marcia turns to me. We're leaving. Tonight. Where? High City. If they want you, we go to them on our terms. Books closes his journal. I'll document your departure for when you come back. If, I say, if we come back. When, Books insists, because I haven't finished writing your story yet, and I don't leave stories incomplete. Marcia is already moving, like heading back to floor 19 to gather supplies. I follow, but I look back at Books one more time. He's watching us. Writing. Always writing. The last archivist in a world that's forgotten how to remember. The blue journal is still tucked in Marcia's jacket, and somewhere in the broken pieces of my camera is the last photo I'll ever take of the deceased. Books raises his hand, 3 fingers in a salute that might mean goodbye or might mean see you soon. I can't tell which, and maybe it doesn't matter because in his journals, the ending is already written. Chapter 5. Water flows downhill. The convoy leaves at dawn. 4 trucks armored with welded scrap metal and hope. Water condensation tanks strapped to flatbeds, each one worth more than a month's antibiotics. High City sends the water down. Low City sends medicine up. It's the only trade agreement that keeps both places breathing. I'm in the second truck. Marcia's in the first, scouting position. She volunteered before I could argue, which means she's either protecting me or running towards something. With her, it's usually both. The driver doesn't talk. Most of them don't. This is dangerous work. 3 miles of exposed highway, collapsed sections forcing single-file movement, wild packs using the ruins as hunting grounds. Last convoy lost 2 trucks. The one before that lost everyone. We're 20 minutes out when the temperature drops. Not gradual, sudden, like someone opened a freezer door in the middle of the wasteland. My breath fogs. The driver curses, reaches for a thermal blanket. High City weather, he says, means we're getting close. The highway starts climbing. Elevation change, maybe 1,000 feet over the next mile. The engine strains. Behind us, the 3rd truck is falling back. Older engine can't handle the grade. Radio crackles. Marcia's voice switching between English and Italian. Contact. North side. 305. They're pacing us. I lean out the window. Can't see anything except gray rubble and amber sky. But I trust her synesthesia more than my eyes. How far? The driver asks into the radio. 200 meters. They're not attacking, just watching. That's wrong. Wild don't watch. They hunt or they hide. Watching implies planning, and planning implies the 3rd truck explodes. Not a direct hit. Improvised explosive under the roadbed triggered when the weight distribution changed. The blast lifts the rear axle, flips the whole vehicle sideways. It rolls once, metal screaming, then crashes into the barrier wall. Our truck stops. Everyone stops. Bandits, the driver says. Calm, like he expected this. The wild Marcia spotted come out of the ruins. Not wild, people, wearing scavenged gear, carrying actual weapons. They move in formation, military training or good mimicry of it. First truck, Marcia's truck, accelerates. She's trying to push through, create an escape route for the convoy. But the road narrows ahead, collapsed overpass creating a choke point. Single file only. The bandits open fire. Nothing sophisticated, but volume makes up for accuracy. Bullets spark off our truck's armor. The driver reaches under his seat, pulls out a pistol, hands it to me. You know how to use this? He asks. I'm a nurse. I know anatomy, physiology, pharmacology. I know exactly where to put a bullet to stop someone breathing in under 30 seconds. Yes, I say. He grins. Gallows humor. Good. Try not to damage the merchandise. High City wants their water intact. I chamber around. The mechanism is smooth, well-maintained, pre-collapse manufacture. Someone's been taking care of this weapon for decades. The bandits are closing in. 8 of them. Maybe 10. Hard to count when everything's moving. They're focusing on the 3rd truck, the one that flipped, trying to crack it open for salvage. Marcia's truck stops at the choke point. She gets out. I can see her from here. Small figure against the amber sky. She's got something in her hands. Flare gun. She fires straight up. The flare arcs, bright red against the gray. Signal for what? We're already under attack. There's no backup coming. Unless the wild show up. Real wild this time. Not people in costume. The infected, the transformed, whatever we're calling them now. They come from the north side ruins, drawn by the light. Marcia knew they'd be there. Knew artificial light would pull them like moths. The bandits stop looting, start shooting at the wild instead. Basic survival instinct. The infected are immediate threat. We're just resources. She's insane, the driver says. Yes, I agree. But it's working. The wild hit the bandit line, and suddenly we're the least interesting thing on this highway. Our driver guns the engine, pushing toward the choke point. First truck is already through. We're next. Something lands on our hood, not wild. Human. One of the bandits, using our truck as a platform to get better firing angle. He's young, maybe 20. Radiation burns on his face, teeth filed to points for intimidation. He sees me through the windshield. Grins. The driver swerves, trying to throw him off. But the bandit holds on, starts prying at the door mechanism. I can hear him laughing. High-pitched, chemically enhanced. Someone's been rationing their sanity with pre-collapse stimulants. I lean out the window. The pistol is heavy in my hand. Medical training catalogs everything. Range approximately 2 meters. Target moving, wind negligible, probability of successful thoracic hit 73%. I pull the trigger. The bandit drops. Not theatrical. Just sudden absence of movement. The body rolls off the hood, disappears under the truck. Bump. Then gone. My hands are steady. That's what disturbs me most. No shaking, no hesitation, just medical precision applied to ending life, like performing surgery. Target the mediastinum, penetrate the cardiac silhouette. Rapid exsanguination leads to unconsciousness in 8 to 12 seconds. The driver looks at me different now. Respect, maybe, or fear. Hard to tell which. We make it through the choke point. First truck is waiting, engine running. Marcia's leaning against the door, watching the chaos behind us. The wild are still fighting the bandits. Nature's cleanup crew. Fourth truck makes it through. Third truck is gone, either stripped for parts or taken by the wild. We don't stop to check. The convoy reforms. 3 trucks now instead of 4. Acceptable losses by current standards. Marcia walks over. She's got scratches on her arms. Defensive wounds shallow, but she's moving fine. The broken watches jangle. You shot someone, she says. Not a question. Statement of fact. Yes. How do you feel? I should feel guilty, traumatized, something human and complicated, but all I feel is the weight of the pistol and the certainty that I'd do it again. Like I've been preparing for this my entire life, I say. She nods. Understanding, not judgment. That's the worst part. Realizing you're good at things you never wanted to be good at. The driver hands me a cloth. I look down. Blood on my hands, spatter from the headshot, fine aerosol pattern. I clean my hands methodically, the way I was trained. Efficient. Thorough. Marcia watches me scrub. You know medical terminology for all of this? Carotid artery, jugular vein, subclavian triangle, 15 major blood vessels in the human neck. Sever any 3 and you get rapid unconsciousness leading to... Stop. I stop. She takes the cloth from me, finishes cleaning my hands herself. Her touch is matter of fact, but there's something careful in it, like she's worried I might break. You don't have to catalog it, she says. What you did, you can just let it be what it is, which is survival. Nothing more complicated than that. But it feels complicated because I didn't shoot to wound or disable. I shot to end. Clean, efficient medical knowledge weaponized into the most effective solution. The convoy starts moving again. Temperature keeps dropping as we climb. High city weather to cap, the driver said. Built into a mountain, carved from pharmaceutical research facility ruins. The air gets thin. My breathing adjusts automatically. Respiratory compensation for reduced oxygen partial pressure. I catch myself doing it again. Cataloging. using terminology as a wall between action and emotion. Marcia's right. I need to stop. The highway narrows further. Collapsed sections force us to drive on the shoulder, sometimes on the actual rubble. The driver handles it well, but I can feel the truck struggling, weight distribution wrong, shocks bottoming out on every bump. How much farther? I ask. Hour, maybe 2, depends on whether the bridge is still standing. Bridge. Right, because apparently we need to cross a chasm to reach High City. Of course we do. Marcia's truck pulls ahead, creating space between vehicles. Standard convoy procedure: if the lead truck hits a mine, the others have time to stop. If it doesn't, they follow the safe path. I watch her through the windshield. The way she sits in the passenger seat, knife within reach, scanning the ruins with that supernatural awareness her synesthesia provides. She sees threats in colors I can't imagine. You two bonded? The driver asks. She says we are. But you're not sure? I think about the library, about her destroying my camera, about trading her blood type marker for film cartridges I can't use. I'm sure, I say. He nods, doesn't press for details. People don't, out here. Everyone's got a story they're not telling. The radio crackles again. Different voice this time. Male. Older. Checkpoint ahead. High City Patrol. Prepare for inspection. The driver slows. We round a curve, and there it is, the bridge. Single lane span across a gorge that drops into darkness. On the far side, a checkpoint. Armed guards, actual uniforms, the kind of organization that comes from having resources. They're going to ask the question, the driver says. Right. Blood type protocol. Everyone who enters High City gets cataloged. What happens if I tell them O negative? I ask. The driver doesn't answer. Doesn't need to. We both know what happens. Harvesters came for me in Low City. Up here, they don't need to come. I'm already in their territory. Marcia's truck reaches the checkpoint first. I can see her getting out, hands visible, non-threatening posture. She's talking to the guards. One of them laughs at something she says. The universal language of charm, working even in the apocalypse. Our truck rolls forward. I pocket the pistol before the guards see it. Not that it matters. They've got rifles, actual military-grade equipment. My pre-collapse handgun is a toy by comparison. Guard approaches the driver's window. Young guy, maybe 25. Clean-shaven, which means High City has water to spare for grooming. The casual display of wealth. Convoy manifest, he says. The driver hands over paperwork. Actual paperwork, pre-collapse forms filled out in careful handwriting. The guard scans it, nods. Water delivery confirmed. You're clear to proceed after blood type verification. Here it comes. What's your blood type? The guard asks the driver. A positive. Documented. And you? He looks at me. Medical training provides 15 ways to lie convincingly. I could claim any type except O negative, and they'd have to test to verify. But lying means testing, and testing means needles, and needles mean they'll know for certain. Be positive, I say. The guard makes a note, doesn't ask for verification. We're just convoy workers, not important enough to warrant the expense of a blood test. Proceed, he says. The truck moves forward onto the bridge. Single lane, no railings, just open air on both sides. The driver keeps his speed steady, eyes forward. One wrong move and we drop into the gorge. I look down once. That's enough. The bottom is too far to see, just darkness and the sound of wind. Marcia's truck is already across. She's standing by the checkpoint barrier, waiting. When our truck clears the bridge, she gets back in. The convoy reforms on High City side. Different world up here. The air smells cleaner, less decay. Buildings are maintained, not just scavenged. People on the streets look healthier. The pharmaceutical research facility at the mountain's heart pumps out medicine that keeps this place running. Medicine extracted from the infected, from the wild, from low city population that doesn't know they're being used. Books said High City controls extraction. Now I'm seeing what that means. The convoy splits up. Water trucks head to distribution centers. Our driver takes us to a loading dock, some kind of transit station. Marcia's truck is already there. She gets out. The scratches on her arms have stopped bleeding, but they'll scar. Everything scars up here, where the air is too thin and the temperature too cold for proper healing. We've got 6 hours before return convoy, she says. Enough time to see why they really wanted you here. You think it's a trap? I think Dr. Nakamura doesn't send harvesters for blood types he can get anywhere. He wants you specifically. Your hands, your training, something that makes you worth the effort. The grandmother harvester said as much. The surgeon doesn't want your blood, he wants your hands. I look at my hands, still clean from Marcia's scrubbing, steady, capable, trained for a decade to preserve life. What if he wants me to do something I can't come back from? I ask. Marcia adjusts her broken watches. The ticking is a rhythmic, chaotic, strangely comforting. Then you don't do it, she says. Simple. Nothing's simple. Not up here. Not with the surgeon involved. But we're committed now. 3 miles from Low City, surrounded by high cities, organized medicine, and efficient extraction. If we run, we won't make it to the bridge. If we stay, we walk into whatever Dr. Nakamura has planned. 6 hours, I say. What's your play? Marcia grins. That particular smile that means chaos is about to become strategy. We find the laboratory where they're making the medicine. We see what they're really extracting. And if it's what I think it is, we steal enough evidence to burn this whole operation down. Ambitious, suicidal, exactly her style. And if we get caught, then you use those medical hands for what they're trained for, and I'll use my synesthesia to see the escape route everyone else misses. She starts walking, doesn't check if I'm following, knows I will. I follow. The loading dock empties into High City proper, 3-tier structure, just like described. Extraction at the bottom, mines where they harvest whatever makes the medicine, processing in the middle, laboratories where they synthesize it, living quarters at the top, shanties for workers, mansions for administrators. We're at the extraction level. Temperature here is warmer. Geothermal heat from the mountain, but it's humid. Condensation dripping from pipes overhead. The sound of machinery echoes, drilling, crushing, something industrial and violent. This way, Marcia says. She's following something I can't see. Colors from the sound, probably. Her synesthesia mapping the facility through acoustic signatures. We pass workers heading to shift change. They don't look at us. Nobody makes eye contact in High City. It's the survival mechanism of people who know they're replaceable. Marcia stops at a doorway. Industrial entrance, no guards. She tests the handle, unlocked. Too easy, I say, or expected. Maybe Dr. Nakamura wants you to see. She opens the door anyway. Inside is a processing floor, industrial scale, multiple stations, but what they're processing isn't ore or minerals. It's bodies. Chapter 6, The Liver Was Intact. The hospital's been empty for 30 years, but it still smells like disinfectant. Phantom scent, probably. Brain filling in memories where reality's gone quiet. Marcia moves through the lobby like she owns it. Broken watches jangling, knife already drawn. The floors covered in debris, ceiling tiles, medical charts, something that might have been a gurney once. It's nesting on the 4th floor, she says. I can hear it breathing. I can't hear anything except our footsteps and the wind through broken windows. But her synesthesia doesn't lie. If she says there's a mutated wild 4 floors up, there is. What's it sound like? I ask. Purple. Deep purple. Like rotting fruit. Right, because breathing has colors in her world. We take the stairwell. No elevators, obviously. The stairs are concrete, relatively intact. Every 3rd step has plant growth breaking through, some kind of vine that thrives in the amber light. Marcia steps over them carefully. I follow her path. 2nd floor is pediatrics, old signs still hanging, faded cartoon characters pointing to exam rooms. I don't look too close. Some ghosts aren't worth meeting. 3rd floor, Marcia stops, holds up her hand. I freeze. She's listening, or seeing, or whatever her brain does when it translates sound into color, into threat assessment. It knows we're here, she whispers. The purple changed pitch. How does purple change pitch? It got darker, like bass notes in a song you've never heard. We keep climbing. Fourth floor is surgery. The doors are reinforced, old security protocol from when hospitals worried about theft. One door's been torn off its hinges, claw marks in the metal deep enough to show the inner layers. Marcia peers through the opening. Dang. There. I look over her shoulder. The wild is massive, easily 7 feet, probably weighed 200 pounds before the infection added another 50 in muscle mass. The amber growth covers most of its torso, pulsing with something that might be a heartbeat. It's crouched over an operating table, eating something I can't identify. What's that? I whisper. Tumor. Probably its own. They harvest their own growths when food's scarce. The wild's organs are visible through gaps in the amber plating. I can see the liver, abnormally large, dark red, probably 3 times normal size. That's what we're here for. Mutated organs synthesize infection compounds differently, worth a month's antibiotics to the right buyer. How do we approach? I ask. Marcia's already moving. No plan, no strategy, just forward momentum into chaos. She goes high, climbing onto a gurney and launching herself at the wild's back. The knife goes in, clean strike between armor plates, and the wild shrieks. That sound. Like metal tearing and children screaming at the same time. It spins, throwing Marcia across the room. She hits a cabinet, glass shattering. Doesn't slow down. She's up immediately, circling left while the wild tracks her. I should help. Should do something tactical and smart. Instead, I'm frozen, medical training cataloging everything. Posterior knife wound approximately 15 centimeters deep. Penetration of latissimus dorsi probable but liver intact. Blood loss minimal due to accelerated clotting. The wild charges Marcia. She dodges, barely. It crashes into the wall where she was standing, and the impact cracks concrete. "Henry!" she shouts. "Little help!" Right. I'm supposed to be hunting, not observing. I grab a surgical tray from the floor. Metal, heavy enough to use as a weapon. I throw it. Poor trajectory, but it hits the wild's shoulder. Gets its attention. It turns toward me, and I realize I've made a terrible tactical error because I don't have a knife, and it's between me and the exit. The wild moves fast for something that size. Covers 10 feet before I can process movement. I dive sideways, hit the floor hard. Something cracks in my ribs, not broken but bruised, pain radiating through my chest. Marcia's on its back again, both hands on the knife handle, driving it deeper. The wild tries to shake her off, but she's locked on, legs wrapped around its torso. "The liver!" she yells. "Go for the liver!" I still don't have a weapon. Just my surgical blade, barely 3 inches long. Not enough to penetrate amber plating. The wild slams backward, crushing Marcia against the wall. She loses her grip, drops to the floor, doesn't get up this time. No. Medical instinct takes over. I charge. Not smart, not tactical, just forward. The surgical blade goes into the wild's leg, femoral region, avoiding the artery because I need it alive long enough to harvest. It collapses, weight distribution compromised. I'm on top of it. Blade moving on autopilot, cutting between armor plates, following anatomical landmarks I memorized a decade ago. The wild's thrashing, but I've got leverage. Knee on its chest, hand holding its head down. The liver is right there, exposed through the gap in armor. I could cut it out now. Clean extraction, minimal damage. But Marcia's still not moving. I leave the wild. It's not going anywhere with a severed leg tendon. I get to Marcia. Check pulse. Weak but present. Breathing shallow. Possible internal bleeding from the wall impact. Stay with me, I say. Her eyes flutter. Did you get it? Not yet. Idiot. She coughs, red on her lips. Definitely internal bleeding. Finish the job. You need medical attention. I need you to stop being a nurse and be a hunter. The wild is trying to crawl away, dragging itself toward the stairwell, leaving a trail of fluids. If it escapes, we get nothing. Marcia gets nothing. I look at her. At the blood. At the choice. Go, she says. I'm not dying in the next 5 minutes. I go. The wild's almost to the stairs, moving fast despite the injury, survival instinct overriding pain. I grab a length of IV tubing from the floor, wrap it around the wild's neck, pull tight. It thrashes. Stronger than me, but I've got anatomy on my side. Pressure on carotid arteries, cutting blood flow to brain. 15 seconds to unconsciousness if I maintain tension. 10 seconds. It's slowing. 5 seconds. Still fighting. 0. It collapses. I don't let go. Count to 30. Make sure it's out, not faking. Then I cut. The liver comes out in pieces. My surgical blade isn't designed for this. Tissue tears instead of separating cleanly. But I get enough. Maybe 60% of the organ, mostly intact. I wrap it in gauze from an emergency kit. Field preservation, not ideal, but better than nothing. When I get back to Marcia, she's sitting up, still coughing, but the blood stopped. "Show me," she says. I unwrap the gauze. The liver looks wrong. Too dark, texture off, mutations visible even without lab analysis. Marcia laughs. Actual laughter, which turns into coughing, which makes her grab her ribs. "It's beautiful," she says, "completely ruined, but beautiful. It's torn, lost maybe 40% to extraction damage." "Yeah, because you were too busy saving me to do it right." She's not wrong. Medical precision went out the window the moment she hit that wall. "We can still sell it," I say. "Partial organ, maybe 2 weeks antibiotics instead of 4. "You don't get it." She stands, wincing. "I don't care about the antibiotics. I care that you chose. Me over the prize. That's the first time you've chosen anything except clinical detachment since I met you." The wild behind us twitches. Not dead, just unconscious. Going to wake up eventually. "We should go," I say. "In a minute." Marcia picks up her knife from where it fell, wipes it clean on her jacket. "You know what I hunt for? Not medicine, not resources. I hunt because it's the only time I feel alive. The chaos, the uncertainty, not knowing if I'll make it. That's real. Everything else is just waiting to die slowly." She looks at the ruined liver in my hands. "You've been living like you're already dead, Henry. Taking pictures of corpses, cataloging death, keeping everyone at clinical distance. But just now, when you had to choose between perfect extraction and imperfect survival, you chose living, even if it meant failing the mission." The wild groans. Waking up. We really need to leave. Marcia starts walking. "Come on." Before that thing remembers it's supposed to eat us. I follow her down the stairs. The liver's getting heavier. Or maybe I'm just noticing its weight for the first time. Outside, the amber sky is darkening. Evening cycle starting. We've got maybe an hour before the wild become active in force. "What's the plan?" I ask. "Sell what we got. Get enough medicine to keep Low City alive another week, then figure out why you're more terrified of living than dying." She says it casual, like discussing weather, but the broken watches on her wrists are ticking faster. Stress response, or maybe just broken mechanisms doing what broken things do. We walk through the between. Highway ruins, collapsed sections, the usual hazards. Marcia's moving slower than usual. The wall impact did damage she's not admitting. "You need medical attention," I say. "I need you to shut up and keep walking." Internal bleeding is my problem. You did your part, chose me over the perfect extraction. That's enough. But it's not enough, because medical training says she's got maybe 6 hours before the bleeding causes serious complications, and we're 3 miles from Low City with no transport. A figure appears on the highway ahead. Wanderer, by the look of it. Ragged clothing, no tribal markers. They're carrying something, looks like a stretcher made from scavenged materials. Marcia's hand goes to her knife, but she's too slow. The pain's catching up. The wanderer stops 20 feet away, doesn't approach, just sets down the stretcher and backs away. "What is this?" I ask. "Hospitality," Marcia says. "Wanderers don't fight. They just provide what's needed and disappear." The stretcher's empty, waiting. "I'm not getting on that," Marcia says. "Yes, you are. Henry, you're bleeding internally. You need rest and elevation. The stretcher provides both. Stop being chaotic and start being smart." She looks at me, then at the wanderer, who's already walking away, then at the stretcher. "Fine, but you're pulling it." She gets on the stretcher. Doesn't complain, which means the pain's worse than she's letting on. I grab the handles, start pulling. The weight is manageable, but the terrain isn't. Every bump sends jolts through the stretcher. Marcia grits her teeth, doesn't make a sound. 2 miles to Low City. The sky's completely dark now. Wild sounds in the distance, howling maybe, or just wind through ruins that sounds like howling. Why'd you do it? Marcia asks. Do what? Choose me over the liver. Medical honesty says because triage protocols prioritize viable patients over resource acquisition. But that's not why. Because you were right, I say. I've been living like I'm already dead, and people who are dead don't save anyone. She doesn't respond, just closes her eyes. The broken watches keep ticking their chaotic rhythm. 1 mile to Low City. I'm pulling faster now. Pain in my ribs where I hit the floor, but pain means I'm still moving. Still choosing forward over clinical observation. The tower comes into view. 47 stories of makeshift civilization, lights on the upper floors, the residential levels where people pretend tomorrow will be different from today. Market entrance is guarded. Same checkpoint protocol as always. The guard sees the stretcher, sees Marcia, waves us through without asking the question. Medical floor, I say. 19, Marcia corrects. My tribe handles their own. Right. Because accepting help from the official clinic means owing debts she won't pay. Floor 19 is chaos. Multiple families sharing space, children running despite the late hour, cooking fires and improvised hearths. Someone sees Marcia on the stretcher and shouts. Within seconds, we're surrounded. What happened? Asks a woman. Older, maybe 50. Tribal elder by the deference others show her. Hunting accident, I say. Internal bleeding, possible rib fractures that needs rest and monitoring. The woman looks at me. Really looks, cataloging the same way I catalog patients. You're the nurse, she says. O negative, books wrote about you. News travels fast in Low City. I'm Henry. I know, and you're going to fix her because she's too stubborn to stay broken. They take Marcia to a private corner. Actual privacy, curtains rigged from scavenged fabric. I follow. Start unwrapping the gauze from the liver. Need both hands for examination. The organs degrading. Tissue breakdown accelerating without proper preservation. We've got maybe 4 hours before it's worthless. Sell it, Marcia says from the makeshift bed. Now, before it's trash. You need antibiotics from the sale. Low City needs them more. Sell it, distribute medicine, do your nurse thing. I'll be fine. She won't be fine. But arguing with her is pointless when she's made a decision. The tribal elder takes the liver. I'll get fair price. You stay here. Make sure she doesn't bleed out while being heroic. The elder leaves. I'm alone with Marcia and the sound of broken watches. You know what colors you are right now? She asks. No. Silver. Like moonlight. You've never been silver before. What's silver mean? I don't know yet, but it's better than the gray you usually are. She closes her eyes again, breathing stabilizing. Either the bleeding stopped on its own or she's hiding how bad it really is. I check her pulse. Elevated but steady, no signs of shock. Medical miracle or just Marcia being too stubborn to follow normal pathology. The curtain opens. Books walks in carrying his journal. Of course he's here. He documents everything. How's the patient? He asks. Stable. Probably. Marcia's physiology doesn't follow standard patterns. No one in this tower follows standard patterns. That's why we're still alive. He sits down, opens his journal. Tell me about the hunt, I tell him. The hospital, the wild, the ruined liver. Choosing Marcia over clean extraction. He writes everything. Doesn't judge, doesn't comment, just documents. This is significant, he says when I finish. Henry Lee chooses emotional truth over clinical efficiency. First time in documented history. Don't put that in the journal. Too late. Already written. He shows me the page. My name, today's date, detailed account of exactly what happened. You make it sound heroic, I say. I make it sound true. Heroes are people who choose differently when it matters. You chose differently. The tribal elder returns, hands me a package. Antibiotics, probably a week's supply based on weight. Best price I could get for damaged goods, she says. Distribute as you see fit. I look at Marcia. She's asleep now, or pretending to be. Floor 26, I say. The sick, they need it most. The elder nods, takes the antibiotics, leaves to make distribution. Books closes his journal. You just gave away your leverage. Those antibiotics could have bought you safety, resources, anything you wanted. They can buy safety for people who need it more. And what about Marcia? She needs antibiotics too. She'll survive out of spite. She always does. Books laughs. Quiet, understated. Write that down yourself. You're learning her language. He leaves. I'm alone with Marcia and the broken watches. I sit on the floor next to her bed. My ribs hurt. My hands are shaking from adrenaline crash. Medical training says I should rest, hydrate, process the trauma of combat. Instead, I just sit, listening to Marcia breathe, watching her chest rise and fall in rhythm with the chaotic ticking of broken time. Henry, she whispers. Not asleep after all. Yeah? Thank you for choosing badly. The liver was valuable. The liver was intact. You destroyed it, saving me. That's the worst trade you could have made from a resource perspective. Best trade from a living perspective. She opens her eyes, smiles. There's hope for you yet, nurse. Outside the curtain, I can hear the tribe settling in for the night. Children being told stories, adults discussing tomorrow's scavenging runs, the ambient noise of people refusing to give up. The broken watches tick their arrhythmic song, and somewhere in Low City's flooded levels, the black water glows with radiation that might poison or might transform. Either way, we're alive to see it. And right now, in this moment, that feels like enough. Chapter 7. $10 you owe me. The den is carved into High City's lower tier. Natural amphitheater, rock walls that amplify sound. The entrance seals behind us, metal grate dropping with finality that makes my stomach clench. Marcia doesn't seem bothered. She's already scanning the crowd, looking for something. What are we doing here? I ask. Winning something you need. The pit floor is 30 feet below us. Tiered seating wraps around it, maybe 200 people packed in tight. The air smells like sweat and desperation. Pre-collapse currency doesn't work here. The only thing worth betting is parts of yourself. A fight's already in progress. Two men, both missing fingers from previous losses. They're circling each other with knives, and the crowd's chanting odds I don't understand. Blood draws are worth more than anything, Marcia says. O negative especially. You could win enough to buy passage anywhere. I'm not betting my blood. You will if you want the map. She points to a board near the pit entrance. Prizes listed in handwritten scrawl. Third item down, pre-collapse pharmacy location, complete inventory records, verified. That's worth more than blood draws. That's worth everything. What's the buy-in? I ask. 3 pints, drawn on site, held as collateral until you win or lose. 3 pints. That's borderline unsafe, even with my training. But the map could save Low City for months. Real medicine, not the degraded compounds we scavenge. How do I win? Marcia grins. You guess which fighter survives. Get it right 3 times in a row, you win your prize. Get it wrong, you lose your blood, and they keep you for further extraction. One of the fighters in the pit goes down. The other one doesn't stop cutting. The crowd roars approval. I'm a nurse, not a gambler, I say. Then use your training. You know anatomy. You know which wounds end people. This is just applied medical knowledge. She makes it sound reasonable. Like betting my blood on death matches is logical extension of emergency room triage. The winner exits the pit, covered in red, missing another finger from his offhand. He's handed a vial, antibiotics, by the look of it, and disappears into the crowd. Next match, someone announces. Contestants to the floor. 2 women enter. One's older, maybe 40, missing her left ear. The other's young, can't be more than 20. No visible losses yet, which means she's either very good or very new. Marcia leans close. Who survives? Medical assessment runs automatically. The older woman moves with confidence, scar tissue visible on her arms, experienced. The younger one's nervous, keeps shifting her weight. First timer, probably. Older woman. I say, experience wins against enthusiasm. Good. Now remember that for when you're betting your blood. We make our way to the betting station. A man with kind eyes and missing teeth takes names. When I give mine, his expression shifts. Henry Lee. O negative. You're the one books documented. Word travels faster than I thought. 3 pints for entry, he says. You get them back if you win. If you lose, we process them for distribution. He makes extraction sound civic-minded. Community service through involuntary blood donation. I sit in the chair, medical equipment, pre-collapse quality. Someone's maintaining this setup with care that would make hospital administrators jealous. The needle goes in clean. I watch my blood fill the first bag, then the second. Halfway through the third, the world starts tilting. Slow down, I say. Can't. Rules are rules. Marcia's watching from across the room. She's not smiling anymore. Just watching me get drained with an expression I can't read. The third bag fills. They remove the needle, bandage the site with practiced efficiency. You're in, the attendant says. Don't pass out before your first match. I stand carefully. Orthostatic hypotension, expected with rapid blood loss. The world stabilizes after a few seconds. Marcia hands me water. Drink, you need to stay conscious. I drink. The water's clean, which means it's expensive. She traded something for this. Why are you helping? I ask. Because I need you functional for what comes next. Not reassuring, but I'm committed now. 3 pints of O negative sitting in storage, and the only way to get them back is to win. The young woman in the pit goes down. The older one doesn't end her, just disables. Mercy has value here, makes her look controlled, professional. First guess correct, the announcer says. Henry Lee proceeds. 1 down, 2 to go. The next match brings out someone I recognize. The grandmother harvester from Low City. She's not wearing surgical scrubs anymore, just fighting leathers. Her opponent is male, younger, stronger. Marcia stiffens beside me. That's her. Who? The one who processed my mother. I watched through the clinic windows. She smiled the whole time. Her hand moves to where her knife should be. But weapons aren't allowed in the betting area. Just your body and whatever damage it can take. Marcia, the match starts. The harvester moves like she's done this before. Efficient, minimal wasted energy. The man's stronger, but sloppy. Rage versus precision. Medical training says the harvester wins. Experience and control beat brute force, but Marcia's already moving toward the pit entrance. Not to bet. To enter. What are you doing? I grab her arm. She switches to Italian. Fast. Angry. Words I don't understand, but meaning is clear. She's gonna fight that woman regardless of rules or consequences. Marcia, if you enter the pit, you forfeit everything. That's the rule. I don't care about the rules. What about the mission? The map? Everything we're trying to do? She looks at me, really looks. And I see it, the choice she's making in real time. Revenge versus partnership, past versus future. My mother deserves justice, she says. Your mother's gone. You're not. Then I'll join her. She pulls away. Mace walks to the pit entrance. The attendants try to stop her, but she's already dropping into the arena. The crowd goes quiet. This isn't protocol. This is chaos interrupting order. The male fighter looks confused. The harvester just smiles. Kind eyes, gentle voice. Marcia Hafiz, she says. I wondered when you'd come for me. Marcia doesn't respond, just draws a blade she somehow smuggled past security. The crowd's murmuring now. Unscheduled matches are worth more in this place. Novelty has value. This breaks your partnership clause, the announcer says to me. If she fights, you're on your own. Win or lose, your blood is forfeit. I should walk away. Let Marcia have her revenge while I preserve my O negative for something that matters. Instead, I'm dropping into the pit beside her. The crowd erupts. 2 against 1, unscheduled chaos. The betting board updates frantically. You're an idiot, Marcia says, frequently. The harvester's still smiling. This doesn't change what happened to your mother. I know, Marcia says, but it changes what happens to you. The male fighter backs away. Smart. This isn't his fight anymore. Marcia moves first. Fast, direct, all the chaos I've seen her use against Wild. The harvester dodges, counters with a strike aimed at Marcia's kidney. I intercept, block with my forearm. Pain shoots up to my shoulder. We're not coordinated. Marcia fights like fire. I fight like water, trying not to drown. But we're together, and that counts for something. The harvester separates us, targets me because I'm weaker, slower. Her blade comes in low. I drop, roll, come up behind Marcia. Back to back, I say. Marcia doesn't argue. We press together, covering each other's blind spots. The harvester circles, looking for opening. Your mother's blood was AB positive, the harvester says. Conversational, like discussing weather. Very rare, very valuable. I gave her anesthetics before extraction. More mercy than most receive. Marcia switches languages. Arabic now, words flowing like water. What's she saying? I ask. Prayer, the harvester translates. For my soul, not hers. How generous. She attacks. Fast combination, blade work that speaks to decades of practice. I catch her wrist, use medical knowledge of joint manipulation. Hyperextension of the elbow. She drops the knife. Marcia's on her immediately. Blade to throat. Crowd screaming now. Money changing hands as odds recalculate. Say it, Marcia whispers, still in Arabic. The harvester smiles. Blood on her teeth from a split lip. Your mother asked about you. At the end, wanted to know if you'd survive. What did you tell her? That survival isn't the same as living. Marcia's blade presses harder. One more inch, and the carotid opens. Medical inevitability. I put my hand over hers. Don't. She processed my family. I know, but this won't bring them back. It'll make me feel better. For how long? The harvester's watching us with those kind eyes, waiting to see which philosophy wins, revenge or restraint. Marcia's hand shakes, then lowers, then lowers. She steps back. The harvester stands, retrieves her blade. Wise choice. Living with mercy is harder than ending in revenge. She walks to the pit exit. The crowd's confused, angry. Someone throws something. The harvester doesn't look back. Marcia's breathing hard, not from exertion, from the choice she just made. We need to leave, I say. The map doesn't matter if you're prosecuted for interfering with a sanctioned match. The announcer's conferring with other officials. They're deciding our fate with the casual efficiency of people who've done this before. Henry Lee forfeits by interference. Blood is claimed. Marcia Hafiz forfeits by unsanctioned entry. No collateral to claim. Just like that, I've lost 3 pints of O negative. The map's gone. Everything we came for evaporated. Marcia looks at me. I'm sorry. For what? Choosing revenge over mission. Over you. The officials are opening the pit exit. We've got maybe 30 seconds before they decide whether to detain us or just take our losses and move on. Come on, I say. We climb out of the pit. The crowd parts, lets us through. At the entrance, the metal grate lifts. We're being expelled, not detained. Small mercy. Outside, High City's cold air hits like a slap. I'm dizzy from blood loss. Marcia's still shaking from adrenaline crash. Where now, she asks. Away from here. We walk. No destination, just forward. The tier levels of High City rise above us. Extraction, processing, living. Somewhere in those levels is the surgeon, waiting. Not a pharmacy, the coordinates on that board. I recognized them. My mother's processing center. Understanding hits slow. She knew the whole time what that map represented. You chose revenge, I say. I chose to face it, then chose not to finish it. That's different. Maybe. Or maybe it's just chaos finding new shapes to wear. The blood is gone, I say. 3 pints, enough to make me lightheaded for a week. I know. And we have nothing to show for it. I know. She's walking ahead now, and I'm following, and somewhere in the transition, I realize this is the pattern. Her leading toward chaos, me following because staying clinical means staying alone. The broken watches tick their arrhythmic song. Time's dead, but she keeps the corpse. Reminders matter, even broken ones. High City fades behind us as we head toward the between. No plan, no resources, no map to anywhere that matters. Just forward, together, until one of us stops moving. Marcia walks away into the High City crowd as I stand there, 3 pints lighter, watching her broken watches disappear into the amber twilight. Chapter 8. Fire or Fight. The shipping container warehouse wasn't supposed to be occupied. Marcia checked it twice, abandoned, empty, safe enough for overnight shelter. But the wild are learning new patterns, and safe is a concept that expired with the old world. We're on the 4th floor, market level, where containers are welded to balconies in vertical chaos. Marcia's sleeping against the far wall. I'm watching the entrance because someone needs to, and I'm too wired from blood loss to rest anyway. The first sound is scratching, metal on metal, then silence, then more scratching, closer. I touch Marcia's shoulder. She's awake instantly, knife already drawn. How many? She whispers. Can't tell. The scratching stops. New sound now, breathing, heavy, multiple sources. They're inside the building, working their way up. We leave, Marcia says. Now. Too late. The container door buckles inward. Not breaking, just testing. Probing for weakness. Marcia grabs our pack. We've got maybe 30 seconds before they breach. The balcony exit is our only option. Climb down the exterior, hope the welds hold. The door caves. 3 wild pour through. Not the shambling infected from Low City. These are coordinated, moving like a pack. Marcia throws the pack out the window. Go. I climb through first. The weld holds my weight. Below, it's a 40-foot drop to the next balcony. Above, the wild are coming through the window. Marcia's right behind me. We're climbing down, using the container seams as handholds when the first one jumps. Doesn't climb, just jumps, lands on the container below with a crash that dents the metal. They're cutting us off, I say. Keep moving. 2 more wild, drop to lower levels. They're hurting us, forcing us toward... The explosion comes from below. Not large, just enough to ignite something flammable. Fire blooms orange against the amber sky. Someone torched the ground floor, Marcia says. The wild shriek. Not pain, excitement. Fire means light, and light means more wild appear, drawn by the flames like Marcia said they would be. Dozens of them converging on the building. We're trapped between fire below and wild above. The roof, I say. We climb up instead of down. My arms are shaking, blood loss making everything harder. Marcia pulls ahead, reaches the rooftop level, extends her hand, I grab it. She pulls me up just as a wild reaches my feet. The roof is an aeroponic garden, plants growing in suspended trays, condensation collectors feeding them. It's Low City's food supply, and it's about to burn. There, Marcia points. A bridge. Shipping container welded between buildings, improvised connector. It's 20 feet across, maybe a foot wide. That won't hold both of us, I say. Then we go one at a time. The wild are climbing onto the roof, 10, 20, too many to count. The fire's spreading through lower floors, smoke making it hard to see. Marcia goes first, runs across the container like it's a solid bridge instead of rust and desperation, makes it to the other side. My turn. I step onto the container. It shifts under my weight. The weld is compromised, heat from the fire below weakening the metal. Halfway across, the container groans. I'm moving faster now, not thinking, just forward. 3/4. Behind me, wild are testing the bridge, their weight combined with mine. The weld breaks. I jump. Not graceful, just momentum and hope. Land hard on the far balcony. Marcia catches me before I slide off the edge. The container falls, takes half the wild with it, crashing through the burning floors below. Inside, Marcia says. This building is concrete, more stable. We're in some kind of storage floor. Shelves, boxes, debris from decades of neglect. The fire is spreading. I can see it through the windows, orange light climbing floor by floor. This whole level of high city might burn. Where's the pack? I ask. Marcia's face tells me before her words do. I dropped it when the wild jumped. Our supplies. Water, medical kit, the map. What map? I found another one. After the den. Stole it while you were being drained. She pulls it from inside her jacket. Actual paper. Pre-collapse quality. Coordinates marked in faded ink. Where does it lead? I don't know. But it's marked with harvester symbols, so probably nowhere good. The floor shudders. Something below collapsed. The fire's eating through structural supports. We need to leave this building, I say. Can't. Look. She points out the wilds surrounding the structure, drawn by the light and heat. We're besieged in a burning building with no supplies and one stolen map. Options, I ask. Wait for the fire to drive the wild away, then run, or run now and fight through them. Medical assessment, I'm weak from blood loss. She's got untreated injuries from the pit fight. Our combined combat effectiveness is maybe 30% of normal. We wait, I say. Wrong choice. The floor shudders again, harder this time. The concrete's cracking, heat stress fracturing the structure. It's coming down, Marcia says. She's right. The building's collapsing under us. Slow motion disaster, floors pancaking into the ones below. New option, she says. We jump. Into what? The next building. 10 feet gap, that maybe 15. I look. It's 20 feet easy, and 15 feet down, and on fire. That's suicide, I say. That's survival. Everything else is just waiting to die slowly. The floor tilts. We're out of time. Marcia runs, hits the window full speed, crashes through. I watch her arc through the air, glass glittering around her like stars. She lands hard on the far roof, rolls, comes up bleeding. My turn. I run. Medical training screaming about the physics of failed jumps, fracture patterns from high-velocity impacts. I ignore all of it, hit the window. Glass cuts my arms. I'm in the air, amber sky above, fire below, nothing but momentum and prayer. I'm not going to make it. Marcia's hand catches my wrist. She's lying flat on the far roof, leaning over the edge, and her grip is the only thing between me and a 4-story drop into flames. Pull, she says. I pull. She pulls. My shoulders screaming, her grip is cutting circulation, but I'm moving up. Onto the roof, we collapse together, both breathing hard. You chose me, she says. Over the map. What? When you jumped. You could have grabbed the supplies, saved the original map. You didn't. I'm too exhausted to process that. I grabbed air. That's not choosing. You jumped to where I was. That's choosing. The building we just escaped collapses. Full structural failure. Floors crashing into the market level below. The sound is enormous. Metal tearing, concrete shatterings, wild shrieking as they're crushed. Then silence. Just the crackling of fire and Marcia's broken watches. No one's ever chosen me over profit before, she says. I didn't choose anything. I just didn't want to burn alone. Same thing. Maybe it is, or maybe I'm too blood depleted to argue philosophy with someone who sees sound as colors. We stay on that roof until the fire burns itself out. Hours, maybe. Time does funny things when you're watching your shelter options go up in smoke. When it's safe enough to move, we climb down. The market level is destroyed, containers melted, balconies collapsed, everything reduced to twisted metal and ash. This is going to cause problems, Marcia says. Understatement. The market was Low City's main trade hub. Without it, distribution networks collapse. We need to report this, I say. To who? Books? He probably already knows. Everyone in Low City knows when something this big burns. She's right. The amber sky is dark with smoke. You could see this fire from anywhere. We walk through the ruins, looking for survivors, supplies, anything salvageable. Find neither. What we do find is a body. Not wild, human, burned beyond recognition, but still clutching something. A flare gun, the same model Marcia used on the highway. This wasn't an accident, she says. Wild don't use tools. No. But harvesters do. The implication settles heavy. Someone torched the market deliberately, drove us into the fire, tried to trap us with the wild. They wanted you out of High City, I say, or they wanted us both gone. We've become inconvenient. The stolen map is still in her jacket. Whatever coordinates it holds, someone thinks they're worth setting Low City's economy on fire. We follow it, Marcia says. The map. Tonight. We're in no condition. That's why we go now, before they realize we survived. Medical logic says she's wrong. We need rest, hydration, proper assessment of our injuries. But survival logic says she's right. Whoever set this fire will try again. And next time we might not have a building to jump between. Where does it lead? I ask. She unfolds the map, studies it in the failing light. The between, coordinates put it right in the middle of no man's land. Of course, because why would anything be easy? We salvage what we can from the ruins, find a mostly intact water container, some gauze for bandages, nothing else worth carrying. The climb down to ground level takes another hour. Everything hurts. My arms from the jump, my head from blood loss, my entire body from being 37 years old and doing things 20-year-olds would call suicidal. Ground level is chaos. People from the residential floors trying to assess damage. Books is there, journal in hand, documenting everything. He sees us, nods once, doesn't ask questions, just notes our survival in whatever system he uses to track low cities living and gone. You're leaving, he says. Not a question. For a while. I'll document your departure. Bye for when you return. There's that word again. When, not if. Marcia's already walking toward the tower exit. I follow because that's the pattern now. Her leading toward chaos, me following because being alone in clinical safety is worse than being together in dangerous uncertainty. The path to the between starts at Low City's north edge. Former highway, collapsed in sections, turned into a trail by 3 decades of foot traffic. We walk in silence. The amber sky is darkening toward night. Solar radiation lethal hours are over, but the wild will be active soon. How infected are you? I ask. Marcia doesn't answer right away, just keeps walking, broken watches marking irregular time. Honestly, she finally says, I don't know, but the colors are getting brighter. I'm seeing things that aren't there. Or maybe they are there and I'm just seeing them differently. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. We reach the collapsed section that marks the between's entrance. A warning is spray-painted on a still-standing pillar. Turn back or turn wild. Community humor. Dark but effective. Marcia climbs over the rubble first. I follow, feeling every muscle protest. On the other side, the between opens up. 3 miles of wasteland between Low City and High City's mountain. Ruins, radiation pockets, wild pack territory. The kind of place sensible people avoid. Good thing we stopped being sensible somewhere around the burning building. Stay close, Marcia says. My synesthesia works here, but the colors are wrong. Wrong how? Like they're bleeding into each other. Sounds have taste, smells have shape, everything's connected in ways that don't make sense. She's describing sensory overload, or infection progression. Hard to tell which. We're half a mile in when the radiation water starts rising around us. Not flooding, just rising, like tide coming in. The black water glows faintly in the growing darkness. This isn't supposed to happen, I say. The whole building just collapsed into the lower levels. Displaced water has to go somewhere. Physics, of course. Entropy doesn't care about our plans. The water reaches our ankles, then our knees. We're waiting now, movement slow and exposed. There, Marcia points. Higher ground. A section of highway elevated above the waterline. We push toward it, that cold seeping through our clothes. Something moves in the water behind us, not visible, just disturbance patterns. Don't run, Marcia whispers. It tracks movement. We walk. Steady pace, no panic. The elevated section is 20 feet away, then 10. The water erupts. A wild surfaces, completely aquatic mutation, adapted to the flooded zones. Its eyes are gone, replaced by sensory organs I don't recognize. Marcia freezes. It can't see, but it feels vibration. We're statues. The wild is 6 feet away, head sweeping back and forth. Its mouth opens, revealing teeth designed for tearing. My heart is pounding. Too loud. It's going to hear. Marcia moves. Not away. Toward. She slides through the water like oil, silent and smooth, gets behind the wild, blade finding the base of its skull. The wild convulses once, then goes still. Brainstem severance, she says. Casual. Saw you do something similar with medical knowledge. Figured anatomy works the same either way. We reach the elevated section, pull ourselves out of the water. The wild's corpse floats away, already starting to attract scavengers. That was too close, I say. Everything's too close. We're in the between. Close is the only distance that exists. She's right, but also not helping. We continue along the elevated highway. The map puts our destination another mile ahead. Darkness is complete now, just the ambient glow from radiation water providing light. Tell me about the first person you saved, Marcia says. Random question. But her voice has that quality that means she needs distraction from pain or fear or both. 7-year-old girl, allergic reaction to pre-collapse medication. Her throat was closing. I performed an emergency cricothyrotomy with a penknife and a coffee stirrer. Did she survive? For 3 days. Then infection set in. We didn't have antibiotics, so you didn't save her. I delayed her ending. That's different from saving. Marcia's quiet for a while, just walking, watches ticking. I've never saved anyone, she finally says. Just helped them survive slightly longer. It's all delay tactics. Nothing's actually saved. That's bleak. That's honest. We're approaching the coordinates, middle of the between, like she said. But there's nothing here except ruins and darkness. Map's wrong, I say. Marcia kneels, examining the ground. No. Look. There's a marker, stone painted with harvester symbols, and beneath it, stairs descending underground. Of course there's an underground facility, I say. Why wouldn't there be? Because that would be convenient, and nothing here is convenient. We descend. The stairs are concrete, pre-collapse construction, maintained, which means someone's using this place. At the bottom is a door, sealed but not locked. Marcia tests it, opens smooth. Inside is a laboratory, not processing like High City. Research, clean equipment, running computers, actual lights, and bodies. 3 of them. Harvesters by their surgical masks. Recently gone, blood still fresh, expressions still horrified. Marcia checks each one. Infection, but not standard progression. This is accelerated hours instead of weeks. There's a computer still running. Display shows experiment logs. I scan them, medical training processing data faster than I can consciously read. They were testing infection strains, I say, using low city population as subjects without consent, introducing variants to study progression patterns. The grandmother was right, Marcia says, when she said survival isn't the same as living. They're not trying to cure infection, they're weaponizing it. A noise from deeper in the facility. Not wild. Human. Or something that used to be. We move toward it, find a containment room, and inside, a wild. But conscious. Aware. Aware. Looking at us with human intelligence in transformed eyes. And around its neck a blood type marker. O negative. The thing in the containment unit opens its mouth. Speaks in a voice like gravel and broken glass. The surgeon doesn't want your blood, Henry. He wants your hands. Chapter 9. The Harvester's Daughter. The voice is wrong. Not mechanically. The vocal cords still function. But the cadence, the rhythm, it's all slightly offset from human speech. Like listening to someone speak underwater. The wild, the conscious wild, is watching us through the containment glass. Its transformation is maybe 60% complete. Amber growth covering the left side of its body, human skin visible on the right. The division line runs straight down the middle, bisecting its face into 2 incompatible truths. Who are you? I ask. Irrelevant. What I am is more important. It touches the glass with fingers that transition from human nails to crystalline amber halfway down. I'm what happens when transformation is controlled, consciousness preserved through medical intervention. Marcia's hand is on her knife. You're a test subject. I'm proof of concept. Dr. Nakamura's first successful integration of human cognition and cellular restructuring. The surgeon. Of course, this leads back to him. How long have you been conscious? I ask. 4 months, 17 days, 6 hours. It tilts its head. Time perception changes during transformation. I can feel every second now, all of them simultaneously. Medical fascination wars with horror. What's your blood type? O negative. Like you. That's why you're here. Your blood doesn't just catalyze transformation, it preserves neural pathways during the process. Marcia moves closer to the glass. Her synesthesia must be going wild. What do you see? I ask her. Colors that haven't been invented yet. It's singing in frequencies I can hear with my skin. She switches to Italian. Bellissimo e terrificante. Beautiful and terrifying. Accurate. The surgeon needs your hands, the subject continues. Your medical knowledge applied to living transformation. I'm his proof it works, but replication requires expertise he no longer possesses. Why not? It raises its transformed hand. The crystalline structure catches light in patterns that shouldn't exist, because his hands shake now. Age, nerve damage from repeated exposure to infection compounds. He can conceptualize the procedure but can't execute it. Through the laboratory, I hear footsteps, multiple sets, moving with coordinated precision. Harvesters, Marcia whispers. They're early, the subject says. Usually don't arrive until 2300 hours for specimen checks. How many? I ask. 4, maybe 5. Difficult to track individual footfalls with enhanced hearing. The footsteps are getting closer. We need to hide or run, and this laboratory doesn't offer many options for either. Is there another exit? I ask the subject. Ventilation shaft. North wall behind the storage lockers, but it's narrow. Adult humans struggle to fit. Marcia's already moving. She pulls open the locker, revealing the shaft opening. It's maybe 18 inches in diameter. She's right. Tight fit. You first, she says. I'm wider than you, and I'm infected. If I get stuck, you can leave me. If you get stuck, I won't leave you, and we both get caught. Logic, brutal but sound. I climb into the shaft. It's immediately claustrophobic. Concrete on all sides, barely enough room to pull myself forward with my elbows. My shoulders scrape the walls. Behind me, I hear Marcia enter. The shaft runs horizontal for maybe 20 feet, then angles up. Climbing it is going to be difficult. Voices from the laboratory. The harvesters have arrived. Specimen 731 shows continued neural integration, someone says. Professional tone like discussing weather. Cognitive function maintained at 87% baseline. Dr. Nakamura will be pleased, another voice responds. This proves O-negative can serve as stabilizing agent for controlled transformation. They're talking about the conscious wild, about using people like me to create more of them. I keep climbing. The shaft is vertical now, rungs embedded in the concrete. My arms are shaking, blood loss catching up. But stopping means being found, and being found means becoming the next specimen in a containment cell. Marcia's below me, moving silent despite the tight space. Her broken watches don't jangle because she's moving too carefully. We're maybe 30 feet up when I hear it, a sound like metal on stone. Then Marcia's voice, quiet but strained. My jacket's caught. I stop climbing. Can you unhook it? Can't reach. The angle's wrong. Below, the harvester voices continue their documentation. They haven't noticed the open vent yet, but they will. I need to come down, I say. No room to pass. You'll have to go up, exit, then come back for me. Leaving her. Again. Every choice keeps coming back to this. I'm not leaving you in a shaft while harvesters conduct rounds. Then we both get caught. Great plan. She's right, but so is every instinct telling me not to abandon her. Give me 30 seconds, I say. I climb faster. The shaft opens onto a rooftop level, some kind of ventilation system. I pull myself out, immediately search for another access point. There. Maintenance ladder descending the exterior. I climb down, trying to count the levels. The laboratory was underground, but that the ventilation must connect to surface-level systems. I find the external vent access. Locked, but the mechanism is old. I use my surgical blade to jimmy the latch. It opens with a scrape that's too loud in the quiet night. Inside the shaft, I can see Marcia maybe 15 feet below. She's completely still. Jacket fabric caught on a protruding bolt. Don't move, I whisper. I climb down to her level. The shaft is barely wide enough for one person. Definitely not wide enough for two side by side. I position myself above her, reach down. This is going to hurt, I say. Everything hurts. Just do it. I grip the fabric, yank hard. It tears free from the bolt, but the motion destabilizes Marcia. She slips, starts to fall backward. I catch her wrist. Her weight pulls me down, and suddenly we're both falling through the shaft in chaotic freefall. We hit the bottom hard. The impact knocks the wind out of me. Marcia lands on top, which probably saves me from broken ribs, but doesn't help my already depleted oxygen. Move, she gasps. We scramble out of the shaft, back into the laboratory. The harvesters are in the containment room, backs to us, examining specimen 731 with clinical interest. We're 20 feet from the exit stairs. If we move quiet, we might make it. Marcia goes first, silent steps using the equipment stations as cover. I follow, trying to match her rhythm. We're 10 feet from the stairs when one of the harvesters turns. Young woman, maybe 25. She sees us and her expression doesn't change, just calm assessment. Intruders, she says. No alarm, just statement of fact. The other harvesters turn. 4 of them like the specimen predicted, all armed with medical equipment that could easily become weapons. You're Henry Lee, the young woman says. Oh, negative. Books documented you extensively. Marcia's hand is on her knife. I grab her wrist. Fighting 4 trained harvesters in an enclosed space is suicide. We're leaving, I say. No. The young woman pulls out a syringe. Dr. Nakamura anticipated you might arrive here. We have orders to detain and transport. With what? Good intentions? She gestures. The other harvesters move to flank us. Professional coordination, practiced many times. With sedatives, preferably, but force is acceptable if necessary. Marcia shifts her weight. Combat stance, preparing to create chaos they can't coordinate around. Don't, I say. Why not? Because I'm going to talk us out of this. Since when do you talk? Since fighting 4-armed harvesters seems like a poor medical decision. I step forward, hands visible, non-threatening posture. You said Dr. Nakamura anticipated my arrival. That means he wants something from me. Voluntary cooperation is more valuable than forced compliance. The young harvester considers this. Logical. What do you propose? Information exchange. I answer questions about O-negative blood properties. You tell me what the surgeon is actually trying to accomplish. Behind her, one of the other harvesters whispers something. The young woman shakes her head. Denied. Our orders are retrieval, not negotiation. Then you'll have to catch me first. Marcia moves. Not toward the harvesters, toward the containment cell. She hits the release mechanism before anyone can react. The glass door opens. Specimen 731 steps out. The laboratory goes quiet. Even the harvesters freeze. The specimen looks at them with its bifurcated face. Human eye tracking them calmly, transformed eye reflecting light in impossible colors. Hello, it says. I've been wanting to stretch my legs. The harvesters back up. One raises a syringe defensively. The specimen doesn't move, just observes their fear with what might be amusement. Run, Marcia says. We run. Up the stairs, out into the betweens night air. Behind us, I hear the specimen laugh. Not cruel, just genuine, like it's enjoying the disruption. That was insane, I say. That was necessary. They were going to sedate you. And now we've released an experimental subject into the wild. An experimental subject that can talk and think, better than the alternative. We're 50 yards from the facility when the screaming starts. Not the specimen. The harvesters. I stop. Medical instinct says, go back, help, do something. Marcia grabs my arm. They chose this. They chose to harvest people, experiment on humans, create weapons from infection. Whatever happens in there, they earned it. The screaming continues, then stops, then nothing. We keep moving through the between. The radiation water is receding, leaving slick stones that make walking treacherous. You were supposed to deliver me, I say. Marcia doesn't break stride. What? To High City, for a bounty. The grandmother harvester said so. That's why you partnered with me in the beginning. She stops walking, turns to face me. Her expression in the amber darkness is unreadable. Yes, she says, simply. Why didn't you? Because somewhere between the library and the pit and the fire, you stopped being a resource and started being a person. And I don't trade people, just resources. What's the difference? People choose. Resources get chosen. She starts walking again. I follow, processing this new information. The partnership was transactional from the start, built on a bounty, maintained through lies. Are you still infected? I ask. Yes. How long? 3 months, maybe 4. Hard to track when you don't want to know the answer. Why didn't you tell me? Because you would have tried to save me. And I don't want saving. I want living. They're different things. We reach a collapsed section of highway. Former bridge, now rubble and rebar. We climb over it carefully, testing each handhold. On the far side, a group of wanderers is waiting. 6 of them, wearing patchwork clothing made from scavenged materials. They don't speak, just watch us approach. We mean no harm, I say. The tallest wanderer, hard to tell gender under the layers, steps forward, hands out a package wrapped in cloth. Marcia takes it, unwraps carefully. Inside is food, actual food, not just processed rations. Bread, dried fruit, something that might be preserved meat. Why? She asks. The wanderer points back toward the laboratory, then makes a gesture, throat-cutting. You heard the screaming, I say. They nod. And you approve? Another gesture. This one I don't understand. But Marcia does. She responds in sign language I didn't know she knew. The wanderers sign back. A full conversation happening in silence while I stand there lost. Finally, they turn and walk away, disappearing into the between like they were never there. What did they say? I ask. That infection isn't random. High City's been testing strains on Low City for years. The Wanderers have been documenting it, watching people transform according to patterns that shouldn't exist naturally. Why tell us? Because we're the first ones stupid enough to break into a research facility and survive. They think we might actually do something about it. She offers me some of the bread. I take it, suddenly aware of how hungry I am. We eat standing up, no time for proper rest. If High City is testing infection variants, I say, then the surgeon isn't trying to cure anything. He's trying to control it. And he needs O-negative blood to do it. Your blood specifically, because you're not just a donor, you're a catalyst. The implications settle heavy. I'm not valuable because I can give blood. I'm valuable because my blood can create the next generation of controlled transformation. The conscious wild in the laboratory was proof. I'm the component that makes it reproducible. We can't go back to Low City, Marcia says. Harvesters will be watching for you. And we can't go to High City, which leaves the between, or somewhere else entirely. There is no somewhere else, just 2 cities and the wasteland between them. The Wanderers survive out here, I say. Maybe we can too. For how long? I'm infected, you're O-negative valuable. We're both targets, and eventually my infection progresses past consciousness. Then what? Then we figure it out like we've been doing since the library. She looks at me, really looks, the way she does when her synesthesia is showing her something I can't see. You've changed, she says. When we met, you would have calculated survival odds and made the statistically optimal choice. Now you're choosing based on, she switches to Italian, speranza, hope. She's saying I'm choosing based on hope. Hope is a medical diagnosis, I say. Unrealistic expectations creating physiological stress while delaying practical action. Hope is also what keeps people breathing when statistics say they should stop. The broken watches on her wrists are ticking slower now, running down like everything else. We finish the food. The Wanderer's gift bought us another day, maybe 2. After that, we need a real plan. The specimen said something, I remember, about the surgeon's hands shaking, nerve damage from exposure to infection compounds. So he's transforming, slowly but transforming, which means he's running out of time to perfect the procedure. If he can't create more conscious subjects before his own transformation completes, then he loses control entirely, becomes what he's been trying to master. We start walking again. No destination, just forward. The between stretches ahead, 3 miles of ruins and radiation between 2 cities that want us for different reasons. Tell me honestly, I say, if you could take the bounty now, turn me over to High City in exchange for transformation treatment, would you? Marcia doesn't answer right away, just walks, watches ticking their chaotic rhythm. 2 months ago, yes, she finally says. 1 month ago, probably. Today. She stops. Today I'd rather die infected and free than live transformed and enslaved. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. We keep walking. Somewhere behind us, the laboratory is probably being secured. Specimen 731 is either recaptured or loose in the between. The harvesters are either regrouping or gone. And ahead of us, Low City towers against the amber sky. Home. If home can be a place that wants you for your blood type instead of yourself. Marcia stops suddenly. Her head tilts, listening to something I can't hear. What is it? Wild. But they're not moving, just watching. I scan the ruins. Can't see anything, but her synesthesia doesn't lie. How many? 10. Maybe 12. Spread out in a circle around us. We're surrounded, and unlike the aquatic wild, these ones aren't attacking, just observing, like they're waiting for something. They're learning, Marcia says. The specimen was right. Consciousness is spreading. They're not just infected anymore. They're evolving. One of the wild steps into view. It's less transformed than the laboratory specimen, maybe 30% covered in amber growth, but its eyes are clear, aware. It points at me, then at itself, then back at me. What's it saying, I ask. I think it's claiming kinship. You're O negative. It's O negative. The infection recognizes you as catalyst. That's not how biology works. That's not how human biology worked. This is something else. The wild circles us slowly, not threatening, just examining. The others remain in their positions, watching. Then it speaks. The voice is rough, barely human, but the words are clear. The surgeon doesn't want your blood, Henry. He wants your hands. The same words the laboratory specimen used. Exact phrasing, same cadence. They're networked. Somehow the conscious wild are sharing information across distance. What one knows, they all know. The wild reaches out. Not aggressive, just curious. Its fingers brush my arm and I feel something. Not pain, not pleasure, just recognition. Like my cells are responding to something they identify as family. We need to go, Marcia says. Now. But the wild aren't letting us leave. They're closing the circle, moving with coordinated precision that's more human than infected. They want something, I say. Yes, you. The wild that spoke comes closer, points at my hand. Then at Marcia, then makes a gesture I understand, healing. It wants you to cure her, I say, or transform her. Hard to tell the difference anymore. The wild are waiting, patient, like they'll stand here all night if necessary. I can't cure infection, I tell it. I don't have the training or equipment. It points at my hands again, insistent. Marcia steps between us. Whatever it wants, the answer is no. We're leaving. But we're not, because the wild are blocking every exit and fighting our way through 12 conscious, coordinated infected is impossible with our current condition. What if they're right? I ask. What if O-negative blood can slow or stop transformation? Then you become a resource again, everything we fought against. Or I become a choice, my blood, my decision who receives it. The wild watches this exchange. Learning, always learning. They're studying us the way the surgeon studies specimens, looking for patterns, seeking understanding. I make a decision, probably wrong, definitely dangerous, but the only one that feels true. I extend my hand to the wild. Palm up, offering. It takes my hand gently. Its transformed fingers are rough, crystalline, but the grip is careful. It draws a small amount of blood, barely a scratch, then releases me. The wild examines my blood on its finger, then touches it to Marcia's arm. Nothing happens. No transformation, no cure, no visible change. But Marcia gasps. The colors. They're settling, like chaos finding rhythm. The wild steps back, makes another gesture, gratitude, maybe, or acknowledgement. So then they all turn and walk away, disappearing into the ruins as suddenly as they appeared, leaving us alone in the between. Marcia's looking at her arm where the wild touched her blood. What did it do? I don't know, but I think we just participated in an experiment we didn't consent to. Welcome to my entire existence since infection started. We stand there in the darkness, processing what just happened. The wild are conscious, networked, and conducting their own research. The surgeon isn't the only one trying to understand transformation. We need allies, I say. We need a plan. That too. Low City is visible in the distance. 47 stories of makeshift civilization. Books is there, documenting everything. The tribes are there, surviving another night, and somewhere in the flooded lower levels, the black water glows with radiation that transforms or ends depending on exposure. When we get back, Marcia says, things change. No more pretending partnership is just convenience. No more hiding infection or blood type or whatever else we've been lying about. Agreed. And we figure out how to stop the surgeon before he turns everyone into conscious specimens or involuntary test subjects. With what resources? We have no supplies, no allies, no leverage. She smiles. That particular smile that means she's about to propose something insane. We have you. O-negative catalyst. The one component the surgeon needs and can't synthesize. That's leverage, survival. Everything else is just waiting to die slowly. The broken watches on her wrists have stopped ticking. All of them, simultaneously. Like time decided to pause and see what we'd do next. Your watch has stopped, I say. She looks at them, then at me. Time's not dead anymore, it's just waiting. We start walking toward Low City. Together. No map, no plan, just the certainty that forward is the only direction that matters. Behind us, the wild are watching, learning, evolving. And somewhere in High City's mountain facility, the surgeon is preparing for our inevitable arrival. His shaking hands proof that time runs out for everyone, even those who try to control it. The young harvester's voice echoes in memory. Dr. Nakamura anticipated you might arrive here. Not if. Might. Because even the surgeon understands that some variables can't be controlled. We're that variable. And tomorrow, we stop being specimens and start being the experiment that determines humanity's next form. The amber sky is lightening. Solar radiation, lethal hours approaching. We need shelter soon. But first, we need to survive the choice we just made, and the ones we're about to make. The young harvester prisoner smiles from wherever we left her and says, "The surgeon doesn't want your blood, Henry. He wants your hands." Chapter 10. When the sky turns red. The crane cable is 50 feet of rust and prayer. It stretches across a gap that used to be a highway overpass, before the collapse turned infrastructure into obstacle course. Marcia tests it first. Pulls on the cable, watches how it sways. The anchor points are corroded, but holding. One at a time, she says, and don't look down. I look down anyway. The gap drops into darkness deep enough that I can't see bottom. Just black and the sound of wind through empty space. I said don't look down. Medical curiosity. Wanted to assess fall trauma potential. It's 100% fatal. There's your assessment. She goes first. Hand over hand, legs wrapped around the cable like she's done this before. Probably has. Marcia's particular brand of chaos includes climbing things that shouldn't be climbed. Halfway across, the cable drops 3 feet. One of the anchor bolts shifts. Marcia freezes. That's new. Can you make it? Unknown variables, my favorite. She keeps moving, faster now, racing the cable's structural integrity. Makes it to the far side, lands on solid concrete with a thud I can hear from here. Your turn? She calls. I grab the cable. My hands are shaking. Not fear, just blood loss catching up. 3 pints gone to the gambling den, no replacement nutrition, and now I'm supposed to cross a gap on failing equipment. I start climbing. The cable cuts into my palms. My shoulders protest immediately. Too weak for this. Too old for this. Too many poor medical decisions in the past 72 hours for this. 10 feet across, the cable sways with each movement. Below, the darkness waits patient. 20 feet. My grip is weakening. Hands slipping on rust and old grease. 30 feet. Halfway. The cable drops again. Violent jerk that almost shakes me loose. Keep moving, Marcia shouts. Right, because stopping is definitely safer. 40 feet. Almost there. My vision's blurring. Hypoxia from exertion, compounded by anemia from blood loss. 45 feet. I can see Marcia reaching out. Just a little further. The anchor bolt breaks. The cable swings wild, pendulum motions slamming me into the concrete wall. Pain explodes across my ribs, the ones that were already bruised from earlier falls. I lose my grip, falling. Marcia's hand catches my wrist. She's lying flat on the ledge, leaning over the edge, and her grip is the only thing between me and that darkness below. Pull, she says. I try. My arms have nothing left, just dead weight and poor life choices. Henry, pull. Medical terminology floods my brain. Muscle fatigue, lactic acid buildup, glycogen depletion. All the reasons I can't. I pull anyway. She pulls too. Somehow we generate enough momentum that I'm moving up. Inch by inch, her grip cutting circulation, my shoulders screaming, onto solid ground. We collapse together, both breathing hard. You weigh more than expected, she says. You saved me. Again. I'm keeping a tally. You owe me approximately 17 life debts at this point. I thought we stopped counting. I lied. The cable behind us finally gives up. The rest of the anchor bolts shear and the whole mechanism crashes into the darkness below. The sound echoes for longer than it should. That was our only way back, I say. Good thing we're not going back. She stands, wincing. The wall impact from the fire left bruises she's not discussing. We're both functioning at maybe 40% capacity. Perfect condition for making irreversible decisions. We're deep in the between now. Past the point where patrols from either city bother. This is wild territory, wanderer space, and the ruins of human civilization before either group existed. Marcia's moving with purpose, following something I can't see. Where are we going? I ask. The wanderers left markers, bioluminescent moss in patterns. If you know how to read them, they point to safe zones. And you know how to read them? I'm learning. The colors are helpful. Green means water, blue means shelter, red means stay away. We follow blue markers for maybe a mile. The ruins here are older, pre-collapse but pre-fall too. Buildings from before the world ended the first time. The shelter is a shipping container half buried in rubble. Wanderer symbol painted on the side. Welcome, temporary, no ownership claimed. Inside, it's dry. That's the highest praise you can give shelter in the between. Dry and mostly intact. Marcia collapses against the wall. Her breathing is wrong, shallow, pained. The internal injuries from the pit fight aren't healing. Let me check your ribs, I say. No medical intervention. We've been over this. You're getting worse. I'm getting transformed. There's a difference. I sit across from her. In the dim light from outside, I can see it. The veins in her neck are darker. Not black yet, but heading that direction. Stage 3 infection, she said. 3 months, maybe 4. Show me your arms, I say. She extends them, reluctant but compliant. The veins there are definitely darker, branching patterns that follow vascular pathways too precisely to be random. It's accelerating, I say. Whatever exposure you had in the laboratory, it triggered something. The wild touching my blood, with yours. I felt it change. Change how? Like my cells were being given new instructions, but the instructions are in a language I don't speak yet. She pulls her sleeves down. Conversation over. We sit in silence outside. The between makes its ambient noise. Wind through ruins, distant sounds that might be wild or might be structure settling. Hard to tell the difference anymore. The wanderers know something, Marcia says. About high city testing infection strains. They've been documenting it, which means they have records. So we find them, get the proof, take it to who? There's no authority, no oversight, just 2 cities and survival. We take it to Books. He documents everything. If anyone can create accountability through historical record, it's him. That's a long-term plan. You need short-term treatment. I need you to stop trying to save me and start listening. High city is testing infection variants on low city population. The surgeon is using O-negative blood to create conscious transformation. These are facts. What we do with them is choice. She's right. But medical training doesn't have protocols for what to do when you discover coordinated human experimentation and your partner is becoming the experiment. The wanderers will help us, she continues. They've been outside both cities for decades. If anyone knows how to survive without choosing sides, it's them. And if they don't want to help, then we convince them, or we figure it out alone. A sound outside. Not wind. Footsteps. Multiple sets moving with coordination. Marcia's hand goes to her knife. I grab the surgical blade, still my only weapon despite everything. The container door opens slowly. Not aggressive, just careful. A wanderer stands in the opening. Same one from before, tall, layered clothing, impossible to determine features. They make a hand gesture. Calm, no threat. They found us, Marcia whispers. Or we found them, hard to tell which. The wanderer steps inside. Two more follow. They're carrying something wrapped in fabric. The tall one sets it down, unwraps carefully. Inside are medical supplies, real supplies, antibiotics, bandages, pre-collapse pain medication in sealed packages. Why? I ask. The wanderer signs. Marcia translates. Because we broke into the laboratory, because we released the specimen, because we're the first ones stupid enough to fight what everyone else accepts. They sign again. They want to show us something, evidence of High City's testing program, but we have to come with them. Now. Where? More signing. The heart of the Between, where the original research facility was destroyed during the fall. They've been preserving it, documenting everything that happened there. Medical curiosity wars with survival instinct. Going deeper into the Between is tactical suicide. But if they have evidence of systematic infection testing... We go, I say. Marcia looks surprised. You're agreeing to walk into unknown territory with people who communicate through hand gestures? You're the one who trusts chaos. I'm just following your methodology. She almost smiles. You're learning. That's terrifying. We gather the medical supplies. The wanderers wait patient. They move like people who've stopped measuring time in hours or days. Just seasons, maybe, or not at all. We follow them out of the shelter. They lead us deeper into the Between, using paths I can't track. The ruins here are complete. Collapsed buildings, vegetation reclaiming concrete, nature doing what it does when humans stop interfering. After maybe an hour, we reach it. A crater, the impact site from whatever weapon ended the original research facility. The wanderers have built structures around the perimeter, not buildings, just markers. Stones with symbols, fabric strips tied to rebar, the physical record of human presence without permanence. The tall wanderer leads us to one marker, points down. There's a staircase descending into the crater, concrete steps intact despite the destruction around them. We descend. The crater is maybe 50 feet deep. At the bottom, there's an entrance, not to a building, to a bunker. Reinforced door, still sealed after 3 decades. The wanderers have tools. They work the door mechanism with practiced ease. It opens with a hiss of equalized pressure. Inside is a time capsule. A pre-collapse research facility preserved by the bunker's seal. Equipment still on tables. Documents still in filing cabinets. A snapshot of the moment before everything ended. And on the walls, everywhere, documentation. Photos, charts, experiment logs. The systematic testing of infection variants on human subjects. Names, blood types, progression timelines. Everything the surgeon's been doing in High City, done here first. This is proof, I say. The tall wanderer signs. It's history, Marcia translates. They've been preserving it since the fall, waiting for someone to do something with it besides just survive. I'm scanning the documents. Medical researchers' instinct, cataloging data. Blood type correlations. Transformation progression rates, success percentages for conscious integration, and there, in a file marked O-negative catalyst studies, my name, not recent, from before the fall. I was a test subject. They were using my blood for research before the world ended, and I didn't know. Henry Lee, RN, O-negative blood type, demonstrated exceptional catalyst properties for conscious transformation preservation. Recommend continued monitoring and periodic draws. Dated 3 years before the fall. I've been part of this experiment since before I knew experiments existed. They've been tracking you, Marcia says, reading over my shoulder, for decades. The wanderers are watching my reaction, waiting. The surgeon, I say. Dr. Nakamura. He's on the research team list. His name is there. Along with others I recognize from medical school, mentors who taught me trauma surgery, colleagues who I thought cared about healing. They were all part of it. The systematic study of infection as evolutionary tool instead of disease. This changes everything, I say. This changes nothing, Marcia counters. We already knew they were testing. Now we know how long they've been doing it. That's just scope, not revelation. She's right. She's right. But seeing my name in those files, proof that I've been cataloged as resource instead of person for my entire adult life, it makes the clinical detachment I've been hiding behind feel less like choice and more like conditioning. They made you think you were choosing sterility, Marcia continues, but you were just following programming. Keep everyone at distance. Document death instead of engaging life. Perfect behavior for a long-term research subject who doesn't know they're being studied. The wanderers gesture to another section of the bunker. We follow. Here, the documentation shifts. Not experiments, results, photos of transformed subjects, conscious ones like the laboratory specimen, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all marked with O-negative notation. They've done this before, I say, created conscious transformation. This isn't new research, it's refined research. The tall wanderer signs urgently. They're saying the wild outside aren't random, Marcia translates. They're the successful experiments from before the fall, the ones who escaped when the facility was destroyed. They've been evolving in the between for 3 decades. That's why the wild are coordinated, why they're learning, networking, showing intelligence. They're not infected humans. They're the next phase of human evolution, created in a laboratory before the world ended. And High City is trying to recreate them using me. We have to destroy this place, I say. The wanderers react immediately, blocking the exit, signing frantically. They won't let us, Marcia says. This is historical record, proof of what happened. If we destroy it, the truth disappears. If we leave it, the surgeon can use it to refine his work. Marcia looks at the documents, then at me. Then we take it, all of it. Get it to books, let him decide what history needs preserving. We can't carry that much data. We carry what matters. The rest, we photograph. Document the documentation. She starts gathering files. The wanderers help, selecting documents with deliberate care. They know which ones matter. I'm looking at the photos of successful subjects, trying to find pattern, some explanation for why consciousness was preserved in some and lost in others. There. A notation on one photo, subject maintained family connection post-transformation. Cognitive preservation directly correlated to emotional attachment strength. They stayed conscious because they loved someone. The transformation preserved the neural pathways that mattered most. Connection, care, relationship. The ones who lost consciousness were isolated. No family markers, no emotional bonds strong enough to anchor their humanity through cellular restructuring. Marcia, I say. She's reading something else. Doesn't look up. Marcia. What? The conscious ones. They all had strong emotional connections before transformation. That's what preserved their cognition. She stops reading, looks at me. You're saying love prevents the wild from going truly wild? I'm saying emotional attachment creates neural stability during transformation. Strong enough bonds anchor consciousness while cells restructure. That's the most medical way to say love matters I've ever heard. It's also why the surgeon needs me, not just my blood. My medical knowledge applied to helping people maintain emotional connections during transformation, creating the next generation deliberately instead of accidentally. The implications are too large. If conscious transformation requires emotional attachment, then the surgeon isn't creating weapons, he's creating communities, new forms of human connection that transcend individual survival. Or he's creating a new aristocracy, conscious transformed who maintain power while others lose themselves to infection. Depends on who controls the process. We need to leave, Marcia says. Now, before I talk myself into believing any of this is actually noble instead of absolutely horrifying, the Wanderers have compiled a package: documents, photos, research notes, enough evidence to prove High City's systematic experimentation on low city population. The tall Wanderer signs one more thing. They're asking what we'll do with it, Marcia translates. Give it to books. Let Low City decide if they want to fight back or keep accepting water in exchange for experimental subjects. More signing. They're saying there's a third option. Work with the conscious wild. Create alliance between transformed and human ways. Build something new instead of fighting over what's left of the old. That's optimistic. That's what they've been doing for 30 years, surviving by refusing to choose sides. We take the package. The Wanderers escort us back to the surface. The crater seems deeper on the way up, or maybe I'm just more aware of how far we've descended into truth that should have stayed buried. Outside, the amber sky is changing. Not time of day, something atmospheric. A storm maybe, or just the particulate matter redistributing. The tall Wanderer signs a farewell, then points toward Low City. The message is clear: take the truth home. We start walking. The package is heavy, not just physical weight, historical weight, moral weight, the burden of knowing and having to decide what to do about it. When we get back, I say, everything changes. Everything already changed. We're just acknowledging it now. A sound ahead. Not wild. Human. Multiple voices. Coordinated movement. Harvesters. They emerge from the ruins. 8 of them, led by the grandmother from the pit. She's smiling her kind smile, and it's worse than any threat. Henry Lee, she says. Dr. Nakamura sends his regards, and a request that you stop making his life difficult by stealing research documentation. How did you find us? The Wanderers aren't as isolated as they think. We've been tracking their movements for months. Marcia's hand moves to her knife. The grandmother shakes her head. Violence is unnecessary. We're simply here to escort you to High City. Your cooperation ensures your companion receives transformation treatment. Your resistance ensures she transforms without medical supervision. Her choice, really. Marcia looks at me. Her veins are definitely darker now, black creeping up from her wrists. Whatever acceleration started in the laboratory, it's continuing. I can hold them, she says, quiet, so only I hear. Long enough for you to run. Get the documentation to books. I'm not leaving you. Then we both get caught. Great plan. Better than splitting up. The grandmother is walking closer. I'm giving you 30 seconds to decide. Then we use force, and force is unpredictable in outcome. 15 seconds. Marcia could create chaos, might let me escape, but she'd be captured, transformed without consent. 10 seconds. I could fight alongside her, but we'd both end up in High City's laboratory anyway. 5 seconds. Or we surrender, maintain some control over what happens next. 0. We'll come, I say, but I want guarantees. Marcia gets treatment, not experimentation, and the documentation stays with us. The grandmother smiles wider. Dr. Nakamura anticipated you'd negotiate. He's prepared to offer exchange. Your medical assistance with transformation procedures in return for your companion's controlled transformation. Documentation remains yours, though he'd appreciate access for research purposes. And if we refuse, then you become specimens instead of colleagues. The work continues either way, but colleagues maintain autonomy. Specimens do not. Marcia's watching the harvesters, calculating odds, looking for chaos opportunities. Don't, I say. Why not? Because I'm done choosing between bad options and worse options. We're taking the third path, which is working with the surgeon, temporarily, until we understand his actual goals. That's insane. That's survival. Your words, remember? The grandmother extends her hand. Invitation, not threat. Shall we? Behind us, the Wanderers are watching, learning, documenting our choice for whatever history they're preserving. I take Marcia's hand. She doesn't pull away. Together, we walk toward the harvesters, toward High City, toward whatever the surgeon has planned for his O-negative catalyst and his infected partner. The documentation stays with us. The truth preserved in paper and photos, proof of what happened before and what's happening now. And somewhere in the highway ruins behind us, a pack of evolved wild watches. Not attacking, just mimicking our movements, learning from our choices. They follow at a distance, 12 of them, maybe 15, moving in formation that mirrors the harvester's coordination. The grandmother notices, they've been following you since the laboratory. Curious behavior. They're learning, I say. Yes, the question is what they're learning and what they'll do with that knowledge. We reach the bridge, the checkpoint, the point of no return between the Between and High Cities controlled territory. Marcia squeezes my hand. Not fear, acknowledgement. We're choosing to cross instead of being forced. Small distinction, but it matters. Last chance to run, she whispers. Where to? There's nowhere left that isn't choosing between cities or choosing the between. Then we choose something new, inside the system instead of outside it. We cross the bridge. Behind us, the wilds stop at the boundary. They don't follow into high city territory. Just watch, amber growth catching the light, as two humans walk willingly into the facility that's been studying them for decades. The checkpoint closes. The bridge retracts. We're committed now. And in the ruins of the Between, the pack of evolved wild doesn't disperse. They settle in, watching, waiting, mimicking our movements, the grandmother said, or maybe learning to make the same impossible choices we just made, the kind that determine whether humanity survives as itself or evolves into something unrecognizable but possibly better. Time will tell, if time still matters to those of us becoming something beyond its measurement. Chapter 11, The Fever Colors. The climb isn't supposed to feel like drowning, but Marcia's weight keeps shifting wrong. Her boot slips on the frozen rock face, and I grab her harness before she can swing out over the drop. 300 feet of nothing below us. The air's so thin up here, my lungs are working double time just to keep my vision from tunneling. I'm fine, she says, but her voice comes out flat. Monotone. That's new. She usually fights me on everything. I don't answer. Just check the piton I hammered into the ice 5 minutes ago. Still holding. The metal's so cold it burns through my gloves when I test the rope tension. Everything burns differently up here. The matches we lit at base camp guttered out in weird blue spirals. Books warned us about the altitude before we left Los City, showed us a journal entry about fires that wouldn't catch and lungs that wouldn't fill. But reading about it and living it are two separate countries. Marcia's breathing has gone shallow. I can hear it even over the wind that never stops howling across these peaks. The sound scrapes at something in my chest, the part of me that still catalogs symptoms automatically. Tachypnea. Early hypoxia. But that's not what's wrong with her. The veins on her wrists have turned black. Proper black, not the bruised purple of oxygen deprivation. They branch up her forearms like tree roots photographed in negative, and when I shine my headlamp directly on them, they seem to drink the light instead of reflecting it. Don't, she says, turning her arm away. Your voice looks like knives right now. That's the synesthesia talking, or the infection. Hard to tell where one ends and the other begins anymore. Yesterday she told me my footsteps sounded orange. This morning she couldn't look at the sunrise because it was screaming in frequencies that don't exist. I've been testing her blood in secret. Borrowed a microscope from the medical kit we stole from High City, the portable kind that runs on hand crank power. Every night after she falls asleep, I prick my own finger and compare my cells to the samples I took from her arm 3 days ago. My O-negative blood just sits there under the lens. Red cells, white cells, platelets doing their programmed dance. Hers move differently. The cells elongate, stretch toward each other like they're communicating. And when I added a drop of my blood to her sample, watching through the eyepiece with my hand cramping from holding the crank steady, something happened that made me drop the whole setup. The cells merged. Not attacking, not consuming. Joining. Her infection didn't destroy my blood. It welcomed it. I haven't told her. Not because I think she'd panic, but because I know she already knows. She's been watching me at night. I'm sure of it. Lying there with her eyes closed, but her breathing pattern wrong for sleep, waiting to see if I'll try to cure her or understand her. How much further? She asks. Her words come out careful, like she's translating from some internal language I can't hear. I squint up at the rock face. High City's extraction facility is carved into the mountain about 200 feet higher, the entrance marked by those industrial lights that never shut off. They glow amber against the permanent gray sky, and from here they look like eyes. Watching. Waiting. Hour, maybe. If we don't hit ice. We'll hit ice. She's right. There's always ice at this elevation. The whole mountain is essentially a frozen pharmaceutical mine wrapped in rock and human desperation. High City built their entire operation around the discovery that certain compounds stay stable in extreme cold. Pre-collapse antibiotics, anesthetics, antivirals, all buried in these peaks, preserved by altitude and temperature. The extractions are brutal work. People go into the mines and don't come out, either taken by cave-ins or by whatever lives in the deeper tunnels. Marcia starts climbing again before I can stop her. Her movements are jerky, uncoordinated. Not like her at all. She's always been fluid, even reckless. The kind of grace that comes from years of extreme sports and not caring if you survive the landing. Now she climbs like someone piloting an unfamiliar body. I follow, focusing on hand placement over foot placement because my boots are starting to lose feeling in this cold. The rope between us stays taut, a professional distance. I've been maintaining that since the gambling den, since I learned she intended to sell me to High City for a bounty. Since I learned her real name isn't Marcia at all, but I saved her anyway. Chose her over the pharmacy map, and she hasn't tried to sell me since, so maybe we're even, or maybe she's just waiting for a better price. The wind picks up as we near the facility entrance. It carries sounds, metal grinding on metal, the rhythmic thud of extraction equipment, voices distorted by distance and altitude. High City never sleeps. Can't afford to. The compounds degrade fast once exposed to warmer air, so the extraction runs day and night in shifts that push people past exhaustion into something else. Books documented it in his journals. Extraction workers who stopped sleeping entirely, who claimed they could see in the dark without lights, who walked back into the mines during their off hours and never came back out. I always thought he was being metaphorical. Marcia stops climbing. Just stops, one hand on the rock, the other dangling at her side. Her head tilts like she's listening to something I can't hear. Marcia, they're singing, she says. Her voice sounds far away. Under the rock, in the mines. Can you hear them? I press my ear to the frozen stone. Nothing but wind and the distant machinery. There's nobody singing. Not nobody. Not people. Something older. The black veins on her arm pulse once. I watch it happen, see the darkness spread another centimeter up toward her elbow. In medical school, they taught us to measure disease progression in stages. Infection, inflammation, necrosis, systemic failure. But this isn't following any pathology I recognize. This is something writing its own rules. We need to keep moving, I say, because standing still at this altitude is how you freeze to death. High City's expecting us. She laughs. Actually laughs, and the sound of it makes my chest hurt because it's the first real emotion I've heard from her in 2 days. High City's expecting me to deliver you gift wrapped with a bow on top. They don't know you've been tracking my infection. They don't know you're trying to cure me. I'm not trying to cure you. Liar. But she says it gently, starts climbing again. The truth is more complicated than cure or no cure. The truth is, I've been staying awake at night watching her cells transform under the microscope lens, and the word that keeps circling my mind isn't disease, it's evolution. Her body is learning a new language, and my O-negative blood is somehow teaching it grammar. We reach a ledge wide enough to rest on. Marcia collapses against the rock face, her breath coming in short gasps that have nothing to do with altitude. I crouch next to her and unpack the medical kit without asking permission. She doesn't stop me when I press 2 fingers to her wrist, checking her pulse. 140 beats per minute. Tachycardic. But the rhythm is wrong. There's a double beat pattern, like an echo. I counted out twice to be sure. Every third beat comes in pairs, a stuttering systole that shouldn't be compatible with consciousness. Stop looking at me like I'm a patient, she says. You are a patient. No, I'm your project. There's a difference. She's not wrong. I've been cataloging her symptoms with clinical detachment, the same way I used to photograph the dying with my sister's Polaroid camera, documenting instead of connecting, preserving data instead of preserving people. I sit back on my heels. The medical kit stays open between us, its contents useless for what's actually wrong. Bandages and antiseptics and aspirin, tools designed for a world where bodies follow predictable rules. I tested your blood, I say. May as well admit it. I know. It's not dying, it's changing. I know that too. The wind howls across the ledge. Below us, Low City is invisible under the atmospheric dust, just a smudge of artificial light against the permanent twilight. Above us, High City glows with industrial purpose. We're caught between them, suspended in the space where neither city's rules apply. When I mixed your blood with mine, I continue, because apparently we're doing this now, the cells didn't fight, they synchronized. Marcia turns her head to look at me. Her eyes are still brown, still human, but something else moves behind them now. A different kind of awareness. Your blood type, O negative, universal donor. You didn't just agree to help me because I saved you from the harvesters. You've been studying me from the beginning. Yes. Because you think you can save me. Because I think you don't need saving. She closes her eyes. The black veins pulse again, spreading further. They've reached past her elbow now, creeping toward her shoulder in branching patterns that look almost intentional. Purposeful. The colors are getting worse, she whispers. Everything you say comes out silver now, sharp silver, like your words are made of surgical blades. And the mountain, she gestures vaguely upward. The mountain sounds purple, deep purple, the kind of purple that exists below visible light. I don't know what to say to that. The synesthesia has always been her lens on the world, but it's intensifying as the infection spreads. Colors that don't exist in the spectrum. Sounds translated into impossible shades. Her brain is rewiring itself, and I'm sitting here with a medical degree that's about as useful as a map of a country that doesn't exist anymore. We should go back, I say, even though I know she won't. Can't. Already told you. High City's waiting. And besides, she opens her eyes, looks directly at me. I want to know what I'm becoming, don't you? I think about my sister, how she looked in those final hours before the infection took her completely. She'd asked me the same thing in her own way. Asked if I was scared. I'd said no, because I was too busy being the ER nurse, being the professional, being the one who documented instead of feeling. I never answered her real question. Was I scared of what she was becoming, or scared of what I'd do when she finished changing? Yeah, I tell Marcia. I want to know. She nods, pushes herself upright. The movement costs her. I can see the tremor in her legs, the way she has to brace against the rock. But she's standing, still moving forward. We climb the last 200 feet in silence. The extraction facility entrance looms larger with each handhold, those amber lights burning steady against the gray sky. The temperature keeps dropping. My fingers have gone numb inside my gloves, and I can't feel my toes anymore. Standard hypothermia progression. I've got maybe an hour before the cold becomes a serious problem. Marcia's not shivering. That should worry me more than it does. The entrance is a carved tunnel mouth, reinforced with pre-collapsed steel. 2 guards stand flanking it, their breath visible in the frozen air. They spot us on approach, rifles coming up in practiced unison. The question, the left guard calls out. Standard protocol. I open my mouth to answer, but Marcia speaks first. We're here to see the surgeon. Both guards stiffen. The left one lowers her rifle slightly. Nobody sees the surgeon without clearance. He'll see me. Marcia's voice has gone flat again, emotionless. Tell him the ghost came home. The guards exchange looks. The right one murmurs something into a radio clipped to his vest. Static crackles back, followed by a voice too distorted to make out. The guard listens, nods, then waves us forward. He says to bring her. Leave the other one outside. No, Marcia says. He comes with me. Not how this. Tell the surgeon I brought him a universal donor. Tell him I brought him the catalyst. Silence. Then more radio static, more distorted conversation. The right guard looks at me with new interest, new hunger, like I've just transformed from person to commodity in his eyes. Both of you, he says finally, but you surrender your gear. We hand over the climbing equipment, the medical kit, everything except the clothes on our backs. The guards pat us down, professional, efficient, impersonal. When the left guard's hands brush Marcia's arm, she jerks away like she's been burned. Don't, Marcia hisses. Don't touch it. The guard steps back, eyes wide. She's seen the black veins. Everyone has by now. We're not subtle about it anymore. They usher us into the tunnel. It slopes downward, deeper into the mountain, lit by those same amber industrial lights at regular intervals. The temperature drops another 10 degrees within the first 50 feet. My breath comes out in clouds. Marcia's doesn't. I want to reach for her hand, want to check her pulse again, verify that stuttering heartbeat, confirm she's still here with me and not already transforming into something beyond reach. But I keep my hands to myself and walk 2 steps behind, maintaining that professional distance like it means anything anymore. The tunnel opens into a massive carved chamber. High City's extraction operation sprawls before us. Drilling equipment, processing stations, storage containers stacked 3 stories high. Workers move through the space in coordinated patterns, each one wearing thermal gear that makes them look identical. Faces hidden behind goggles and masks, bodies anonymous. And in the center of it all, standing next to a steel operating table under the brightest lights in the facility, is a man in a surgical mask. The surgeon. He looks up as we enter. His eyes are kind. That's the first thing I notice, and it sends ice through my chest that has nothing to do with the temperature. Kind eyes in a facility that processes humans like raw materials. Kind eyes that have probably watched countless people reduced to their component parts. Samira, he says, and Marcia flinches at her real name. You came back. Didn't have much choice. No, I don't suppose you did. He turns those kind eyes to me. And you brought me exactly what I asked for. A universal donor. O-negative blood that carries the catalyst for transformation. You've been studying the infection, haven't you? Testing it. Trying to understand it. I don't answer. Don't move. Every instinct I have is screaming to run, but there's nowhere to go. We're surrounded by workers, by guards, by the mountain itself, pressing down from all sides. Come here, the surgeon says. Let me show you what we're really doing in High City. Let me show you what your blood type was always meant for. Marcia's hand finds mine. Her skin is cold, colder than the mountain air. Her pulse beats against my palm in that strange stuttering rhythm, 2 beats where there should be 1. She looks at me. Her eyes have started to reflect light wrong, catching the amber glow like an animal's tapetum lucidum, colors that shouldn't exist swimming behind her irises. I can see your fear, she whispers. It's beautiful, all gray, like ash, like the sky outside, like everything else in this world that's already gone. Chapter 12. The Pit. The surgeon doesn't lead us further into the facility. Instead, he gestures toward a descending staircase carved into the natural rock. The combat ring is below. We settle disputes there. Winner takes the loser's blood marker. Loser takes whatever comes next. This wasn't the deal, I say. There was never a deal. His voice stays gentle. There was only inevitability. Samira knew that when she brought you here, didn't you? Marcia doesn't answer. Her hand has gone limp in mine. The stairs spiral down. I count them, 47 steps, each one worn smooth by years of foot traffic. The air gets warmer as we descend, which makes no sense given the mountain's elevation. But then I hear it. Voices. Lots of them. The sound rises from below like heat shimmer made audible. The pit opens before us. It's exactly what Books described in his journals, except larger. A natural amphitheater carved by water or time or both, ringed by stone seats that climb the walls in irregular tiers, maybe 300 people packed into the space, their body heat creating a microclimate that pushes back against the mountain cold. Industrial lights hang from the ceiling on chains, casting everything in harsh white glare. In the center, two figures circle each other. No, not circling. Fighting. One of them swings a piece of rebar like a club. The other dodges, moves in close, drives something sharp into the first fighter's leg. The crowd roars. The sound bounces off stone walls and becomes something animal. The fighter with the rebar goes down. The other one doesn't stop. Keeps driving that sharp thing into flesh until the movement stops, until the crowd's roar peaks and breaks and scatters into individual shouts. Next, someone calls out, a voice amplified by the natural acoustics. Guards push us toward the ring. I try to pull back, but there are hands on my shoulders now. Multiple hands. Professional grips that know exactly how to move a body without giving it room to resist. They strap me into a chair at the ring's edge. Medical-grade restraints. The irony doesn't escape me. Leather cuffs around wrists and ankles. A chest strap pulled tight. My white coat from Low City is gone. They've stripped me down to thermal underlayers and left me there like inventory awaiting processing. Marcia sits 20 feet away in an identical chair. The black veins have spread further. They crawl up her neck now, branching toward her jaw in patterns that look almost beautiful under the industrial lights. She's watching the ring with an expression I can't read. The surgeon takes a position at the announcer's platform. When he speaks, his voice fills the amphitheater without needing amplification. We have something special tonight. A universal donor who's been studying the infection, and the ghost herself, undefeated champion of this very ring, come home to settle old accounts. Shifts, murmurs cascade through the tears. I catch fragments. O negative, thought she was gone. How much for the blood? But first, the surgeon continues, we honor tradition, single combat, winner claims the loser's marker. The ghost will fight in her current condition. No advantages, no mercy. No, I say, but my voice doesn't carry. The word dies in my chest. A man enters the ring, tall, scarred, moving with the careful economy of someone who's done this many times. He's holding a sharpened piece of rebar, might be the same one from the previous fight. Blood still on it? The crowd approves. Marcia stands. The guards unlock her restraints. She walks into the ring like she's walking to a medical appointment. Calm, distant. The black veins pulse with her heartbeat, visible even from here. She can't fight like this, I shout. She's infected. She's changing. This isn't fair. Fair? The surgeon's kind eyes find mine across the distance. There's nothing fair about evolution, only what survives and what doesn't. The fight starts without ceremony. The scarred man lunges. Marcia doesn't dodge. She shouldn't be able to dodge given her condition, but somehow she's not there when the rebar comes down. She's moved lateral impossibly fast, and her hand is on his wrist before he can recover. The man screams. Marcia lets go. Steps back. The man's wrist has turned black where she touched it. Not bruised black, infection black. The veins spreading up his arm in real time, branching and dividing like watching time-lapse footage of root systems growing. He drops the rebar, claws at his arm. What did you do? Marcia doesn't answer. She's watching him with that distant expression, like she's observing a laboratory result instead of a person dissolving into panic. The man charges. Pure desperation. Marcia sidesteps, and this time I see it clearly. She's not moving faster, she's moving earlier, anticipating. Like she can see the attack coming before it arrives. Her hand touches his shoulder, gentle, almost tender. The black veins spread across his chest, up his neck, into his face. He goes rigid, mouth open in a silent scream that never comes. Then he drops. The crowd has gone quiet, total silence in a space designed to amplify noise. I can hear my own breathing, harsh and too fast. Can hear Marcia's boots on the stone as she walks back to her chair. Can hear the exact moment when the man's heart stops beating. Undefeated, the surgeon says, as expected, but the infection has accelerated beyond our projections. Interesting. Guards remove the body. 2 more enter the ring, carrying something between them. At first, I think it's equipment, but then I see the face. Books. No, not books. His brother. The one book said went missing 3 years ago. The one I thought was long gone, either extracted by harvesters or taken by the wild. They strap him into the ring's center. He's unconscious. Drugged, probably. His blood marker hangs around his neck on a chain, B positive if I remember Book's description correctly. This one's already marked, the surgeon says. Already claimed, but markers can be transferred, inherited. All it takes is victory. He's looking at me. No, I say again, but I already know it's pointless. Already know what's about to happen. They unlock my restraints, pull me upright. My legs don't want to support my weight. Combination of altitude and adrenaline and the simple fact that I'm not built for this. I'm a nurse. Was a nurse. Nurses don't fight in amphitheaters for blood markers while crowds watch for entertainment. But apparently this version of me does. They push me into the ring. Book's brother lies there, unconscious, defenseless. I crouch next to him and check for pulse. Professional habit I can't shake. It's there. Steady. Strong. He's healthy, aside from whatever they drugged him with. I won't fight him, I say. This isn't combat. This is execution. Then he lives. The surgeon's voice carries understanding. And you lose your marker. Your O-negative blood becomes high city property. We'll extract it, process it, use it as catalyst for controlled transformation. Your choice. The crowd waits. 300 people suspended in anticipation. They've seen this before, probably seen it dozens of times. The moral dilemma performed as theater. I look at Marcia. She's watching me with those eyes that reflect light wrong. Her lips move soundlessly, and somehow I know what she's saying. Do it. I think about my sister, about the photographs I took instead of holding her hand, about the clinical distance I maintained because attachment was a luxury that got people ended, about every choice I've made to preserve my own survival over someone else's humanity. And I think about Books, how he's spent years documenting every name, every face, every person lost to Low City's chaos. And how he's missed 3 fingers on his left hand and won't discuss why. How his brother disappeared 3 years ago, and Books never stopped looking. My hands move before I decide to move them. Medical knowledge is weaponized knowledge. I know where the carotid artery runs, know the exact pressure required to induce unconsciousness, know how to turn healing into harm with nothing more than anatomical precision. I don't remember doing it. Remember only the aftermath. Books, brother going still, the blood marker in my hand, the crowd's approval washing over me like radiation. Marcia stands, walks across the ring, takes the marker from my fingers and hangs it around my own neck. The metal is warm, body temperature, still carrying heat from the person it used to identify. There, she says. Now you know what I am, what we both are, what everyone becomes in this world if they want to survive. Her voice sounds like silver blades cutting the air. I can almost see them, the synesthetic translation of sound into something sharp and terrible. They release us. Not to freedom, but to the facility's living quarters. A windowless room carved into the mountain rock, furnished with 2 pre-collapse cots and a door that locks from the outside. Medical supplies stacked in crates along one wall. A sink that runs mountain water, cold enough to hurt. I sit on one cot, Marcia sits on the other. The blood marker hangs heavy around my neck. Books will never forgive me, I say. Books will understand. That's what makes it worse. She's right. Books documents everything because he understands human nature, understands that survival requires sacrifice, that every name in his journals represents a choice someone made, and most of those choices were terrible. I wash my hands in the sink. 3 times. 4. The water runs clear, but I keep scrubbing. Lady Macbeth syndrome, they called it in medical school. The psychological need to cleanse after crossing ethical lines. Stop, Marcia says. She's moved across the room without me hearing. Her cold hand covers mine. You did what you had to do. I became what I've been fighting against. No, you became what you always were. The person who saves himself first and calls it strategy. The words should sting. Maybe they do. Hard to tell through the numbness that's spreading through my chest. I look down at her hand covering mine. The black veins have reached her fingernails now. They look like lace drawn in ink. How much time do you have? I ask. Not enough. Too much. Depends on the metric. We sit there, 2 people in a locked room, both of us transforming in different ways, her body rewiring itself at the cellular level. My conscience dissolving into whatever comes after morality. Somewhere above us, the pit's next fight begins. We can hear the crowd through layers of stone, can hear the rhythm of violence turned into entertainment, can hear 300 people screaming for blood markers and not seeing the irony that they're all trapped in the same mountain, all subject to the same systems, all waiting their turn in the ring. Marcia leans against my shoulder. Her skin radiates cold now. No body heat left, but the weight of her is real and solid and the only thing anchoring me to the present moment. Thank you, she whispers. For what? For becoming a monster with me. It's lonely otherwise. The lights flicker. Once, twice. The facility's generators struggling against the mountain cold. In the brief darkness, Marcia's eyes glow amber. Just for a second. Just long enough for me to see what she's becoming. Then the lights stabilize and she's human again. Or close enough. Outside our locked door, footsteps approach. Multiple people. The lock disengages with a metallic click. The door swings open. The surgeon stands there in his surgical mask, his kind eyes impossible to read. Behind him, 2 guards with rifles. Congratulations on your victory, he says to me. Now it's time you understood what you actually won. Time to see the real work we're doing here. Time to meet the others who carry your blood type, the ones who didn't get the choice you just made. They take us deeper into the facility, down more stairs, through doors that seal behind us with hydraulic hisses. The temperature drops with each level, impossibly cold now. My breath crystallizes before it leaves my mouth. We emerge into a laboratory that makes Low City's medical tent look like a child's toy. Equipment I recognize from pre-collapse hospitals, somehow preserved and functional. Centrifuges, electron microscopes, synthesis chambers that glow with amber light. And in the center, suspended in transparent cylinders filled with gel, are bodies. 5 of them, all with B-negative markers hanging from their necks, all connected to IV lines that pump fluids in and out in rhythmic pulses. All breathing, technically alive, technically conscious, all transforming. Their skin has gone translucent. I can see organs working beneath, hearts beating in that same stuttering rhythm as Marcia's, lungs that no longer inflate but somehow still oxygenate, digestive systems that have rewired themselves into configurations that shouldn't be compatible with life. Evolution, the surgeon says, requires test subjects, control groups, data. Your sister understood that. She volunteered in the early days, wanted to know what she was becoming, wanted to contribute to the research. The floor drops out from under me. Not literally, but the world tilts and I'm grabbing for something solid, finding only empty air and the blood marker around my neck that suddenly weighs 1,000 pounds. You're lying. I have her journals. He gestures to a file cabinet in the corner. 13 volumes, handwritten. She documented her own transformation with scientific precision, right up until the cognitive changes made writing impossible. She would have wanted you to read them. Marcia's hand finds mine again, squeezes once, grounds me. Why? I manage. Why show me this? Because you have a choice to make. The surgeon's kind eyes never waver. I can offer Samira experimental treatment, synthesized compounds derived from O-negative catalysts like yourself. It won't stop her transformation, nothing can, but it might slow it. Give her more time. Time to understand what she's becoming instead of simply becoming it. And in exchange, you work for me. You help me refine the synthesis, you provide blood samples, you use your medical knowledge to guide the research instead of fighting it. The offer hangs in the frozen air. Behind him, the 5 suspended bodies continue their slow transformation. In front of me, Marcia's black veins pulse in rhythm with her stuttering heart. I look at the surgeon's kind eyes and understand finally why kindness is the most dangerous thing in this world. Because cruelty is easy to resist, but compassion that asks you to compromise everything you believe, that's the trap you walk into willingly. I need time to think, I say. Of course. Take the night. In the morning, you'll give me your answer. They escort us back to the locked room. The door seals. Marcia collapses onto her cot, her body shaking with tremors that have nothing to do with cold. Don't do it, she says. Don't let him turn you into his partner. Don't become another version of him. But if it buys you time, I don't want time bought with your soul. I'd rather become whatever I'm becoming than watch you sacrifice yourself for me. I sit next to her, run my fingers through her hair. It's lost its texture, gone silky and strange. Everything about her is becoming strange, beautiful and strange and terrifying all at once. What if I want to sacrifice myself, I say? What if that's the only choice that matters? She doesn't answer, just closes her eyes and lets the tremors run their course. I lie awake next to her, counting her heartbeats, monitoring the progression of the black veins, documenting everything with clinical precision because it's the only thing I know how to do. Somewhere in the mountain, the surgeon is reading my sister's journals, learning what she learned, using her data to refine his process, taking voluntary sacrifice and transforming it into systematic experimentation. And I'm lying here considering joining him. The blood marker weighs heavy on my chest, Book's brother's marker, claimed through violence, inherited through crossing a line I can't uncross. Morning is coming. The choice is waiting. And I don't know which version of myself will wake up to make it, the nurse who saves people or the survivor who sacrifices them. Chapter 13, Sterile Equipment. The laboratory doors unlock at dawn. Not that dawn means anything in here. This deep in the mountain, time is whatever. The surgeon decides it is. The lights come up in stages, artificial sunrise bleeding through the facility's corridors in programmed increments. Marcia's still asleep. Her breathing has gone shallow, each exhale barely moving her chest. The black veins have crawled past her collarbone, branching toward her heart in patterns that look like medical illustrations of the circulatory system, except drawn in reverse. Darkness instead of oxygen-rich red. I've been awake for 3 hours, spent them staring at the ceiling and doing math in my head. Cost-benefit analysis, utilitarian calculus, how many doses of experimental treatment would buy Marcia how much time, how many blood draws I could survive before it became a problem, how quickly I could learn the surgeon's synthesis process and whether learning it would mean becoming it. The door opens. Same guards as yesterday. They don't speak, just gesture for me to follow. I glance back at Marcia, still motionless, still breathing in that wrong rhythm, and step into the corridor. The surgeon is waiting in his primary lab. He's bent over an electron microscope, one hand adjusting focus while the other scribbles notes on a tablet. He doesn't look up when I enter. Your sister's cells had a unique response to the catalyst, he says. Casual, like we're colleagues discussing a journal article. Most subjects show linear progression, infection, transformation, stabilization, but hers oscillated. The change would accelerate, plateau, reverse slightly, then accelerate again, like the body was negotiating with the virus instead of surrendering to it. He steps back from the microscope, gestures for me to look. I do, because curiosity is stronger than self-preservation, apparently. Because I need to see what he's talking about, need to understand what my sister's cells were doing in those final hours. The image fills the eyepiece. Cells in mid-transformation, their membranes dissolving and reforming in real time. New structures budding from old ones. Mitochondria multiplying, reorganizing into configurations that shouldn't produce energy, but clearly are. And in the center, that same stuttering pulse pattern I've been tracking in Marcia's heartbeat. Beautiful, I say before I can stop myself. Yes, the surgeon sounds pleased. That's what your sister wrote in her journals. Day 17. The cells are beautiful. They're learning to exist in two states simultaneously, human and post-human, dying and evolving. Maybe these aren't opposites after all. He hands me a tablet. My sister's handwriting fills the screen, careful and precise. Her hospital training showing through even as she documented her own disintegration. You kept these, I say, all of them. She was my best research partner, ethical, thorough, willing to see the data without flinching. He pauses. Like you, actually. That's genetic, I think. The ability to observe suffering without looking away. The tablet weighs nothing, but my hands shake holding it. I scroll through pages of observations, symptom progressions, cellular analyses, philosophical reflections on what it means to become something other than human. Day 23. Henry would hate this, would try to cure me. But what if there's nothing to cure? What if this is just becoming? I set the tablet down before I can read more. You said you could synthesize a treatment for Marcia. Show me. The surgeon leads me to a synthesis chamber in the lab's far corner. It's running already, amber fluid cycling through tubes and filters in a closed loop. The catalyst requires O-negative blood as base material. We break down the red cells, extract the hemoglobin, isolate specific protein chains. Then we introduce controlled amounts of the transformation agent, what you've been calling the infection, and let them interact under precise temperature and pressure conditions. He pulls up a data screen. Charts and graphs I barely understand, except for the trend lines that spike and crash in regular intervals. The result is unstable, degrades within 72 hours. But during that window, it acts as a brake on rapid transformation. Doesn't reverse the process, just moderates it. Gives the body time to adapt instead of being overwhelmed. How much do you need, I ask? How much blood? From you, 200 milliliters weekly. More if we want to stockpile treatment for multiple subjects. 200 milliliters? Not quite a pint. Survivable, repeatable. The kind of extraction that happens in donation centers, except this isn't donation. This is selling pieces of myself for borrowed time. And if I refuse, then Samira transforms at her current rate. 3 weeks, maybe 4, until cognitive changes make communication impossible. Another 2 months until physical transformation completes. After that, he shrugs, after that she's post-human, whatever that means. The synthesis chamber hums, amber fluid cycles, numbers update on the screen in real time. I want to see the others, I say, the ones in the cylinders, the test subjects. Of course. He takes me through a pressure door into the adjacent chamber. The 5 suspended bodies hang in their transparent tubes like specimens in formaldehyde, except they're not preserved. They're alive. Transforming. Becoming. The closest one has the same black veins as Marcia, except further progressed. They've spread across his entire torso, creating patterns that look almost intentional. Like tattoos designed by something that understands anatomy better than any artist. This one volunteered, the surgeon says. All of them did, initially. Wanted to understand the transformation, wanted to contribute to the research. But they've been here 18 months now. long past the point where consent means anything. I press my hand against the cylinder. The gel inside is warm, body temperature. The man's eyes are open but unfocused, staring at something I can't see. His heart beats in that stuttering rhythm. His lungs don't move at all. Can they still think? We believe so, but communication is difficult. They've moved past language, past gesture. They exist in states we don't have frameworks for understanding. So you keep them trapped, suspended, neither alive nor gone. We keep them observable. That's different. Is it? The surgeon doesn't answer, just watches me watching the suspended bodies, gauging my reaction, measuring how much horror I can tolerate before it becomes moral outrage. I walk past the other 4 cylinders, each one slightly different. One has started growing additional organs, small proto-hearts budding along the spine. Another's bone structure has begun restructuring and ribs fusing into protective plates. A third has skin that's gone translucent enough to see individual blood vessels branching like river deltas. The 5th is barely human anymore. I stop in front of it, try to find features I recognize. Eyes, nose, mouth. They're there, technically, but the proportions are wrong. The spacing off, like someone sculpted a human face from memory and got the details close but not quite right. How long? I ask. How long before Marcia looks like this? Unknown. Transformation rate varies by individual physiology. Your sister's oscillating pattern was unique. Samira's seems to be accelerating exponentially. But with treatment, he trails off, lets the implication hang. With treatment, she buys time, months, maybe a year, long enough to understand what's happening to her, long enough to say goodbye to whoever she used to be. Without treatment, she transforms fast, brutal, loses herself before she can document what she's becoming. What happens to them after, I say, after transformation completes? Do you let them go? Where would they go? They can't survive in normal atmospheric conditions anymore. They need the cold, the pressure, the isolation. So they stay here forever, specimens for your research. They stay here as pioneers, the first generation of post-humans, the foundation for whatever humanity becomes next. I turn away from the cylinders, look at the surgeon directly. His kind eyes behind the surgical mask, his gentle voice that makes atrocity sound like pragmatism. I'll do it, I say. I'll provide the blood, help with the synthesis, whatever you need, but I want to modify the treatment protocol. How? I want to document everything, take samples, keep my own records, not just of the cellular changes, but of the cognitive ones. I want to know if they can still think, if they're still conscious, if this transformation is evolution or erasure. The surgeon considers this, nods slowly. Acceptable. Having multiple data sets will strengthen the research, but you work under my supervision. No unauthorized experiments, no deviation from established protocols. Agreed. He extends his hand. I shake it. The gesture feels like signing something in blood. We return to the main lab. He sets up an extraction chair, proper medical equipment, not the brutal blood draw setups from the gambling dens. Sterilizes the needle, preps the collection bags. Professional, efficient. Like this is just a standard donation instead of me selling pieces of myself to buy time for someone who might not want to be bought. The needle slides in. My blood flows into the collection bag, dark red against transparent plastic. I watch the fluid level rise and try not to think about what it's being converted into. Try not to imagine Marcia's cells slowing their transformation because I'm sitting here letting myself be drained. Your sister wrote about you, the surgeon says. He's monitoring the flow, adjusting the collection rate. Day 31. Henry will either understand or he won't. There's no middle ground with him. He'll see this as betrayal or evolution, and whichever he chooses will define him forever. What did she choose, I ask. When she wrote that, did she think I'd understand? She thought you'd try to cure her, try to reverse what couldn't be reversed. She was wrong, though. You're here making the opposite mistake, trying to slow something that needs to run its course. The collection bag fills. 200 milliliters. He removes the needle, applies pressure, tapes a cotton pad over the puncture site. Standard procedure. I've done this 1,000 times for other people. Never thought about how it feels to be on the receiving end. Treatment synthesis takes 4 hours, he says. You can return to your room until then, or you can stay and observe the process. Learn the protocols. I'll stay. He nods, seems pleased. Starts prepping the synthesis chamber, adding my blood to the base solution, adjusting temperatures and pressures. I watch every step, memorize every variable, document it all in the mental notebook I've been keeping since medical school. The synthesis chamber starts cycling. My blood breaks down into component parts. Hemoglobin separates from plasma, proteins isolate into distinct chains, and then the transformation agent gets introduced. A sample taken from one of the cylinder subjects, diluted and controlled. The color shifts. Red becomes amber. Human becomes something else. Beautiful, the surgeon says again. Every time, it's beautiful. I don't disagree. The chemistry is elegant. The precision, impressive. The way the molecules reorganize themselves into new configurations that shouldn't work but clearly do. It's the kind of thing that makes you understand why people dedicate their lives to research. It's also completely horrifying. 4 hours later, the first dose is ready. Clear amber fluid in a medical vial, warm to the touch. The surgeon hands it to me like he's passing me a gift. Administer this within the hour. Intramuscular injection, deltoid preferred. She'll need another dose in 72 hours. And every 72 hours after that, as long as you want to maintain the treatment. I take the vial, hold it up to the light. My blood, transformed. Processed. Turned into something that might give Marcia time or might just prolong her suffering. No way to know which until it's done. Thank you, I say, and mean it. Even though thanking him feels like betraying every principle I used to have. I return to our locked room. Marcia's awake now, sitting upright on her cot. The black veins have spread to her jawline. Her eyes track me as I enter, but there's a distance in them, like she's watching from somewhere far away. You did it, she says. Not a question. Yeah, I can smell it. The treatment smells like copper and lightning and something else I don't have words for. I prep the injection. Sterile technique. Swab the injection site, tap the air bubbles out of the syringe, aspirate before depressing the plunger. Medical school procedures so ingrained they're automatic. The needle slides into her shoulder. She doesn't flinch. I depress the plunger slowly, watching the amber fluid disappear into her muscle tissue. How long do I have? She asks. The surgeon says months, maybe a year with regular treatment. And how long until you become him? Until you're standing in that lab thinking transformation is beautiful instead of terrible. I sit next to her. Don't have an answer that doesn't sound like a lie. I saw my sister's research, I say instead. Read her journals. She volunteered for this, wanted to understand what she was becoming. And did she understand? I don't know. The journals stop at day 42. After that, I gesture vaguely. After that, she was beyond words. Beyond documentation, beyond everything except the transformation itself. Marcia leans against me. Her skin is still cold, but not as cold as yesterday. The treatment is working, maybe, slowing the cellular changes, buying time we don't know how to spend. I keep seeing new colors, she whispers, ones that don't exist, can't exist, but they're there anyway. Your voice is silver, but now there's this other color threaded through it, sort of purple-green. Except that's not right either. There aren't words for what I'm seeing. Tell me anyway. It's the color of compromise, of good intentions calcifying into something else. It's the color your sister saw when she realized she wasn't being cured, she was being documented. We sit there. Two people in a locked room, both of us changing in ways we can't control. Her body transforming into something post-human. My ethics transforming into something post-moral. Outside our door, the pit continues its endless cycle. Violence for entertainment, Blood markers changing hands. The same 300 people trapped in the same system, all of them waiting for the transformation that's coming, whether they choose it or not. The lights flicker, once, twice. The generator's struggling, and in the brief darkness, Marcia's eyes glow that same amber as the treatment fluid. Like I've infected her with something more than synthesized compounds. Like I've given her a piece of whatever my sister was becoming. Thank you, she says. For what? For trying, even though it won't work. Even though we both know this treatment is just postponing the inevitable. You're trying to save me, and that matters, even if salvation isn't possible. The lights stabilize, her eyes go dark again, human again, or close enough to pass. I hold her until sleep takes her. Count her heartbeats. 1, 2, 1, 2. The stuttering rhythm steady now. The treatment buying her time. Time to become what she's becoming. Time to say goodbye to who she was. Time to document the transformation so someone, somewhere, someday might understand what happened to the human race in this mountain. Time bought with my blood and my principles and my sister's sacrifice. Time that might not be worth the cost. Chapter 14. The Question Answered. 3 days pass in the locked room. Marcia's transformation slows, the black veins stop spreading past her jawline, the stuttering heartbeat stabilizes into something almost rhythmic. The treatment works, technically. Buys her the time the surgeon promised. But every 72 hours I return to the lab for extraction, watch my blood cycle through the synthesis chamber, come back with another amber vial that might be medicine or might be postponed grief. On the 4th day, someone hammers on our door before dawn. 3 solid hits that echo through the small space and jolt Marcia awake. Her eyes snap open. Still brown, still human, but the pupils have started dilating wrong. Too wide in the dim light. The door unlocks. Not guards this time. A girl, maybe 19, wearing climbing gear that's seen better years. Pitons clanking on her harness, chalk dust on her hands. She's breathing hard, sweat freezing in her hair despite the mountain cold. "You're Henry," she says. Not a question. The universal donor. You have to come with me. Right now. Who are? Yuki Chen. High city orphan. Expert climber. Also the person who's about to get you both extracted from this facility before the surgeon decides you're more valuable as permanent inventory. She's already moving, checking the corridor, gesturing for us to follow. I look at Marcia. She nods once, pushes herself upright. The movement costs her. I can see the tremor in her legs, but she's standing. Still mobile, still choosing. We follow Yuki into the corridor. She moves fast, taking corners without slowing, heading up instead of down, away from the labs, toward the mountain's exterior walls. "How did you get in here?" I ask, keeping my voice low. "Same way I always get in. The extraction facility has ventilation shafts leading to the exterior. Most people think they're too narrow to navigate. Most people aren't professional climbers who survived by scaling vertical surfaces their entire lives." She leads us through a maintenance corridor I didn't know existed. The walls here aren't carved stone. They're pre-collapse construction, metal panels riveted together. The temperature drops with each step. My breath crystallizes. Marcia stumbles. I catch her before she goes down, but she's heavier than she should be. Denser. The transformation might be slowing, but it's still changing her body's fundamental properties. "Can't stop," Yuki says over her shoulder. "They'll notice you're missing in about 10 minutes. After that, they lock down the entire facility. Nobody gets in or out until they find you." "Why are you helping us?" Marcia asks. Her voice sounds strained. "Because the surgeon has been testing me." Yuki doesn't slow down. 3 times in the past week. Took blood samples, ran scans, asked me questions about my family history. I'm not stupid. I know what it means when he starts paying attention to someone. We reach a vertical shaft. Looking up, I can see dim light maybe 50 feet above. The walls are lined with metal rungs, ladder system for maintenance access. Yuki clips herself to a rope, starts ascending without hesitation. "Come on. You first, Marcia. Henry behind her in case she falls. Marcia looks at the ladder, at me. I'm not sure I can climb that far. You can, or you get processed, Yuki calls down. Those are the options. Marcia starts climbing. I follow close behind, close enough to catch her if she slips. The metal rungs are so cold they burn through my gloves. My arms start shaking after 20 feet. Altitude and blood loss combining into muscle failure that I push through because stopping isn't an option. Marcia's boot slips on rung 37. I grab her harness, brace myself against the ladder, take her full weight for 3 seconds while she finds purchase again. She doesn't thank me, just keeps climbing. We emerge onto the mountain's exterior face. Wind hits immediately, horizontal force that wants to peel us off the rock. The sky is its usual amber gray, but the sun's angle puts us in shadow, safe from radiation, for now. Yuki's already setting up a rappel line. We're 300 feet above the main approach. They won't expect you to exit this way because nobody's supposed to be able to. Where are we going, I ask. Somewhere the surgeon doesn't own, somewhere between the cities. Neutral ground. She looks at Marcia. You're infected, right? Far enough along that you're starting to change? How did you... I can see it. Your pupils. They're not responding to light correctly anymore. And your skin, there's a faint luminescence. Only visible in the right angles, but it's there. Marcia touches her face. I didn't know that was happening. Most people don't notice until it's obvious. But I've been studying the infected for years, trying to understand them, trying to understand why I've never caught it despite being exposed dozens of times. She clips us both to the rappel line, shows us the brake system, the safety catch, the emergency release, professional and efficient, like she's done this hundreds of times. On 3, we drop together. If you panic and let go, you'll fall. If you brake too hard, the rope will snap from the weight differential. Trust the equipment and trust your hands. Great, Marcia mutters. Trust, my favorite thing. 1, 2, 3. We drop. The mountain face blurs past, rock and ice and patches of frozen moss that shouldn't grow at this altitude but somehow do. My hands grip the brake mechanism, controlling our descent through pure muscle memory and prayer. Marcia's weight jerks on the line. She's braking too hard, and I hear Yuki shout something that gets eaten by wind. Then we're at the bottom. Ground. Solid earth. I've never been so happy to feel stone under my boots. Yuki disconnects the line, leaves it hanging. They'll find that in an hour. By then, we need to be across the first ravine and into the wanderer zones. We follow her down the mountain's eastern face. This is terrain I haven't seen. No roads, no trails, just raw mountain dropping away into mist and shadow. Yuki navigates like she knows every handhold, every stable surface. Born to this, probably. High city orphan means she grew up scaling these walls before she could walk. The sun's moving. I check the angle. Maybe 2 hours before radiation exposure becomes lethal. We need shelter. Need it soon. There, Yuki points. A cave mouth, maybe 50 feet below our current position. Natural formation with an overhang that would provide shade. We wait there until evening cycle, then we move toward the between. The descent to the cave takes 20 minutes. Marcia's moving slower now, each step deliberate. The treatment is wearing off. It's been 60 hours since the last injection. 12 hours before the next dose is due. 12 hours where her transformation accelerates unchecked. The cave is larger inside than it looks from the exterior. Deep enough that the light doesn't penetrate more than 30 feet. Cold enough that our breath hangs visible even this far from the entrance. Yuki unpacks supplies from her climbing harness, pre-collapse protein bars, water tablets, a hand crank flashlight. She hands 1 bar to each of us. Eat. We won't stop again until nightfall. I force down the protein bar. It tastes like cardboard and chemicals. Marcia nibbles hers, gets maybe 3 bites down before she stops. Can't eat. Her digestive system is probably rewiring itself, optimizing for whatever post-humans need for energy. Not protein bars, apparently. I need to know something, Yuki says. She's sitting cross-legged, Flashlight balanced on her knee. The surgeon. And he's been testing me because of my blood type, right? Trying to figure out if I'm compatible with his research. Probably, I say. Did he tell you what type you are? No. Said the results were pending analysis. But I'm not stupid. I've seen how he looks at people who are O negative or AB positive, like they're resources instead of humans. So which one am I? I don't want to answer. Don't want to tell this girl, 19 years old, surviving on cliff faces and hope, that she's been marked as valuable, that her blood type makes her a target for extraction and processing and systematic reduction to component parts. AB positive, Marcia says. Her voice is quiet. You're AB positive, universal recipient. Rare, valuable as experimental subject because your body can accept any blood type. Perfect for testing transformation catalysts. Yuki goes still. The flashlight beam doesn't waver, but something in her posture changes, collapses inward. So I'm a target. You're a person, I say. Blood type doesn't change that. Right. That's why you're sitting here with a B-positive marker around your neck that you took from someone in the pit. Because blood types don't matter. Because we're all just people. She's not wrong. The marker is still there, warm against my chest. Book's brother's marker. Claimed through violence I can't undo. I'm sorry, I say. Don't be sorry. Be useful. Yuki stands, starts pacing the cave. I need information. Real information. What happens to AB-positive subjects in the surgeon's lab? What did you see? I look at Marcia. She nods once. Permission to tell the truth. He keeps them suspended, I say, in gel-filled cylinders, connected to machines that monitor transformation progress. They're technically alive, technically conscious, but they're not people anymore. Not in any way that matters. Can they think? The surgeon believes so, but there's no way to verify. They've moved past language. So they're trapped, aware but unable to communicate, transforming indefinitely while he documents the process. Yes. Yuki stops pacing, looks directly at me. And you were helping him, providing blood for the synthesis process, participating in the research. I was buying time for Marcia, by selling out everyone else with your blood type, by making yourself complicit in systematic experimentation. The words land like physical blows, true and terrible and impossible to argue against. I open my mouth, close it, can't find a response that isn't just more excuses. He's right, though, Marcia says. She's leaning against the cave wall, eyes closed. I asked him to. Told him to do whatever it took to slow the transformation. So if you want to be angry at someone, be angry at me. I'm angry at the system, Yuki says. At the fact that blood types determine value. At the fact that we're all just walking pharmacies to people like the surgeon. At the fact that survival means becoming what we hate. She sits back down, pulls her knees to her chest. When I was 7, my parents sold me to High City's extraction operation. Not because they didn't love me, because they couldn't feed me, because the only currency that matters is medicine, and they had none. So I became property, worked the mines until I learned to climb, then worked the exterior maintenance crews. Spent 12 years scaling walls and thinking if I just stayed useful enough, I'd stay human. You're still human, I say. Am I? Because I can't remember what that feels like anymore. Can't remember what it's like to make choices that don't involve calculating survival against dignity. The cave goes quiet. Just wind outside and our breathing echoing off stone walls. Marcia opens her eyes. They're glowing faintly now. That amber luminescence Yuki mentioned, visible in the cave's darkness. I can see new colors again. Your anger, she looks at Yuki. It's this deep red-purple, like wine, like blood oxidizing in airtiful and terrible, and I don't have words for what it means. Don't, Yuki says. Don't make poetry out of my rage. Don't transform it into something aesthetic. I'm not. I'm just telling you what I see. How synesthesia translates emotion into wavelengths that shouldn't exist. Is that what the transformation does? Turn everything into metaphor? Turn suffering into data? No, Marcia says. It turns you into something that can't look away. That has to witness everything simultaneously. It's not metaphor. It's living with all the filters removed. Yuki considers this, nods slowly. That sounds worse than normal human consciousness. It is. But it's also honest. No more pretending you don't see the system. No more comfortable ignorance. Just raw awareness of exactly how terrible everything is. The sun's moving outside. I can see the light changing angle, shadow shifting across the cave mouth. Maybe 90 minutes before we need to shelter deeper. Tell me about the between, I say to Yuki. You mentioned wanderer zones. What's that mean? The area between high city and low city isn't empty. There are people who've rejected both systems. They live nomadic. No fixed settlements, no blood type hierarchies. They move with the radiation cycles and hunt the transformed who've gone feral. And they'll shelter us? If we can prove we're not carrying high city markers. If we can demonstrate we've rejected the system. She looks at my neck. If you remove that blood marker and leave it behind. My hand goes to Book's brother's marker automatically. The metal is warm, body temperature, still carrying some echo of the person it used to identify. I can't, I say. This belongs to Books. I have to return it to him. Then you can't enter Wanderer territory. They'll see that marker and see someone who participated in the pit, someone who claimed victory through violence, someone who's already part of the system they're trying to escape. Marcia stands, walks over to me. Her movements are fluid again. Whatever energy crisis was happening earlier has resolved itself. She reaches for the marker. Don't, I say. If we can't reach the Wanderers, we can't get to the between. If we can't get to the between, we're stuck between high city and low city with nowhere to go. You want to return this marker to Books? Then we need to survive long enough to find him. Her logic is sound. Her hands are steady. She lifts the marker over my head, holds it for a moment like she's weighing its significance, then sets it down on a flat stone near the cave entrance. We'll come back for it, she says. After we reach safety, after we figure out how to stop running. I look at the marker. Be positive. Book's brother. The man I didn't save because saving him meant sacrificing myself. The choice that transformed me from nurse to survivor, from healer to participant in the system I claim to hate. We should go, Yuki says. Radiation window is closing. We need to be in the ravine before full exposure hits. We leave the cave. Leave the marker behind on its stone. Leave part of my guilt there too, though not enough. Never enough. The descent continues. Yuki leads us down the eastern face, moving toward the mist-filled ravines that mark the boundary between territories. The air gets thicker, harder to breathe. My lungs are working overtime and still I feel lightheaded. Marcia stops suddenly. Her hand shoots out, grabs my arm. Wait, what? I can hear them. The transformed. There's a pack nearby. Maybe 20 individuals, moving in coordinated patterns. I don't hear anything, Yuki says. You wouldn't. Not yet, but they're there, in the ravine ahead, waiting. I strain my ears. Nothing but wind and distant rock fall. But Marcia's pupils have dilated completely black, and I trust her senses over my own at this point. We go around, Yuki decides. West route. Longer but safer. She pivots, leading us along the ridge instead of down. The sun is definitely moving now, maybe 30 minutes before radiation becomes a problem. We need to find shelter. Need it soon. The ridge narrows, becomes a spine of rock barely wide enough for single-file passage. Drop-offs on both sides, one leading into the ravine, the other into open air and a fall that wouldn't leave anything to identify. Yuki crosses first, then Marcia, then me. I'm halfway across when I hear it, not the transform that Marcia detected, something else, something mechanical. Helicopter blades cutting through thin mountain air, high city extraction teams. They've found us. The helicopter appears over the ridgeline. Spotlight sweeps across the rock face, searching. Finds us. Locks on. Run, Yuki shouts, but there's nowhere to run. The ridge is too narrow. The drop's too steep. The helicopter descends, downdraft threatening to knock us off the rock entirely. Marcia looks at me. Her eyes are fully black now, pupils consuming iris consuming white. She's transforming in real time, the stress accelerating what the treatment was slowing. Go, she says. Get Yuki to the Wanderers. I'll buy you time. No, this isn't negotiable. I'm already changing. Already lost. But you, she touches my face. Her hand is cold, completely cold. You can still choose to be something better than what the surgeon wants you to be. The helicopter descends further. I can see figures in the open bay door, harvesters with extraction equipment. They're preparing to rappel down. Marcia steps off the ridge, not into the ravine, into the open air on the other side. Free fall that should end in impact and nothing else. But she doesn't fall. She drops maybe 10 feet, then stops, hovering. Her body surrounded by that same amber glow I've been tracking in the lab. The transformation complete in seconds, triggered by adrenaline and desperation and the simple choice to let go. The helicopter pivots toward her. Spotlight follows. She's drawing them away from us, giving us the opening we need. Move, Yuki says. She's already running along the ridge, heading toward the western slope. I follow. Can't look back. Can't watch what Marcia's becoming, or what happens when the harvesters reach her. Can only run and hope that buying time means something. Hope that her sacrifice gives us enough lead to reach the Wanderers. Hope that the cost of survival doesn't always have to be measured in people left behind. We reach the western slope, descend in controlled slides using loose rock like a steep trail. The helicopter sound fades behind us. They're focused on Marcia, on capturing their transformed specimen, on getting their test subject back. Yuki leads us into a crevasse barely wide enough to squeeze through. We scrape against stone walls, push through spaces that feel designed to trap instead of shelter. But we emerge on the other side into a hidden valley. The Wanderers are waiting, 20 of them, maybe more, wearing clothes that are patchwork, pre-collapse fabric, and animal hide, no blood type markers, no weapons. Just people standing in a loose circle watching us with expressions that show neither welcome nor hostility. One steps forward. Older woman, her face scarred by radiation burns that healed wrong. You're the ones fleeing High City, the ones who left the marker behind. Yes, Yuki says. And her? The woman gestures toward where we came from. The one who drew the helicopter away. She's transforming. Yes. Good. That means she understands. That means she's chosen to become instead of being processed. The woman looks at me. You're the universal donor, the one who's been helping the surgeons synthesize treatment. I don't ask how she knows. Don't ask how information travels between cities and wanderer camps. Just nod. We can offer you shelter, she says, but not absolution. The things you've participated in, those stay with you. The people you've helped extract, their transformations are on your hands. You understand this? Yes. Then come. The radiation cycle is hitting. We have spaces prepared. They lead us deeper into the valley, into caves that open like mouths in the rock face, into darkness that smells like smoke and dried meat and human occupation. I sit against a stone wall. Let exhaustion take over. Let the weight of the past 4 days settle into my bones. Yuki sits next to me. Doesn't speak, just sits there in the darkness. Both of us thinking about Marcia hovering in midair, glowing amber, drawing the helicopter away so we could escape. Both of us wondering if that was salvation or just another form of being processed. Both of us knowing the answer and hating it anyway. Chapter 15. The Midpoint Mutation. The Wanderers feed us something that might be dried meat or might be something else. I don't ask. Just chew and swallow and try not to think about how the texture reminds me of human tissue preserved in formaldehyde. Medical school ruined normal eating forever. Yuki sleeps curled against the cave wall, exhaustion finally catching up. She's younger than I thought, 19, but worn down enough to pass for 30. The radiation burns on her hands tell stories about years spent climbing exterior walls while the sun cooked exposed skin. I can't sleep. Keep seeing Marcia dropping off that ridge, stopping midair, glowing. The transformation completing in seconds instead of weeks. Like her body was just waiting for permission to let go. The older woman, the one who spoke to us at the valley entrance, sits down next to me. She's carrying 2 cups of something that steams in the cold air, hands me one. Fungus tea, grows in the deep caves where radiation pools, makes you see colors wrong for about an hour, but it keeps you warm. I take the cup, sip. It tastes like earth and metal and something faintly sweet. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We need to discuss what happens next. I thought the Wanderers didn't participate in city politics. We don't, but we document, we observe, we remember what both cities want everyone to forget. She sips her own tea. You've been in the surgeon's lab, seen his test subjects, his synthesis process, his collection of transformed humans suspended in amber like insects waiting to be studied. Yes, then you know he's not trying to cure the infection. He's trying to control it, direct it, turn transformation into something that serves High City's interests instead of letting it be what it actually is. Which is what? Evolution, not the gradual kind from textbooks, the forced kind. The kind that happens when a species encounters conditions it can't survive under normal parameters. Adapt or go extinct. Except we're choosing extinction because we're too afraid of what adaptation might look like. She sets her cup down, pulls out a notebook, handmade paper bound with cord, flips it open to a page covered in sketches, anatomical drawings of transformed humans in various stages. Notes in cramped handwriting documenting changes to bone structure, organ placement, sensory capabilities. We've been tracking transformation for 20 years, she says, ever since the fall, documenting patterns, trying to understand the rules. And what we've learned is this: the infection isn't random, it's targeted. It rewrites human biology according to a template that already exists somewhere in our DNA. Like we were always supposed to become this, and the infection just activated the blueprint. I lean closer, studying the sketches. One shows a human figure with additional hearts, exactly like the test subject I saw in the surgeon's cylinder. Another shows bone plates forming along the spine. A third shows eyes that have restructured to see additional wavelengths. How do you know this, I ask? Because some of us chose transformation. Volunteers who wanted to understand what was happening to our species. They documented their changes as long as they could communicate. Then they moved deeper into the caves, into spaces we can't follow. But before they left, they showed us something. She flips to another page. This one shows a symbol, complex geometric pattern that hurts to look at directly, angles that don't quite resolve, curves that seem to shift depending on viewing angle. This appears in every transformed human's neurological structure. We've verified it through imaging, through dissection of post-transformation corpses, through testimony of people mid-change. It's always the same pattern, always in the same location, distributed across the visual cortex, the auditory centers, the sensory processing regions. What does it mean? We don't know, but we think it's a message or maybe instructions, something encoded into the transformation process itself. She closes the notebook, looks at me directly. The surgeon knows about this. He's been studying it for years. That's why he collects test subjects instead of just documenting wild transformations. He's trying to decode the pattern, trying to understand what the infection is instructing our bodies to become. The fungus tea is making the cave walls ripple slightly, colors shifting at the edges of perception. I blink, try to focus. Why are you telling me this? Because you're the universal donor. Your blood type means you can catalyze transformation in anyone. You're not just a resource, you're a key. And the surgeon knows it. That's why he offered you partnership, why he showed you the cylinder subjects and your sister's journals. He's trying to recruit you into understanding what he understands, what he's been alone with for too long. I'm not going back to him. You won't have to. He's coming here. The words drop into the conversation like stones into water, ripples spreading outward. The harvesters that took Marcia, the woman continues, they're not extraction teams. They're scouts, the surgeon's personal guard. He's been following you since you left the facility, tracking you through the mountain passes. He wants to show you something he can't show you in High City because High City doesn't know about it. What could he possibly... The origin site, where the infection began, where the fall actually happened. I set down my tea before I drop it. That's impossible. The initial outbreak was global, simultaneous, no single origin point. That's what everyone believes, what both cities teach. But it's not true. There was an origin, a specific location, a specific moment, and the surgeon was there. He knows what caused it, knows what it was meant to do. Footsteps outside the cave, multiple people moving with purpose. The wanderers go alert, not afraid, just ready. Watching. A figure appears in the cave entrance, backlit by the amber sky, wearing a surgical mask. The surgeon, he's alone, no guards, no extraction equipment, just him and a canvas bag slung over one shoulder. He pulls down the mask as he enters, and I see his face properly for the first time. He's transforming too. The black veins start at his temples, branch across his forehead. His eyes have that same wrong dilation as Marcia's. His skin has gone translucent enough that I can see the carotid pulse in his neck, the blood flow mapped in dark tracery. "Henry," he says, "I'm glad you're safe. I was concerned the harvesters might have been too aggressive in their pursuit. You sent them. I directed them to observe, not capture. There's a difference." He sets the canvas bag down. "I came to return something to you, and to invite you to see something you need to see." He opens the bag. Inside, books. Brother's blood marker, the one we left behind in the cave. "You went back for it," I say. "Of course, you left it deliberately, rejected participation in the pit's violence, chose to become unmarked. I respect choice, even as I question its practicality." He hands me the marker. The metal is still warm. How long has he been carrying it? How long has he been following us? "The origin site," he says, looking at the older woman. "You told him about it. Thank you. That saves us preliminary explanations." "You're welcome to nothing," she says. "We observe. We don't participate in your research. And yet you drink fungus tea that creates synthetic synesthesia. You document transformation patterns. Your researchers same as me. You just pretend your documentation is neutral observation instead of active participation." The woman doesn't respond. Point taken, apparently. The surgeon looks back at me. "I've been transforming for 6 years. Controlled doses of the infection, carefully measured. I wanted to understand it from the inside, wanted to know what my test subjects experience. And what I've learned is this: transformation isn't death, it's translation. We're being rewritten into a language we don't have frameworks for understanding. That doesn't justify keeping people in cylinders. No, it doesn't, but it provides context for why I do it." He pauses. "Your sister volunteered because she wanted to be useful, wanted her transformation to mean something beyond personal change. She chose documentation over experience, chose to let us learn from her changes rather than simply undergoing them. I honored that choice, even when it meant watching her move past the ability to communicate, even when it meant recognizing I was studying someone I'd started to." He stops, regroups, someone who mattered. The cave is silent, just breathing and the sound of fungus tea cooling in ceramic cups. "I'm not asking you to return to High City," the surgeon says. "I'm asking you to come with me to the origin site, to see what actually started the fall, to understand what the infection is trying to accomplish. After that, you can choose keep running, keep fighting, keep pretending this is something that can be stopped, or you can choose to participate in guiding where it goes, how it transforms us. And if I refuse, then you keep running, and eventually you transform anyway, without understanding, without agency, without the ability to help others through the same process." He's right, I realize. Hating him doesn't change the fact that he's right. Running only delays the inevitable. Fighting only wastes energy. The only real choice is whether to transform blind or informed. Where is it? I ask. The origin site. 3 days north, in the mountains above High City's extraction zones, where the pharmaceutical research facility used to be before the fall, where they were testing compounds designed to enhance human adaptation to radiation. Wait. Yuki's awake now, sitting up. High City has been mining those compounds for decades. If the origin was there, they'd know. They'd have documented it. They did document it. Then they classified it, buried it, built their entire extraction operation around harvesting the compounds that caused the fall while pretending the cause was natural, external, something that happened to us instead of something we did to ourselves. He picks up his canvas bag. We leave at nightfall, the radiation window will be closed. We can travel the exposed passes safely. It's a 3-day hike if we move steadily. I can't, I say. Marcia's still out there. The harvesters took her. I need to. She's already at the origin site. The words stop my breathing. What? She transformed completely during transport, broke free from the extraction team, flew directly north. The pattern is consistent. Fully transformed humans are drawn to the origin, compelled to return. It's part of the neurological restructuring, part of whatever instructions are encoded in that symbol pattern. He gestures to the older woman's notebook, the geometric pattern that hurts to look at. She's there now, the surgeon continues, waiting, along with hundreds of others who've completed transformation. They're gathering, coordinating, becoming something collective, something we don't have language for yet. I look at Yuki. She nods once. She's coming. I look at the older woman. She stands, gestures to several other wanderers. They're coming too. Everyone who sees the origin site changes, she says. Not physically, but conceptually. You can't unsee it, can't unknow it. Are you prepared for that? No, I say honestly, but when has that ever mattered? We prepare to leave. Pack supplies, dress in layers for the mountain cold. The fungus tea's effects are fading, colors returning to normal, or what passes for normal in this amber-lit world. The surgeon waits by the cave entrance. Patient. He's been patient for years, apparently. Studying transformation while transforming himself. Trying to understand something vast enough that individual human comprehension might not be adequate. One question, I say before we leave. My sister in the cylinders. Is she conscious? Yes. Can she think? Yes. Then why keep her there? Why not let her complete the transformation? Let her go to the origin site like all the others? Because she asked me not to. Day 41, last entry in her journal. She don't let me go until Henry understands. Don't release me until he's ready to see what I'm becoming. Promise me he'll know I chose this. Promise me he'll know it wasn't done to me. It was done by me. He hands me a piece of paper, folded. My sister's handwriting, I unfold it. Read. Henry, if you're reading this, I'm past language, past words, past the ability to tell you directly. So I'm telling you now, while I can still form sentences, this is a gift. Not a curse, not a disease, a gift. We're becoming something that can survive what comes next, something that can thrive in radiation, something that doesn't need cities or hierarchies or blood type markers to determine worth. We're becoming free. Don't mourn me, don't try to cure me, just understand me, and when you're ready, join me. Love always, Sarah. I fold the paper, put it in my pocket. The weight of it feels like carrying her last words. Her permission, her invitation to stop running and start becoming. Let's go, I say. Show me where it started. Show me what we're actually transforming into. The surgeon nods, pulls his mask back up. Not for sterility anymore, for warmth, for protection against the mountain cold. We leave the cave as darkness falls. The radiation cycle is closed, safe travel window open for the next 6 hours. We move north, climbing toward peaks that used to house pharmaceutical research, toward the origin of everything that ended the old world, toward whatever's waiting at the center of the transformation, toward Marcia, glowing amber in the darkness, toward the choice that's been waiting since the beginning, resist or become. And for the first time since the fall, I think I'm ready to choose. Evolution's price. The hike takes us through terrain that shouldn't exist, rock formations that look carved instead of natural, plants growing in patterns too regular to be random, like the landscape itself is transforming, responding to the same instructions as human biology. Yuki notices it first, points to a section of cliff face where the stone has formed perfect hexagonal columns. That's not geological, that's engineered. The infection affects more than humans, the surgeon says. He's moving steadily despite being mid-transformation himself. Plants, fungi, even bacterial colonies. Everything exposed is being rewritten, given new instructions for survival. We stop to rest on the second day. The wanderers have been silent the entire trip, moving with practiced efficiency through mountain passes that would take trained climbers weeks to navigate. They know these routes, have traveled them enough times to move in darkness using only starlight and memory. I sit next to one of them, young man, maybe 25, with burns across his left arm that never healed right. Have you been to the origin site before, I ask. What's it like? Honest. He doesn't elaborate. We continue at nightfall. My legs are screaming, altitude and exertion combining into muscle failure that I push through because stopping means falling behind, means losing the group, means dying alone in mountain cold while radiation cooks you from above. Yuki's doing better than me. Years of climbing have prepared her for this. But even she's slowing. Even she's breathing hard. The surgeon isn't breathing hard at all. I watch him move. Fluid. Efficient. Like he's discovered muscles humans aren't supposed to have. Like his body is operating on principles that bypass normal biomechanics. How far along are you? I asked during a brief rest. The transformation. How far? 40% approximately, though percentage is meaningless. There's no linear progression, just sudden reorganizations. One day you have 5 fingers, next day you have 7. One day you breathe oxygen, next day you breathe something else, and oxygen is optional. You grew extra fingers, I absorbed them back. Unnecessary modification. The transformation isn't perfect. It experiments, tries variations. Some work, some don't. The ones that don't get reabsorbed and recycled. We reach the base of the final peak at dawn. Need to shelter before radiation exposure becomes lethal. The surgeon leads us into a cave system that goes deep, hundreds of feet into the mountain, passages carved by water or acid or something that dissolved stone with chemical precision. The walls are covered in symbols, the same geometric pattern from the Wanderer's Notebook repeated infinitely, covering every surface, glowing faintly in the darkness. The closer we get to the origin, the surgeon says, the more prevalent these become. They're not decorative, they're functional. Part of the infrastructure the infection is building. Communication networks, coordination systems, a nervous system for the planet itself. We shelter in a chamber deep enough that radiation can't penetrate. Eat dried provisions. Drink water that tastes metallic. Nobody talks much, just sit there staring at glowing symbols and thinking about what we're walking toward. The older wanderer woman, I still don't know her name, sits next to me. Last chance to turn back. Once you see the origin, there's no unseeing it, no going back to comfortable ignorance. Was there ever comfortable ignorance? I ask. No, but there was the possibility of it. After today, even that's gone. We sleep in shifts. When I close my eyes, I dream of my sister suspended in amber gel, eyes open but unseeing, heart beating in that stuttering rhythm, body translating itself into something I don't have words for. I wake to the surgeon shaking my shoulder. Radiation window is closing. We need to move. Another 4 hours and we're at the site. The final approach is vertical, sheer rock face with minimal handholds. Yuki leads, placing pitons, testing anchors. The rest of us follow on rope, trusting equipment and her expertise and the simple faith that we haven't come this far to fall now. Halfway up, I hear it. Singing. Not human voices, or not entirely human. Harmonics that shouldn't be possible from standard vocal cords. Multiple tones simultaneously, creating interference patterns that pulse against my eardrums and make my vision ripple. They're calling, the surgeon says below me, the fully transformed. They know we're close. They're welcoming us. We crest the ridge. The origin site spreads before us. It's a crater, massive, maybe a mile across. And in the center, where the pharmaceutical research facility used to be, is something that looks like a building but moves like an organism. Walls that breathe, windows that blink, architecture that's alive and growing and restructuring itself constantly. And around it, hundreds of transformed humans. They're standing in concentric circles, glowing amber, bodies in various stages of post-human configuration, some still vaguely humanoid, others so far removed from baseline biology that they're barely recognizable. And in the center, closest to the living building, is Marcia. She's radiant. Literally. Her body emits light. Her skin has gone translucent enough that I can see the network of transformed organs inside. Additional hearts pumping some fluid that isn't blood. Lungs that have fused into a single organ. Digestive system that's been completely redesigned. But her face is still her face. Still Marcia. Still human enough that I recognize her. She sees me, turns, and even though she can't speak anymore, her throat has restructured past the capacity for normal vocalization. I hear her voice in my head. Henry. You came. Not telepathy. Not quite. More like direct neural transmission. Thoughts translated into wavelengths my brain can interpret as language. How are you doing this? I say out loud, the same way you're understanding me. The transformation includes sensory upgrades, new input channels. You're already receiving them. Your brain just hasn't acknowledged it yet. I look at the surgeon. He nods. You've been in contact with transformed individuals for weeks. Your biology has been adapting. Low-level changes, preparatory modifications. You're not transforming yet, but you're being prepared for it. The transformed humans in the circle start moving. Not walking, flowing, reorganizing themselves, creating space for us to approach the center. We descend into the crater. Each step feels heavier, like gravity is increasing or my body is forgetting how to move under normal physics. The living building pulses. I can see it now. It's not architecture at all. It's organic, grown instead of built, made from transformed tissue and bone and materials that might have been human once but aren't anymore. This is the origin, the surgeon says. The pharmaceutical research facility. 37 years ago, they were testing radiation-resistant compounds, trying to develop treatments for nuclear exposure. They succeeded, developed a compound that not only protected human cells from radiation, but enhanced them, strengthened them, made them adaptable. He gestures to the building. Then the compound became airborne, spread through the ventilation system, infected every researcher, every test subject, every maintenance worker. They transformed in hours. The facility transformed with them. And when the military came to contain it, they spread the infection further. Global pandemic within weeks. Not because the compound was aggressive, because transformation is inevitable once you're exposed. The only variable is how long you resist. So this was an accident, I say. Research gone wrong. No. This was research gone exactly as intended. They knew what they were creating, knew it would spread, knew it would transform humanity. They chose it, chose to trigger forced evolution because they'd calculated that radiation exposure would end the species otherwise. Nuclear war was inevitable. Atmospheric contamination was accelerating. We were heading toward extinction within 50 years. So they accelerated evolution and gave us the biological tools to survive what was coming. The building's surface ripples, a doorway opens. Not carved or hinged, just tissue reorganizing to create passage. The researchers are still inside, the surgeon says, still transforming, still conscious. They want to meet you, want to explain their choice directly, want you to understand that the fall wasn't tragedy, it was intentional salvation. Marcia's voice in my head, come inside, see what we're becoming, see what they planned for us. I look at Yuki, she's terrified. I can see it in her posture, her breathing, the way her hand keeps reaching for pythons that aren't there. You don't have to come, I say. Yes, I do. Because if I don't witness this, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what was inside that building. And wondering is worse than knowing. We enter together. The doorway closes behind us, not trapping us, just sealing, creating controlled environment. Inside, the building is vascular, and the walls pulse with something that might be blood or might be the transformed equivalent. The floor is soft, warm, like walking on living tissue, because we are walking on living tissue. And ahead in the central chamber are the researchers, 12 of them, suspended not in cylinders, but in organic cradles, connected to the building itself through umbilical structures. Their bodies are barely human anymore. Advanced transformation may be 80% complete. But their eyes are active, aware, watching us enter with expressions that might be relief or might be triumph. One of them, woman, maybe 60 before she started transforming, gestures with appendages that used to be hands. The building responds. Screens appear on the walls. Not electronic, organic displays grown from the building's tissue. They show footage, pre-collapse videos, laboratory settings, researchers in hazmat suits testing compounds on cell cultures, watching human cells adapt to lethal radiation doses, watching them not just survive, but thrive. Then the footage shifts. Boardrooms, military installations, government officials in heated discussions arguing about whether to deploy the compound, whether to trigger forced evolution or let natural extinction run its course. The vote happens on screen. 7 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstentions. The compound gets released. The footage ends. The researcher who gestured, the woman, projects directly into my mind. Not words, concepts, understanding that bypasses language entirely. We chose this. Chose transformation over extinction. Chose forced adaptation over slow degradation. We knew it would be terrible. Knew people would suffer, knew cities would fall and civilization would collapse. But we also knew humanity would survive, would evolve past the need for cities, past the need for hierarchies based on blood types or resources. We'd become something that can thrive in the radioactive world we'd created. You could have warned people, I say out loud, given them choice. We did. Most people said no, said they'd rather die human than transform into something unknown. So we made the choice for them, made it for everyone. Because individual consent means nothing when the species is facing extinction. The surgeon steps forward. They're not asking for forgiveness, they're asking for understanding. They're asking you to acknowledge that what they did, however terrible, was necessary, that the alternative was worse. I look at the 12 researchers, at their transformed bodies, at their conscious eyes, watching me calculate whether their choice was justified. I think about my sister volunteering for documentation, about Marcia transforming to give us escape time, about every person in those cylinders who chose to participate in understanding what they were becoming. And I think about all the people who didn't choose, who transformed against their will, who became something they never wanted to be because 12 researchers decided survival was more important than consent. No, I say, the researchers shift, surprise rippling through their neural networks. No? The surgeon looks genuinely confused. You reject their logic? I reject the premise that forced adaptation is better than consensual extinction. You took away everyone's choice, made transformation inevitable instead of optional. You could have offered the compounds that let people volunteer, built communities of willing participants. Instead, you forced it on everyone and called it salvation. The woman researcher projects again. If we'd made it optional, not enough would have chosen it. The species would have split, transformed versus human, War would have been inevitable. We chose forced universality to prevent that conflict. You chose to be gods, to decide for everyone, and now you're surprised that people resent it. Silence in the living building, just pulse of not blood through walls and floor. But I continue, I understand why you did it. Understand the calculus that made it seem logical. And I understand that hating you doesn't change anything. The transformation is happening. Already happened. The only choice left is whether to participate consciously or resist blindly. I turn to the surgeon. You want me to help you guide transformation, help you refine the process, use my blood type to catalyze controlled change. But that makes me complicit in what they started, makes me an accessory to forced evolution. Yes, he says simply. And if I refuse? Then you transform anyway, eventually, without understanding, without the ability to help others through the process. And Marcia, he gestures to where she's waiting outside. Marcia continues transforming without the moderating treatments that could slow her progression enough for her to maintain human-compatible consciousness. There it is. There it is. The real choice, the one I've been avoiding since I entered his lab. Participate and maintain some control over how transformation happens, or refuse and watch everyone I care about transform beyond my ability to reach them. How long, I ask? If I provide blood, work with your synthesis process, how long could Marcia maintain human consciousness? Months, maybe a year. Long enough for her to document her experience. Long enough for her to guide others who start transforming. Long enough to say goodbye on her own terms, instead of having goodbye forced by cognitive deterioration. I look at the 12 researchers, at their advanced transformation, at the life they've lived for 37 years, suspended in this living building, conscious but isolated, aware but unable to fully communicate with baseline humanity. That's what you're offering, Marcia, I say. Extended consciousness but reduced capacity. Human awareness trapped in post-human biology. That's not a gift. That's torture. It's transition, the woman projects. Time to adapt psychologically while the body adapts physically. Time to understand what you're becoming instead of simply becoming it. We chose rapid transformation. Our consciousness adapted overnight. The dissonance was, she pauses, significant. We're offering Marcia what we wish we'd had. Time. I walk to the organic wall, press my hand against it, feel it pulse, warm and alive and completely alien. I'll do it, I say. But on my terms. I'll provide blood for synthesis, work on treatments that buy transformation time, but I won't participate in extracting others, won't help you harvest anyone against their will. And every person who receives treatment gets full informed consent. They know what it does. They choose whether to take it. You don't decide for them. The surgeon considers, nods. Acceptable. The 12 researchers pulse approval through their networks, agreement rippling through transformed biology. One more condition, I say. You release the cylinder subjects, all of them. Let them complete transformation. Let them come here to the origin site. Let them choose whether to maintain suspended consciousness or finish becoming. They can't consent to that choice, the surgeon says. They're past language, past the ability to communicate preference. Then ask Marcia to communicate with them. She's far enough transformed that she might be able to interpret their neural patterns, get actual consent instead of assumed compliance. He looks at me, something like respect in his expression. You're negotiating for people who can't advocate for themselves. Why? Because that's what my sister would do. Because medical ethics don't stop applying just because the patient has transformed past the ability to sign forms. Because consent matters even when it's difficult to obtain. The woman researcher projects one more time. We agree to your terms. Release of cylinder subjects contingent on verified consent. Treatment protocols require informed acceptance. And you? She focuses on me specifically. You continue transforming naturally. No forced acceleration, no synthesis of your own biology. You remain baseline human as long as possible. So someone with pure perspective can document what we're becoming. Why? Because we need observers. Need someone who can translate transformed experience back into baseline compatible language. Someone who stands between both states and can explain each to the other. That's your role. That's what your blood type was always meant for. Not catalyzing transformation, but understanding it, bridging it, making it comprehensible. The building opens. Doorway reorganizing. Daylight streams in, amber and gray and beautiful in its constancy. We exit. Marcia is waiting. She flows toward me, not walking anymore, just moving through space in ways that defy normal locomotion. You agreed, she projects. Yeah. Why? Because you matter. Because buying you time to document your experience matters. Because someone needs to be able to explain what you're becoming to people who are terrified of it. She doesn't respond, just wraps what used to be arms around me. Her body is warm now, not cold like before, generating its own heat through processes I don't understand. The transformed humans in the circles start singing again. Harmonics that create visible wavelengths, colors that don't exist in normal spectrums. Sound made visible through transformed perception. It's beautiful, Yuki whispers. She's crying. It's terrible and beautiful, and I don't have words. Nobody does, the older wanderer woman says. That's the point. Language breaks down at the edges of transformation. We need new frameworks, new categories, new ways of being that include both horror and wonder simultaneously. We stand there as the sun sets, as radiation exposure becomes safe. As the choice I made starts to settle into reality, I've agreed to participate, to help guide transformation, to use my blood to buy people time to understand what's happening to them. I've become what I fought against, partner to forced evolution, accessory to species-wide transformation. But I've also become what my sister wanted, someone who bridges understanding, someone who refuses to make choices for others while still helping them navigate impossible situations. The surgeon stands next to me. We'll return to High City tomorrow, begin release protocols for the cylinder subjects, start synthesis of moderated treatments. You'll need to draw blood twice weekly initially, more as demand increases. And Marcia? She comes with us, documents her transformation, helps interpret for others who are further along, becomes the bridge she was always meant to be. I look at her radiant transformed body, at her human face still visible beneath the changes. Are you okay with that? I ask her. I'm okay with choice, she projects. Your choice to participate, my choice to transform, everyone's choice to become or not become. The researchers were wrong to force it, but that doesn't mean transformation itself is wrong. Just means we need better ethics around how it happens. She's right. She's always been right, I realize. Even when she was selling me to High City for bounties, even when she was destroying my photo collection, even when she was stepping off ridges to give us escape time, she's been choosing all along, and now I'm choosing too. Choosing to participate, to understand, to help, choosing to become complicit in exchange for maintaining some agency over terrible necessity. The night falls, stars emerge, different patterns now, atmospheric dust shifting constellations into new configurations. Like the sky itself is transforming, we make camp in the crater, surrounded by hundreds of transformed humans who glow softly in darkness, who sing in harmonics that make the air visible, who are becoming something humanity was always supposed to be, if only we'd had the courage to choose it voluntarily. I lie awake counting transformed heartbeats, the stuttering rhythm that's becoming the new normal. The pulse of evolution, forced and inevitable. And I think about my sister, about her journals documenting transformation with scientific precision, about her choice to participate in research instead of just experiencing change, about her final message, join me when you're ready. I'm not ready, might never be ready, but I'm choosing anyway. Because that's what it means to be human, making choices we're not prepared for because the alternative is letting someone else decide for us. The building pulses in the darkness, alive and conscious and waiting for all of us to finish becoming, waiting for the transformation to complete, waiting for whatever comes after humanity ends and something else begins. Chapter 17, The Wild Truth. The journey back to High City takes 4 days. Slower than the approach because the surgeon insists on documenting everything. Every symbol-covered rock face, every transformed plant growth, every changed bird that flies overhead with wings that shouldn't generate lift but do. Marcia flows beside us. Her body has developed a new form of locomotion that looks like gliding, except there's no air current supporting her. She just moves, defies gravity through principles I don't have equations for. On the third night, we encounter them. A pack of transformed humans. 50, maybe more. They've gone feral, that's the term High City uses. Lost human consciousness entirely, reverted to something primal. They hunt in coordinated patterns, communicate through subsonic vocalizations, take down prey with efficiency that suggests intelligence, even if it's not human intelligence anymore. Except they're not hunting us. We're camped in a valley when they appear, surrounding our position in concentric rings, moving in that same flowing locomotion as Marcia, eyes reflecting firelight in colors that shift and change. Yuki reaches for weapons we don't. Wanderers go still, ready but not aggressive. The surgeon stands, removes his surgical mask, shows his transforming face to the pack. They stop moving. One comes forward. Female, I think, though the transformation has progressed far enough that gender markers are ambiguous. She's maybe 70% post-human, skin translucent, extra joints in all the wrong places, face restructured into something that still suggests human ancestry, but wouldn't pass casual inspection. She looks at the surgeon, at his transforming features. Some kind of recognition happens. Then she turns to Marcia, and the recognition intensifies. They're communicating. I can't hear it, but I can see it. Neural transmission. Direct consciousness to consciousness exchange. The female leader gestures. 3 others come forward, carrying something between them. At first I think it's prey, an animal they've taken down. Then I see the structure. Too regular, too intentional. It's a basket, woven from plastic strips and plant fiber. Inside, fruit. Actual fruit. Apples that look almost normal, except for the faint amber glow in their skin. The female sets the basket down between us, steps back, waits. What is this? Yuki whispers. Offering, the surgeon says. They're offering food, demonstrating they're not aggressive, not hostile. They're demonstrating they're civilized, I correct. They're showing us they have agriculture, social structures, gift-giving protocols. The female leader tilts her head, listening, like she can hear me even though I'm speaking too quietly for normal hearing to catch. Marcia projects to me. She can hear you. They all can. Their auditory range extends into infrasonic and ultrasonic frequencies. Your whisper is like shouting to them. I stand slowly. Non-threatening posture. Medical training includes de-escalation techniques, how to approach agitated patients without triggering fight response. Same principles apply here, apparently. The female watches me approach. Her eyes are enormous, pupils dilated to consume most of the iris. Adapted for night vision, probably. Or for perceiving wavelengths humans can't see. I kneel next to the basket, pick up one of the apples. It's warm, body temperature, like it's been held recently. The female makes a sound, not words, just vocalization, series of tones that create harmonics in the air between us. The sound has color, I can see it. Purple-green ripples spreading from her throat. I'm seeing synesthesia, Marcia's synesthesia, or my own version of it developing as transformation progresses. Thank you, I say. Formal, respectful. We accept your gift. The female's face does something that might be a smile, hard to tell with the restructured features, but the body language reads as pleased. She gestures to the pack. They flow closer, not threatening, curious, examining us with that same intense attention humans give to interesting specimens. Except we're the specimens now. One of them reaches toward Yuki. She flinches but holds position. The transformed human touches her hair. Gentle, almost tender, makes that same harmonic vocalization. Yuki's breathing has gone rapid, shallow, fight or flight response triggering, but she doesn't run. Run. They're not going to hurt you, I say quietly. They're just observing, trying to understand. Understand what? Why we're still baseline, why we're resisting transformation when they've embraced it. The surgeon is having his own interaction. 3 of the transformed humans are examining him closely, touching his face, his hands, the black veins spreading across his skin, comparing his transformation stage to their own, some kind of assessment happening. One of them vocalizes, the sound creates blue ripples. Another responds, red tones. They're having a conversation. About the surgeon, probably. About his controlled transformation versus their natural progression. Marcia flows into the center of the group. The transformed humans part for her. Respectful, reverent, almost. She's further along than the surgeon, closer to their state. One of them, in a way he'll never be. She starts vocalizing. Not human speech, not even close. Pure tones creating color patterns in the air. The transformed humans respond. A chorus of harmonics that make the valley glow with impossible shades. They're singing. I can see the music, can see the way sound creates visible wavelengths, can see meaning in the patterns even though I don't understand the language. The female leader turns back to me, points at my sister's Polaroid camera still hanging around my neck despite everything. I haven't taken photos in weeks, haven't documented the dying since I chose to see the living instead. She gestures, wants something. I pull out the camera, show it to her. She examines it with those enormous eyes, touches the lens, the flash. Then she does something I don't expect. She poses, actually poses, straightens her transformed body, tilts her head at an angle that might be aesthetic. Waits. She wants me to photograph her. My hands shake loading film. Pre-collapse Polaroid stock I've been hoarding since before the fall. Only 3 shots left. But I raise the camera, frame her in the viewfinder, her transformed face, her translucent skin, her eyes that see colors I'm only beginning to perceive. The flash goes off. She doesn't flinch, just waits while the photo develops. I hand it to her. She holds it carefully, watches her image emerge from the chemical process, and when the photo fully develops, she makes a sound I recognize despite the transformation. Laughter. She's laughing, delighted by her own image, by the proof that she exists, that she's real enough to be documented. She shows the photo to the others. They crowd around, vocalizing excitement in tones that create rainbow ripples. They're fascinated by their own appearance, by seeing themselves from outside perspective. The female leader gestures again, more posing, wanting more photos. I take the second to last shot, a group photo. 5 of them clustered together, their transformed bodies creating a composition that's beautiful despite, or maybe because of, how alien they've become. The photo develops, they pass it around, more laughter, more harmonics creating visible music. They're not feral, I say to the surgeon. They're not mindless. They're conscious and curious, and they want to be seen. They want to be understood as what they are, instead of mourned for what they were. I know, he says quietly. I've always known, but High City needs the feral narrative, needs to believe the transformed are less than human. Otherwise, they'd have to confront that transformation might not be tragedy. The female leader approaches me again. This time, she's carrying something, a tool, sharpened stone bound to a wooden handle with plant fiber, primitive but functional. She offers it to me. Handle first. Gift for gift. I take it. The weight is familiar, similar to surgical implements I've held thousands of times. Different purpose, same precision required to make it. She points to herself, then to the tool, then to me, making some kind of statement. Marcia projects. She's saying, we make things, we build, we create. We're not animals, we're what comes after human. We're not less, we're more. And we want you to know that. The transformed humans start moving again, not away, towards something. They want us to follow. The surgeon looks at me. Your choice. We can return to High City, or we can see where they're leading us. We follow, I say immediately. We follow and we learn and we stop pretending they're monsters. We follow them through the valley, up a slope I didn't notice in the darkness, into a canyon that opens onto something I don't have words for. A nest. Not animal nest. Not human settlement. Something between. Structures woven from plastic and metal and organic materials. Architecture that's grown as much as built, functional and beautiful in ways that make my eyes hurt because the geometry doesn't follow rules I understand. The canyon walls are covered in the same geometric symbols from the origin site, glowing faintly, creating ambient light without heat. The transformed humans move through the space with practiced ease. Purpose, direction. They're not surviving, they're living. Building culture, creating art, developing society that operates on principles beyond baseline human comprehension. One structure looks like it might be communal gathering space. The transformed humans flow toward it, arrange themselves in circles, start vocalizing together, harmonics that create visible patterns in the air above them. It's music, Yuki whispers. They're making music. It's language, I correct. Music is just one application. They're communicating complex ideas through tonal patterns, creating meaning through sound-color correspondence. Marcia joins the circle, adds her voice to the chorus. The patterns intensify. More colors, more complexity. Information being exchanged at speeds baseline humans couldn't process. The female leader gestures to me. Invitation. She wants me to participate. I can't, I say. I don't know how to vocalize like that, don't know the language. She touches my throat, gentle pressure on my larynx, makes a simple tone, single note, no harmonics, waits for me to repeat it. I try, my voice cracks. Wrong frequency, wrong timbre, but I produce sound. She nods, encouraging, makes the tone again, I repeat. Closer this time. She adds a second tone, creating harmony with herself. 2 notes simultaneously from one throat. I can't do that. Baseline humans can't. We're single-frequency vocalizers, but I try anyway, force my vocal cords into positions they weren't designed for. And something happens. Something shifts. My throat restructures slightly, transformation accelerating in response to need. I produce 2 tones, weak, barely harmonic, but present. The female leader's face does that maybe smile again. She adds me to the circle, guides my vocalizations, teaches me the basics of their language through practice and repetition. I'm learning to sing in colors. The session lasts maybe an hour, maybe longer. Time feels different here, measured in harmonic progressions instead of chronological minutes. When it ends, the transformed humans disperse, some to other structures, some to the canyon walls where they tend the glowing symbols, some to tasks I can't identify. The female leader brings us to a shelter structure. Gestures inside, offering hospitality, offering rest. We accept. Sleep in shifts. The transformed humans don't seem to sleep the way baseline humans do. They enter some kind of rest state but remain partially aware. Always listening. Always ready. I lie awake watching them through the shelter opening, watching them tend their society, watching them be conscious and purposeful and alive in ways that completely invalidate everything High City teaches about the transformed. They're not what we thought, Yuki says quietly. She's awake too, watching. They're not feral, they're not mindless, they're just different, operating on different principles. Yeah, everything we've been told is wrong. The wild aren't dangerous because they're mindless. Yeah, they're dangerous because we attack them first, because we see them as threats instead of as what comes next. Not all of them are like this, the surgeon says from his corner. Some do go aggressive, some do attack without provocation. Transformation doesn't automatically create peaceful societies. No, I agree. But it doesn't automatically create monsters either. It creates variation, different responses to the same biological changes. Just like baseline humanity, some people build communities, some people become violent. Transformation doesn't change that fundamental range, just changes what form it takes. Morning comes. The radiation cycle opening. Safe travel window. The female leader brings us food. More fruit. Something that might be bread made from transformed grain. Water in containers woven from living plant material. We eat. The food tastes strange, familiar and alien simultaneously. My body processes it differently than baseline nutrition, extracting more energy, converting it more efficiently. I'm adapting to post-human food sources, adapting faster than I should be. The transformation is accelerating, triggered by immersion in transformed community, by attempting their language, by accepting their hospitality and eating their food. I'm becoming them faster than the treatment can slow. When we prepare to leave, the female leader approaches me one more time. She's carrying the Polaroid photo, the one of her alone. She's kept it, treasured it. She vocalizes. Complex pattern I almost understand, almost recognize as meaning. Marcia translates, she's saying, come back. Bring your device that captures images. Document us. Show the others that we're still here, still conscious, still worthy of being seen. I will, I promise. I'll come back. I'll document your community. I'll show people that transformation doesn't mean erasure. She touches my face, same gentle pressure as before, and I see her colors. Not through eyes, through whatever sense is developing to replace normal vision. I see her consciousness as wavelengths, as patterns of light and meaning. She's afraid that baseline humans will come here with weapons instead of cameras. Afraid that her community will be erased before anyone understands what they've built. I'll try to prevent that, I say. Can't promise, but I'll try. She steps back, the maybe smile again. Then she flows away into the canyon structures. We leave the nest, return to the valley, resume our journey to High City. Nobody speaks for the first hour, just walking, processing what we witnessed, what we learned. Finally, Yuki breaks the silence. We can't let High City send extraction teams here. Can't let them treat these people as resources to be harvested. They're not people anymore, the surgeon says. Not by baseline definition. Then we need new definitions, I say. Need categories that include consciousness regardless of biology. Need frameworks that recognize sentience when it exists outside human parameters. That's philosophy, the surgeon says. High City operates on economics, on resource extraction and pharmaceutical production. They won't change systems because we witnessed transformed humans making music. Then we force the change, Yuki says. Leverage whatever power we have. Threaten to stop treatment synthesis if they don't establish protections for transformed communities. That's coercion, I point out. Yes, and High City operates through coercion constantly. Maybe it's time to use their own methods against them. We walk in silence again. The valley gives way to mountain slopes, the journey continuing. Marcia hasn't spoken, projected since we left the nest. She's been quiet, processing. When she finally does communicate, it's not words, just pure emotion transmitted directly. Grief, joy, recognition, loss, all simultaneously. What is it, I ask? I can understand them now. Really understand. Not just translate, actually perceive what they're saying, and I can't explain it to you. Can't convert it back into baseline compatible language. There aren't words for what they're communicating. And that means I'm moving past the ability to bridge, moving past the ability to explain post-human experience to baseline consciousness. How long, I ask? How long until you can't translate at all? Weeks, maybe less. The more I interact with them, the more I adapt to their communication methods. The more I adapt, the less I can convert back into human speech. It's not losing language, it's gaining something that makes language obsolete. She flows closer to me. Projects one more thing. When I can't translate anymore, you'll need to learn their language directly. You're transforming fast enough now that you might be able to. Might be able to become the bridge I'm about to stop being. I'm not ready for that. Nobody's ever ready. But transformation doesn't wait for readiness. It just happens. And you either adapt or you don't. We crest a ridge. High City comes into view below. The extraction facility glowing with industrial lights. The pit active. I can see the amphitheater from here, tiny figures moving in combat patterns. We're returning to the city that processes transformed humans as resources. Returning to the systems that deny consciousness to anything that doesn't fit baseline parameters. Returning with knowledge that everything they believe is wrong. This is going to be difficult, the surgeon says. Yeah, I agree. But we do it anyway. We descend toward High City as the sun climbs, radiation window closing. Soon we'll need shelter, need the facility's protection, need to confront the choice between maintaining comfortable lies or fighting for uncomfortable truth. Behind us, in the valley we're leaving, I hear singing. Harmonics carrying across distance, the transformed community making music that creates colors in the morning air, making art that proves they're conscious, that proves they're worthy of protection, that proves transformation doesn't erase what matters, it just changes what form mattering takes. Marcia starts singing too, not human vocalization, not anymore. Pure tones that create patterns I can almost see, almost understand. And the valley answers, the transformed community singing back. Harmonics bridging the distance, consciousness reaching across space to acknowledge consciousness. I pull out my camera, one photo left. Last piece of pre-collapse film. I frame the valley, the glowing nest structures, the morning light making everything amber and beautiful. I take the shot. The photo develops slowly, and when the image emerges, I see what the camera captured. The transformed community gathered at the canyon entrance, watching us leave. Dozens of them, witnesses to our witnessing. Proof that they exist, that they're conscious, that they matter. I'll show this photo to High City, show them what transformation actually creates, instead of what they've convinced themselves it destroys. I'll force them to see. Even if seeing means confronting their own inevitable becoming. Chapter 18. The Sacrifice Play. High City's security stops us at the extraction facility gates. 3 guards with rifles, their postures showing they've been waiting, expecting us. The surgeon, the lead guard says, you're wanted in the administrative sector, immediately. For what purpose? Didn't say. Just said to bring you directly, no detours to the lab. The surgeon looks at me. Something passes between us, understanding that whatever's happening, it's not routine. Take the others to medical quarantine, standard exposure protocols. I'll handle administration. We're not splitting up, I say. You don't have a choice. This is High City. They have procedures. The guards separate us. The surgeon gets escorted toward the upper levels. Me, Marcia, Yuki, and the Wanderers, Rashida and her group get directed to the lower medical section. Different guards, different route. Quarantine turns out to be observation rooms with one-way glass. They separate us further, 1 person per room. Clinical isolation. I'm alone for the first time in days. The room is sterile, pre-collapse medical equipment, examination table, monitoring devices, all of it preserved and functional. They're going to test me, document transformation progression, add my data to whatever systems they're maintaining. A doctor enters, not the surgeon, someone else. Woman, maybe 50, with the kind of exhausted eyes that come from working too many shifts in impossible conditions. Henry Lee, she says, reading from a tablet. O negative. Early stage transformation. You've been to the origin site. Yes. And you encountered a transformed community. Non-hostile, socially organized, exhibiting what you interpreted as conscious behavior. I didn't interpret anything. They are conscious, they communicate, they make art, they offered hospitality. So you claim. She pulls out medical instruments. I need samples. Blood, tissue, baseline cognitive tests. Standard procedure for anyone returning from beyond city limits. What's this really about? The surgeon filed a report, claimed he's found evidence that transformation doesn't eliminate consciousness, that the so-called wild are actually organized post-human societies. Administration wants verification, wants to know if his findings are reliable or if he's too far transformed to assess objectively. She draws blood, multiple vials. I'm lightheaded already from the extractions at the origin site. This is pushing me toward anemia, toward physical limits. How far along am I ask. The transformation. What percentage? 20% approximately, accelerating faster than treatment should allow. Whatever happened at the origin site triggered rapid progression. She labels the vials. You're transforming too fast to be useful much longer. Another month, maybe two, and you'll be past baseline cognitive function. Is that medical assessment or threat? Assessment. But administration might interpret it as timeline, might decide to extract maximum value from you before you're past utility. She finishes the blood draw, moves to tissue samples, skin biopsy, throat swab, hair follicles. Each sample gets carefully documented, added to systems I can't see. What happens to the samples, I ask. Analysis. Comparison against baseline norms. Documentation of transformation markers, standard research protocols. You're building a database, cataloging transformation progressions. Yes, we've been doing it for years. Every person who comes through High City gets documented. Every transformation stage gets recorded. We're creating a comprehensive map of how the infection rewrites human biology. For what purpose? She pauses, looks at me directly. You really want to know? Yes. We're trying to find the threshold. The point where consciousness ends and something else begins. We're trying to determine if there's a stage where transformation can be reversed, where people can be brought back to baseline humanity. That's not possible, probably not. But administration wants certainty, wants proof that transformation is irreversible before they commit to alternative policies. What alternative policies? Acceptance protocols, integration frameworks, systems for coexisting with transformed populations instead of treating them as threats. She finishes collecting samples. The surgeon has been advocating for these changes for years, but he's transforming himself. Administration questions his objectivity. So they're testing me instead, seeing if a baseline adjacent observer confirms his findings. Exactly. She leaves. The door locks behind her. I'm alone again. I lie on the examination table, count ceiling tiles, try to slow my heartbeat. The stuttering rhythm is more pronounced now. Every third beat doubled. My heart is restructuring, adapting to whatever cardiovascular changes transformation requires. Hours pass, maybe longer. Time becomes difficult to track without external cues. The door opens, not the doctor, Reverend Amara Okafor. She's not supposed to be here. High City barely tolerates her sanctuary, doesn't allow her in the extraction facility except under specific diplomatic circumstances. Henry, she says, we need to leave. Now. Administration is mobilizing. They've intercepted communications from Low City. Low City learned about the origin site, about the researchers who forced transformation. They're organizing military response, planning assault on the living building, 300 fighters, heavy weapons. They're going to try to destroy the source. That won't work. The origin site can't be destroyed conventionally. It'll just regenerate. I know that. You know that. But Low City leadership doesn't care about possible or impossible. They care about retribution, about punishing the people who took away humanity's choice. She's moving fast, checking the corridor, making sure we're not observed. High City is using this, she continues. Using Low City's mobilization as excuse to crack down on the sanctuary. Claiming I'm facilitating communication between transformed communities and baseline cities. They're threatening to shut down neutral ground, eliminate the only space where both populations can interact without violence. Where are the others? Yuki's already out. Got her through medical quarantine using forged clearance. Marcia's still in observation. She's too transformed to move unnoticed. Rashida and the Wanderers left through the ventilation system, but you, she looks at me, you're too valuable. High City won't let you leave voluntarily. So we're breaking out. Yes. She leads me through corridors I don't recognize, maintenance passages, service routes, the parts of the facility baseline workers use. We pass extraction teams preparing for shifts, medical staff managing logistics, everyone too focused on their tasks to notice two people moving with purpose. We emerge in the exterior loading area. Yuki's waiting with supplies, food, water, climbing gear, everything we need for travel through the between. "Where's Marcia?" I ask. "Still inside," Yuki says. "We couldn't get her out. She's too transformed. Too obvious. Every guard in the facility is looking for transformed subjects after the surgeon's report. We're not leaving without her. We don't have a choice. We're not leaving without her." Amara puts her hand on my shoulder. "Henry, listen. Marcia is safer inside than with us. High City won't harm her. She's too valuable as study subject. But if we're caught helping her escape, they'll process all of us. Extract everything useful and discard the rest. We save who we can save." She's right. She's always right. But that doesn't make leaving Marcia easier. "I'll come back for her," I say. "Once we reach the sanctuary, once we establish safe ground, I'll come back." "I know you will." We move fast, down the mountain approach. Into the between, before High City can organize pursuit. Rashida meets us halfway. She's been scouting, making sure the route is clear. "Low City forces are already mobilizing," she reports, moving north toward the origin site. They'll reach the boundary of transformed territory by tomorrow. After that, it's conflict. Open warfare between baseline and post-human. "Can we stop them?" Yuki asks. "Not through force, but maybe through negotiation. If we reach the sanctuary first, if we broker communication between Low City leadership and the transformed community, if we can make them understand that attacking the origin site won't stop transformation, it'll just create casualties on both sides. We push through the night, no rest, no stops, just movement toward neutral ground." The sanctuary appears at dawn, walled garden in the middle of nothing. Amara's life work, 20 years of maintaining space where violence isn't allowed, where both cities can send their refugees and wounded and people who don't fit anywhere else. We enter through the main gate. Amara has to surrender security to open it. Complex system of locks and counterweights designed to prevent forced entry. Inside, the garden is exactly as described. Growing things that shouldn't grow. Water sources that shouldn't exist at this elevation. Life maintained through careful balance and Amara's refusal to let anything die without fighting for it first. There are people here already, maybe 50. Mix of baseline humans and early stage transformed. Some from High City, some from Low City, some from wanderer communities. All of them seeking the same thing, space to exist without being processed or eliminated. Amara gathers them in the central courtyard, explains the situation. Low City mobilizing, High City preparing countermeasures. Transformed communities in the path of both forces. "We have maybe 36 hours, she says. 36 hours to broker negotiation between Low City leadership and the transformed community before violence becomes inevitable. 36 hours to prove that coexistence is possible." "How?" someone asks. Young woman, early 20s, with black veins just starting to branch across her collarbone. "Low City won't negotiate with the transformed, won't even acknowledge they're conscious." "They'll negotiate with me," I say. "I'm baseline enough, still human enough, and I've been to the origin site, seen what transformation actually creates. I can bridge them." "Low City doesn't trust bridges," Rashida says. "They trust force. They trust extraction and processing and maintaining hierarchies based on blood types. They won't change systems because one person tells them to." Then we don't ask them to change systems. We ask them to choose. Choose between attacking the origin site and losing hundreds of fighters to defensive response, or choosing to negotiate terms for coexistence. That's still forcing them. No. That's presenting options, letting them decide which cost they're willing to pay. Amara nods slowly. "It might work, might buy time for cooler analysis to prevail, but you'll need proof. Need to demonstrate that the transformed can negotiate, that they're capable of restraint and compromise." "I have proof." I pull out the Polaroid. The photograph of the transformed community. Dozens of them gathered at the canyon entrance, conscious, organized, watching us leave. I pass the photo around. People look at it. Really look. See the structures in the background. See the geometry that suggests intentional design. See the transformed humans arranged in patterns that suggest social organization. This is recent? The young woman asks. 3 days ago. That community has been living there for years, building culture, making art. They're not feral. They're not mindless. They're just operating on principles we don't have frameworks for understanding yet. Show this to low city leadership, Amara says. Force them to confront that what they're planning to attack isn't just a site, it's people. Conscious people who've built something worth protecting. And if they don't care, then we defend the sanctuary, refuse to let either side use neutral ground as staging area, force them to go around us, make them acknowledge that some spaces remain outside their jurisdiction. Someone shouts from the garden wall, movement on the southern approach, multiple people, armed. We rush to the wall, look down, low city forces, not the full 300, advanced team, maybe 20 fighters, scouting, assessing terrain, preparing for the main force to follow, and leading them is Books. He sees me on the wall, our eyes meet across distance. He raises one hand, not greeting, not threat, just acknowledgement. We're on opposite sides now. Different choices leading to different positions. Let them in, Amara says. This is neutral ground. We don't bar entry based on affiliation. They're armed, and they'll surrender weapons at the gate or they won't enter. Same rules for everyone. The low city team approaches. Books negotiates with Amara through the gate. Long conversation I can't hear from the wall. Finally, the gate opens. The fighters enter without their weapons. They stack rifles and blades in the entrance area. Submit to the sanctuary's rules. Books finds me in the courtyard. We stand there. Two people who used to work together in Low City's clinic, who used to share the same goals before transformation, before choices split us onto different paths. Henry, he says finally. Books. You look different. The transformation, it's accelerating. Yeah, happens when you spend time with the transformed, when you learn their language, but when you stop fighting what's inevitable, or when you stop trying to preserve your humanity. The words sting. He means them to sting. I'm not here to debate transformation ethics, I say. I'm here to prevent war, to stop Low City from attacking the origin site and losing hundreds of people to defensive response they're not prepared for. We're prepared. We have weapons. We have radiation suits. We have fighters who are willing to die to end this. You have people who are willing to die pointlessly. The origin site can't be destroyed. The living building regenerates. Attacking it won't stop transformation. It'll just create casualties. Then what do you suggest? We just accept it? Accept that someone decided to transform the entire species without consent? Accept that our humanity was stolen and we're supposed to be grateful for whatever comes next? No. I suggest you demand agency over how transformation happens. Demand treatments that slow progression. Demand support systems for people mid-change. Demand documentation protocols so your experience isn't erased. But don't demand the impossible. Don't demand that transformation stop entirely. That choice doesn't exist anymore. Books looks at the Polaroid I'm still holding, at the transformed community visible in the photo. Show me, he says. Show me proof that they're conscious, that they're not just animals operating on instinct. Show me proof that what we're becoming is worth the cost of what we're losing. I hand him the photo. This was taken 3 days ago. That's a community of transformed humans. They offered hospitality. They taught me their language. They documented themselves because they want to be seen, want to be understood as what they are instead of mourned for what they were. He studies the image. Long silence. His hands shake slightly holding it. This could be fabricated, he says finally. Could be staged. Could be anything except proof. It could, but it's not. And you know it's not because you're already transforming. I can see the veins starting on your wrist. You're maybe 5% along, early stage, but present. And you're terrified, not of becoming something else, of acknowledging that you're already becoming. He pulls his sleeve down, covers the evidence. Don't. Don't what? Don't tell you the truth? Don't make you confront what's happening? You came here to scout for military assault, but you came to the sanctuary because part of you wants another option, wants a way forward that doesn't involve violence. There is. There is no other way forward. There is. It's called negotiation. It's called compromise. It's called accepting that transformation is happening and choosing to guide it instead of fighting it. Books looks at me, really looks, sees the changes in my face, the translucent skin, the eyes that glow amber even in daylight, sees what I'm becoming and sees his own future in it. I need time, he says. Need to think. Need to process what you're showing me. You have 36 hours. Then Low City's main force reaches the origin site. Then negotiation becomes impossible and violence becomes inevitable. He nods, turns away, joins his team at the far end of the courtyard. Amara approaches me. That went better than expected. He's terrified. Everyone is. That's human. But he's listening. That's more than most people do when confronted with transformation. Movement on the northern wall. More shouting. Another approach. This time it's high city forces. Smaller group, maybe 10 people. Not soldiers, scientists, medical staff. Led by the surgeon, he's been released. Whatever administration wanted with him is complete. Amara opens the gate again. Same rules, surrender weapons, submit to neutral ground protocols. The surgeon enters with his team. He's carrying equipment, medical scanners, sample kits, documentation, tools. He finds me immediately. They're mobilizing too, he says without preamble. High City. They learned about Low City's assault plans. They're organizing defensive response, not to protect the origin site, to extract maximum value before it's potentially destroyed. They're sending harvester teams to the transformed community you visited, planning to capture specimens while they're still locatable. We have to stop them. We can't, not directly, but we can offer alternative, can negotiate access for documentation instead of extraction, can offer to provide research data without requiring specimen capture. You think High City will accept that? I think they'll accept anything that maintains their pharmaceutical production, and transformed communities have compounds High City wants. If we broker trade instead of extraction, consciousness-compatible exchange instead of forced harvest, we might prevent violence. It's pragmatic, it's compromise. It's exactly the kind of ethical flexibility that used to horrify me. Now it just seems necessary. How do we negotiate trade with a transformed community? I ask. How do we establish terms? You go back, the surgeon says. You return to the nest. You communicate using the language you're learning. You offer them choice, allow High City documentation in exchange for protection from harvester extraction. Give them agency over how they're studied instead of forcing them to submit or fight. And if they refuse, then we defend them. Use the sanctuary as staging ground for protection forces. Make High City go through us to reach them. Amara is listening. She nods slowly. That would work. High City won't attack the sanctuary directly. Too much political cost. They need me functional. Need neutral ground maintained. If I declare the transformed community under sanctuary protection, High City will have to negotiate. But Low City won't, Rashida interjects. Low City doesn't need the sanctuary the same way High City does. They'll go around us. Attack the origin site directly regardless of our protection. Then we split focus, I say. I return to the transformed community, negotiate protection terms. I look at Amara, you negotiate with Low City leadership. Show them the photo. Make them confront that what they're attacking is conscious people, not just infection source. And I coordinate High City's cooperation, the surgeon adds. Make sure they honor whatever terms we establish. Use my influence to prevent harvester deployment. It's a plan. Barely. full of holes and assumptions and ways it could fail. But it's more than nothing. We have 36 hours, Amara says, maybe less. Everyone rests now. We move at dusk when radiation window closes. The sanctuary provides sleeping quarters, shared spaces. I collapse onto a cot, exhausted beyond physical limits, anemic from blood draws, transforming faster than treatment can slow. Yuki sits next to me. You're going back to the nest alone? The surgeon's team can't keep pace, can't navigate the terrain fast enough. It has to be me. Then I'm coming with you. You're AB positive. Too valuable. If something happens, I'm exactly where I choose to be. Stop treating my blood type like it determines my decisions. She's right. She's always right. Okay, I say. We go together. I sleep for maybe 4 hours. Dream of my sister suspended in amber gel. Dream of Marcia singing in colors. Dream of the transformed community making music that I can almost understand. Wake to someone shaking my shoulder. It's books. I need to talk to you, he says, before you leave, before whatever happens next makes conversation impossible. We walk to the garden's edge, to where the sanctuary wall meets natural rock, private, isolated. My brother, Book says, the marker you returned. Tell me about his final moments. Tell me everything. So I do. Tell him about the pit, about the fight I didn't want, about the choice between Book's brother's life and my own freedom. About the moment I used medical knowledge as violence. I'm sorry, I say when I finish. I chose survival over ethics, chose my own life over his. I can't undo that. Can't make it right, can only acknowledge it and try to make better choices moving forward. Books is quiet for a long time. When he speaks, his voice is steady, controlled. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for not pretending it was anything other than choice. Most people would have lied, would have made it sound inevitable, but you owned it. That matters. Does it? Does owning terrible choices make them less terrible? No, but it makes you less of a coward. And that's all anyone can ask. He pulls up his sleeve, shows me the black veins spreading across his wrist. They've grown since earlier, branched further. It's accelerating, he says. Stress is triggering it. Fear is triggering it. The more I resist, the faster it progresses. That's irony, isn't it? Fighting transformation just makes it happen faster. Yeah, that's how it works. The body adapts to resistance, overcomes objection, becomes what it's instructed to become, regardless of conscious preference. So I have two choices. Transform slowly while maintaining consciousness, or transform rapidly and hope awareness emerges on the other side. Those are the options. Neither is wrong, just different costs, different timelines. He rolls his sleeve back down. Show low city leadership the photo. Make them understand what they're attacking. I'll support your negotiation. Can't promise others will listen, but I'll try. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because my brother deserves better than to have his passing contribute to more violence. Deserves to matter in ways beyond just being another casualty. He walks away, returns to his team. Dusk comes, radiation window closing, safe travel beginning. Yuki and I prepare to leave. Pack light, just water, climbing gear, the Polaroid camera, everything we need to reach the nest and negotiate terms. The surgeon provides one more item, portable blood synthesis kit, compact version of his lab equipment. In case you need to offer treatment, he says, in case the transformed community wants time, wants consciousness during progression, this lets you synthesize on site. I take it, add it to the pack. Amara walks us to the gate. Safe travel. Return with terms we can enforce. Return with proof that coexistence is possible. And if it's not possible, then we fight anyway, because fighting for the possibility of peace is better than accepting the inevitability of violence. We leave the sanctuary, move north toward the valley, toward the transformed community that might be humanity's future or might just be humanity's end, toward negotiation that might work or might fail, toward choice made in the space between preservation and transformation. The night is clear, stars visible through the amber-gray atmospheric dust. My enhanced vision sees them differently now, sees radiation patterns, sees colors in stellar light that baseline humans can't perceive. I'm becoming something that sees beauty in what used to be threatening, becoming something that understands communication in frequencies that used to be noise, becoming a bridge whether I'm ready or not. The singing starts when we're still a mile from the nest, harmonics carrying across distance, the transformed community making music, making art, making consciousness visible through sound. And despite everything, despite the fear and the uncertainty and the knowledge that I'm transforming past the point of return, I find myself singing back, vocalization that creates colors in the night air, response that bridges consciousness across species boundaries, communication that proves transformation doesn't end what matters, it just changes what form mattering takes. Chapter 19, Blood Memory. The transformed community greets us at the canyon entrance, not hostile, curious, examining Yuki with that same intense attention they gave me before, touching her hair, her face, her hands. The female leader recognizes me, makes harmonics that I almost understand, almost translate into meaning without Marcia's help. You returned. You brought another. Yes. And I need to talk to you. Need to negotiate. Need your help preventing violence. She tilts her head. Listening. I pull out the Polaroid photo, the one of her community. She takes it gently, shows it to the others. They vocalize approval, recognition. Both cities are mobilizing, I continue. Low City wants to attack the origin site. High City wants to extract your community for study. I'm trying to prevent both. Trying to establish protection in exchange for allowing documentation. Trying to give you agency over how you're studied instead of forcing you to fight or flee. The female leader considers this, makes complex harmonics. Others respond, they're discussing, deliberating, coming to consensus through communication I can barely perceive. Finally, she vocalizes to me, show us this documentation you promise. Show us what you want in exchange for protection. I pull out the surgeon's portable synthesis kit, demonstrate how it works, how baseload becomes treatment that slows transformation, how documentation happens through samples and scans instead of capture and suspension. The transformed humans watch. Several come forward, want to be tested, want samples taken, want to participate in understanding what they're becoming. I work through the night, drawing blood, running scans, documenting transformation markers, everything recorded, everything consensual. One of them, younger male, maybe 60% transformed, keeps making the same harmonic pattern, over and over, insistent. What's he saying? I ask the female leader. She gestures to my portable synthesis chamber, makes questioning harmonics. You want treatment? Want time to maintain consciousness? Not want. Curious. Want to understand what slowing feels like. Want to compare rapid transformation to moderated progression. Want choice. I prepare a dose, inject it. He settles back, waits. Nothing happens immediately. Treatment takes hours to affect cellular processes, but he seems satisfied. Seems pleased to have been given option, even if the outcome is uncertain. We continue documentation through the night. By dawn, I've sampled 30 individuals, cataloged their transformation stages, recorded their vital signs and cellular changes and cognitive responses. It's more data than the surgeon has collected in years, more information than High City's entire research division has documented. All of it gathered with consent, all of it given freely in exchange for the promise of protection. This is enough, I tell the female leader, enough to show High City that extraction isn't necessary, that the transformed will cooperate with research if approached with respect instead of force. And the other city? The one that wants to attack the origin? I don't know. I'm trying to negotiate, trying to show them that what they're planning to attack is conscious people worth protecting. But I can't promise they'll listen. She makes harmonics that feel like sadness, like grief for violence that hasn't happened yet, but probably will. We will defend the origin if attacked. We'll protect the researchers who forced transformation because they are also conscious, also deserve protection regardless of their choices. But defending means casualties, means humans will end. We do not want that, neither do I. Then stop them. Use whatever tools you have. Use our documentation. Use our cooperation. Use our willingness to coexist. Make them understand that attack serves nothing except retribution. I pack up the synthesis kit, load the samples carefully, everything documented, everything recorded. Yuki has been photographing, using the last of my Polaroid film and then switching to sketches, drawing the transformed community, capturing their architecture, their social patterns, their obvious consciousness. This is enough evidence, she says, enough proof that they're organized, sapient, worthy of protection under any ethical framework. We prepare to leave. The female leader approaches one more time. She's carrying something, small object wrapped in woven fiber. She unwraps it. Inside, a piece of fruit, one of the glowing apples from their agriculture. She offers it to me. Thank you, I say. She makes harmonics that might be blessing, might be farewell, might be both. We leave the nest, travel south toward the sanctuary, carrying documentation that might prevent war, or might just document why war happened anyway. The journey takes 12 hours. We push hard, no rest, no stops, just movement toward the deadline that's approaching, whether we're ready or not. The sanctuary appears at dusk. We're exhausted, covered in dust, carrying evidence that transformation creates consciousness instead of destroying it. Amara meets us at the gate. Low City's main force is 6 hours out. They're committed to assault. Leadership refused negotiation, said any community harboring transformed subjects is complicit in forced evolution. They're planning to attack the origin site and then sweep through transformed territories, eliminating resistance. Did you show them the photo? Yes. They said it proved nothing. Said transformed subjects could be trained to appear organized. Said consciousness requires baseline human cognition and anything else is simulation. That's not science. That's ideology refusing evidence. I know, but they're not interested in science. They're interested in retribution, in punishing the researchers who took away choice. They won't stop until they've destroyed the origin site or been stopped by force. Books emerges from the sanctuary interior. He looks worse, more veins spreading, skin going translucent. He's transforming rapidly. Stress accelerating the process. I tried, he says, argued for negotiation, showed them my own transformation, told them fighting would only create casualties on both sides. They removed me from command, said I was compromised, too far transformed to assess objectively. How far are you? I ask. 25%, maybe more. It's accelerating exponentially. Another week and I'll be past baseline cognition. Another month and I'll be like her. He gestures toward where Marcia waits. She's been released from High City somehow, brought to the sanctuary while we were gone. Marcia flows toward us, projects directly. I convinced them I was more useful here, more useful as bridge between forces. They believed me because they wanted to believe surveillance is possible, but really I'm just here to witness, to document, to remember what happens when violence becomes inevitable. It's not inevitable, I say. Not yet. We have documentation, have proof that the transformed cooperate with research, have evidence that extraction isn't necessary. If we show High City already knows, the surgeon interrupts. He's here too. Everyone's here. All the pieces converging on the sanctuary. I transmitted your findings, showed them the data. They're not interested in cooperation. They want exclusive access, want to maintain control over pharmaceutical extraction. They won't honor protection terms if it means losing competitive advantage. So both cities are attacking? Yes. Yes. Low cities hitting the origin site. High cities deploying harvesters to the transformed nest. Both operations launching simultaneously. Both designed to extract maximum value before the other side can interfere. I sink against the sanctuary wall. Exhausted, defeated. We failed. No, Amara says firmly. We tried. That matters. And we're not done yet. We still have the sanctuary, still have neutral ground. We can offer refuge to whoever survives the assault, can document casualties, can bear witness even if we can't prevent. Bearing witness isn't enough. It's all we have. The waiting is terrible. 6 hours until Low City's assault, 7 until High City's harvesters deploy. Time measured in countdown to violence we can't stop. I spend it in the sanctuary's medical area, testing my own blood, running scans on my own transformation, documenting progression with clinical precision because documentation is the only control I have left. 28% transformed, accelerating despite treatment, despite everything. My heart has developed that full stuttering rhythm now, every beat doubled. My lungs have started restructuring. I can feel it when I breathe, the way air moves differently through changing tissue. I'm running out of time, running out of baseline humanity. Soon I'll transform past the ability to synthesize treatment, past the ability to bridge, past the ability to document in ways baseline consciousness can understand. Yuki finds me there, sits next to me, doesn't speak, just sits. I'm scared, I finally say. Me too. Not of transforming, of failing. Of watching everyone fight over something they can't control and not being able to stop it. You can't stop evolution, she says. Can't stop transformation. Can't stop violence when people are determined to commit it. All you can do is witness, document, remember. Make sure what happens means something instead of just being random casualties. She's right. She's always right. The transformed community arrives first. 60 of them, flowing across the between. Moving toward the sanctuary. The female leader in front. She vocalizes from distance. Harmonics carrying across space. We came to help. Came to defend. Came to prevent Low City from reaching the origin site because the researchers deserve protection despite their choices. You can't fight 300 armed humans, I shout back. You'll be outnumbered, outarmed. They'll eliminate you before you can mount effective defense. We do not plan to fight. We plan to communicate, to demonstrate consciousness, to force them to acknowledge what they're attacking, to make violence require looking us in the eyes first. They settle around the sanctuary, creating perimeter, making presence obvious, undeniable. The surgeon watches from the wall. This is either brilliant or suicidal, I say. It's both. Low City's force appears on the southern horizon at exactly the predicted time. 300 fighters, moving in organized columns, armed with pre-collapse weapons that still function, radiation suits protecting them from exposure. They stop when they see the transformed community. Hesitate. Weren't expecting resistance. Weren't expecting the enemy to position themselves between Low City and their target. The female leader flows forward, alone, unarmed. She stops 50 feet from Low City's front line, makes harmonics, loud enough that everyone can hear, complex enough that meaning comes through even without translation. She's singing her existence, singing her consciousness, singing proof that transformation doesn't erase what matters. One of the Low City fighters raises a weapon. Books, still with them despite being removed from command, knocks the barrel down. Don't, Books shouts. Don't start violence, not yet. Not until we've exhausted all alternatives. She's one of them, the fighter responds. She's transformed. She's the enemy. She's a person, still conscious, still worthy of consideration. She's a monster that used to be a person. There's a difference. The female leader continues singing. Other transformed humans join. 60 voices creating harmony, creating colors visible in the afternoon air, creating beauty that's impossible to ignore. Some of the Low City fighters lower their weapons, some don't. They're divided, uncertain, confronted with enemy that looks monstrous but acts conscious. Then High City's harvesters appear on the northern horizon. 20 extraction teams, heavily armed, moving toward the transformed nest, planning to capture while Low City provides distraction. No, the surgeon says. He's watching through binoculars. They're not supposed to deploy yet. They're moving early, trying to extract before anyone can interfere. The female leader sees them too. Her singing changes, warning harmonics. The other transformed humans respond. Half of them peel away, flow north to defend their nest. The other half stay, maintain position between Low City and the origin site. They're splitting their forces, Yuki says. They're going to be overwhelmed on both fronts. I climb down from the wall, start running, not thinking, just moving, toward Low City's line, toward the space between baseline and transformed. Henry, don't, Amara shouts, but I'm already there, already standing between the female leader and Low City's weapons. Stop, I say, just stop. Look at her. Really look. She's conscious. She's sapient. She's what we're all becoming, whether we like it or not. Attacking her doesn't stop transformation. It just eliminates someone who was willing to cooperate, someone who was willing to be documented, someone who chose coexistence over violence. Move aside, one of the fighters says. You're transformed too. You're compromised. I'm bridging. I'm communicating. I'm doing what you're refusing to do, acknowledging that consciousness exists in forms beyond baseline human. And if you shoot through me to reach her, you prove that this was never about stopping transformation. It was about eliminating anything that reminds you of what you're becoming. Book steps forward, joins me. He's right. Look at her. She's not attacking. She's not threatening. She's just existing. And we're planning to end her for that, for existing in a form we're afraid of becoming. More fighters hesitate, weapons lowering. Not all of them, but enough. Then gunfire erupts from the north. High City's harvesters have reached the nest. The battle is starting. The female leader hears it, turns, makes distressed harmonics. Her community is being attacked. Her people are dying, and she's here, trying to prevent a different assault. She flows toward the north, trying to help, trying to defend. Low City's forces don't shoot her. They let her pass, confused, uncertain, confronted with enemy that's defending home instead of attacking invaders. Hold position, Book's orders. Nobody moves. We're not attacking until we understand what's happening, but his authority is gone. Someone else commands now. Someone else makes decisions. Advance, that someone orders. Low City forces advance toward the origin site. Ignore transformed resistance. Complete the mission. The line moves forward. 300 fighters marching toward the origin site, toward the living building that can't be destroyed, toward violence that serves nothing except making retribution visible. I run north instead, toward the nest, toward where harvesters are attacking, toward where the transformed community is defending their home with nothing except harmony and hope that consciousness matters. Yuki runs with me. We cover ground fast, transformation making us stronger, faster, more efficient than baseline human physiology. We reach the Nest Canyon. The scene is chaos. High City's harvesters have broken through the outer perimeter. They're using nets and tranquilizers and extraction equipment designed for capturing specimens alive. The transformed humans are defending without weapons, just their bodies, their voices, their willingness to die, protecting their community. 20 of them are already captured, wrapped in nets, being loaded into transport vehicles. The female leader is fighting 3 harvesters simultaneously, using her transformed strength, her enhanced speed, but she's outnumbered, outmatched against opponents wearing armor and wielding weapons designed specifically for neutralizing transformed subjects. She goes down, tranquilizer dart to the chest, her harmonics fade, cut off mid-phrase. I don't remember deciding to intervene, remember only movement, grabbing a harvester's weapon, using it against him. Medical knowledge weaponized, precise strikes to nerve clusters, to arterial pressure points, to spots that incapacitate without permanent damage. 2 harvesters down before the others realize I'm there. They turn, see me, see my transformed features, hesitate because I'm baseline enough to be valuable, but transformed enough to be dangerous. Stand down, one says. You're Henry Lee. O negative. Valuable research subject. We're not authorized to extract you. But you're authorized to extract them? to capture conscious beings who were cooperating with documentation, who were allowing research without requiring force. They're transformed. They're resources. That's high city law. High city law is wrong. I attack. Use every technique medical school taught me, every pressure point, every vulnerability, everything that makes human biology fragile when you know exactly where to apply force. I disable 6 harvesters before they adapt, before they coordinate, before they realize I'm one person and they're 20 and numbers matter regardless of skill. They take me down. Tranquilizers, multiple darts, enough sedatives to stop an elephant. But elephant sedatives don't work the same on transformed physiology. My liver processes them faster. My metabolism burns through chemicals before they can accumulate. I stay conscious, stay mobile, keep fighting. Yuki joins. She's smaller but faster. Climber's reflexes. Climber's spatial awareness. She's everywhere. Disabling equipment, releasing captured transformed humans, creating chaos that prevents organized extraction. The harvesters regroup, form defensive positions. They're trained for this, prepared for resistance. What they're not prepared for is the rest of the transformed community arriving, the ones who stayed to block Low City's advance. They abandoned that position, chose defending their home over preventing assault on the origin site. 60 transformed humans flowing into the canyon, making harmonics that create visible wavelengths, using sound as weapon, as distraction, as proof that they're organized and purposeful and willing to fight for what matters. The harvesters retreat, can't extract against coordinated resistance, can't capture specimens that fight back effectively. They abandon their vehicles, their equipment. Run for High City's territory. The canyon goes quiet, just breathing, just aftermath. 20 transformed humans are freed from nets. The female leader is unconscious, but alive. Tranquilizers wearing off slowly. I collapse, exhausted, bleeding from wounds I don't remember receiving. Transformation accelerating in response to trauma. My body adapting, healing, becoming more efficient at survival. Marcia appears. She must have followed, must have witnessed everything. She flows to the female leader, projects something I can't quite perceive. Communication happening on frequencies I'm not quite developed enough to receive. The female leader wakes, sees Marcia, makes weak harmonics. Gratitude, recognition. Then she looks at me. At the harvesters I disabled, at the blood on my hands from using medical knowledge as violence. She makes harmonics that feel like question. I don't know, I say, answering what I think she's asking. I don't know if defending you was right or if I just became what I've been fighting against. Don't know if violence in service of protection is better than violence in service of extraction. Don't know anything except that I couldn't watch them take you without fighting back. She touches my face. Same gesture as before. Gentle. Understanding. You are bridge, she projects. Bridge built from contradiction, from violence and healing, from baseline and transformed, from what was and what will be. You are bridge even when bridging requires breaking. Yuki is binding my wounds. Using medical supplies from my pack, we need to leave. Need to reach the sanctuary before either side regroups. What about Low City? They're attacking the origin site. Already done, Marcia projects. The attack failed. The living building adapted, defended. Transformed their weapons into harmless matter. Demonstrated that evolution operates on principles baseline humans can't affect through force. Low City retreated, lost 30 fighters to defensive response. The rest are returning south, defeated. And the researchers? Still alive, still conscious, still suspended in the building they created, still bearing witness to what they started. We travel back to the sanctuary. The transformed community comes with us, seeking refuge, seeking protection that neutral ground provides. The sanctuary is overwhelmed, 100 people now. Mix of baseline, transforming, and transformed. All of them seeking space where violence isn't allowed, where existence doesn't require justifying itself to armed forces. Amara tends to wounded, both baseline and transformed, doesn't distinguish. just treats whoever needs treatment regardless of how human they look. Books finds me in the medical area. His transformation has progressed further, maybe 35% now. He's moving differently, perceiving differently, becoming something that isn't quite him anymore. Low City lost, he says, lost the fight, lost the political argument, lost the ability to claim transformation can be stopped through force. They're retreating, regrouping, but they won't attack again. They know now that violence serves nothing. And High City also retreated. The surgeon used your documentation to argue that extraction isn't necessary, that the transformed cooperate with research if approached correctly. Administration is considering new protocols, considering consent-based studies instead of forced capture. Considering isn't the same as implementing. No, but it's more than existed yesterday. It's progress, even if it's inadequate progress. He sits next to me. We're quiet. Two people who've been transformed by transformation, who've become something neither of us recognizes. I don't know what I am anymore, Book says finally. Don't know if I'm still human or already post-human or stuck between categories that don't have names yet. Join the club, I say. None of us know. We're all just becoming, documenting as we go, hoping that consciousness persists through whatever changes are happening. Does it persist? I think so. Marcia's still Marcia, even though she's completely transformed. The female leader is still herself, even though she's 70% post-human. Consciousness adapts, changes form, but doesn't disappear. That's theory, not proof. Yeah, but it's the theory I'm betting my existence on, so it better be true. The sun sets, radiation cycle closing, the sanctuary lights come on, pre-collapse solar panels still functioning, creating space where people can see each other, where baseline and transformed can exist side by side. I find Marcia on the garden wall. She's watching the stars, her transformed eyes seeing wavelengths I'm only beginning to perceive. We did it, I say. Prevented total war, created space for negotiation, protected the transformed community long enough for both sides to retreat. For now, she projects. But violence is always temporary peace. Both sides will regroup, develop new strategies, try again. This isn't over. It's just paused. Then we use the pause, build better systems, create infrastructure for coexistence, make transformation conscious instead of catastrophic. She touches my arm. My skin is translucent enough now that she can see blood flowing through veins that are branching into new patterns, see organs restructuring, see transformation visible in real time. 3 weeks, she projects, maybe less. 3 weeks until you're past baseline cognition, past the ability to synthesize treatment, past the ability to bridge using language. 3 weeks to document everything, to record what it feels like to transform with consciousness, to leave evidence for whoever comes after. What happens after 3 weeks? You become like me, like the female leader, like everyone who's completed transformation. You become post-human. And then she pauses. Then you decide what post-human means, what consciousness looks like in transformed bodies, what matters when you're not human anymore. I look at my hands, at skin that's going translucent, at fingers that are elongating, at joints that are developing new positions. I'm transforming visibly now, rapidly, days away from losing baseline appearance entirely. And I'm not terrified anymore, just curious, just ready to document, just willing to witness my own becoming and record what I find. The female leader joins us on the wall, makes harmonics. Marcia translates, "Thank you for defending us. Thank you for seeing us as worthy of protection. Thank you for using violence to prevent greater violence. We honor your choice, even though choice required compromise." I don't feel honored, I say. Feel like I became what I've been fighting against. You became what was necessary. That is different than becoming what you feared. Fear is anticipation of loss. Necessity is recognition of reality. You recognized reality and acted accordingly. That is wisdom, not compromise. She's right, or I want her to be right. Hard to tell the difference anymore. The three of us sit there, baseline adjacent, mid-transformation, and post-human. 3 points on the spectrum of becoming. 3 witnesses to evolution forcing itself into existence. And somewhere in High City, my sister is still suspended in her cylinder, still conscious, still documenting her own transformation, still waiting for me to understand what she chose. I touch my chest where my heart beats in its stuttering rhythm. 1-2, 1-2. The pulse of transformation, the rhythm of becoming. 3 weeks left to synthesize treatment, to help people choose their pace, to bridge consciousness across forms. 3 weeks until I join Marcia and the female leader on the other side of baseline humanity. 3 weeks to document everything. 3 weeks to make it matter. Marcia touches my arm. Her transformed hand barely looks like a hand anymore. More like appendage that serves the same function but operates on different principles. She projects one more thing. The world isn't ending. It's just changing forms. And she gestures to herself, to me, to the female leader. We are the change made visible. We are evolution, choosing consciousness. We are what comes next. And that's worth the cost, worth the sacrifice, worth becoming something we don't have words for yet. I want to believe her. I think I do believe her. The stars shine overhead. My transformed eyes see them differently, see radiation patterns, see colors invisible to baseline perception, see beauty in wavelengths that used to be threatening. See the universe as it actually is instead of how human eyes were designed to perceive it. See truth instead of comfortable illusion. And that alone might be worth the cost of becoming. Chapter 20, The Broken Promise. We have 2 weeks before Low City recovers enough to attempt another assault. 2 weeks before High City's administration decides whether consent-based research is profitable enough to maintain. 2 weeks to build systems that might outlast our baseline consciousness. I spend every morning synthesizing treatment. My blood is the catalyst, drawing it twice weekly now, pushing toward anemia that makes my hands shake during extraction. But people need time, need consciousness during transformation, need the choice I'm able to provide while I'm still baseline enough to draw blood without complications. 40 people receiving treatment now, most from Low City, people who fled when the assault failed, who realized they were transforming whether they fought it or not. Some from High City, researchers who chose controlled transformation over remaining baseline. A few from wanderer communities, people who want to document their changes instead of just experiencing them. Every dose I synthesize buys them 72 hours. 72 hours of maintaining human cognition while their bodies restructure. 72 hours to say goodbye, to document, to prepare for whatever comes after language fails. Books is one of them. He's 40% transformed now, skin completely translucent, organs visible through restructured tissue. But he's still documenting, still maintaining his journals, still recording every name, every face, every person affected by transformation. I'll keep writing until my hands can't hold pens, he tells me during one treatment session. Until cognitive changes make linear narrative impossible. After that, he shrugs. His shoulders have developed extra joints. The gesture looks alien. After that, someone else documents. Someone else remembers. That'll be Yuki, I say. She's learning synthesis protocols, training to take over when I'm past the ability to draw blood accurately. How long? Week, maybe less. My fine motor control is degrading. Transformation affecting neural pathways that regulate precision movement. Soon, I'll be too crude for medical procedures. Yuki enters the laboratory. She's been practicing synthesis on her own blood. AB positive doesn't catalyze transformation the way O negative does, but it provides baseline for comparison, for understanding what catalyst blood does differently. Low City sent a delegation, she says. They're at the sanctuary gates, requesting entry, requesting negotiation. Rugers, about what? Transformation management. They want to establish formal protocols, want access to treatment synthesis, want to create their own transition houses instead of sending everyone here. That's progress. or it's control. Depends on whether they want to help people or manage them. We walk to the sanctuary gates. The Low City delegation is larger than expected. 20 people, including civilian leadership, not military, not extraction teams, actual administrators, people who make policy instead of enforcing it. The lead delegate is a woman I don't recognize, older, maybe 60, with the kind of composure that comes from making terrible decisions for so long that emotion stops being relevant. "Henry Lee," she says, "we need to discuss transformation management. Low City is experiencing crisis. 30% of our population is showing early-stage symptoms. Another 40% will develop symptoms within the month. We can't evacuate, can't quarantine, can't fight what's already inside our walls. So we need alternative. Need systems for managing transformation consciously instead of pretending it can be stopped. I can provide treatment," I say. "Can teach your medical staff synthesis protocols. Can establish transition houses where people transform with support instead of isolation. But I need guarantees. Need assurance that Low City won't use treatment as control mechanism, won't ration doses based on blood types or usefulness. We agree to equal distribution. Everyone who wants treatment receives it regardless of blood type or social status. We agree to consent-based protocols, no forced transformation, no mandated progression rates. Everyone chooses their own pace." It's exactly what I wanted. Exactly what I've been fighting for. But something feels wrong. Too easy. Too accommodating. "What's the cost?" I ask. "What does Low City want in exchange?" "We want you," she says directly. "Want you to return to Low City, establish synthesis facilities there, train our medical staff, oversee transition house development. In exchange, we provide resources, protection, infrastructure to expand treatment access beyond the sanctuary. And if I refuse, then we develop our own synthesis protocols, extract catalyst blood from whoever we can find, build systems without your oversight or ethical input. We'd prefer cooperation. But transformation is happening with or without you. Question is whether you want to guide it or watch it happen beyond your control." Amara appears behind me. "Henry, don't agree to anything yet. We need to discuss terms, verify their commitment, ensure this isn't just extraction with better presentation." "I know," I say, "but they're not wrong. Transformation is happening. If I refuse to help, they build systems anyway. Probably worse systems. Probably systems that treat people as resources again. At least this way I have influence. Influence that disappears the moment you're too transformed to synthesize treatment. Then what? Then Low City has infrastructure you built and no ethical oversight to prevent abuse. Then Yuki takes over. She's training, learning. She'll maintain ethical standards. You're betting entire systems on one person's integrity. That's not infrastructure. That's hope." She's right, but hope is all I have. "I'll do it," I tell the delegate. "I'll return to Low City, establish synthesis facilities, train your staff. But I maintain final authority over treatment protocols. Any deviation from consent-based administration and I stop cooperating entirely. That's non-negotiable." "Acceptable." We shake hands. The gesture feels like signing something in blood, like committing to path I can't uncross. The Low City delegation leaves, promises to send transport tomorrow, promises to establish proper facilities, promises everything I asked for. Marcia finds me afterwards. She's been quiet recently, transformation progressing beyond verbal projection. She communicates now through harmonics and color, through wavelengths I can perceive but not quite translate. She makes patterns in the air, reds and purples, warning colors. "You think I'm making a mistake?" I ask. More colors. Amber and gray, uncertainty. I have to try, have to build systems that outlast my baseline consciousness. Have to create infrastructure that protects people even after I'm too transformed to protect them directly. She touches my face. Project's one last clear thought. Just don't lose yourself trying to save everyone else. Don't become so focused on building systems that you forget you're a person experiencing transformation too. Don't become the surgeon. Don't become so clinical that you stop being human before the transformation forces it. I won't. But I'm not sure I believe myself. That night I dream of my sister. She's still in her cylinder, still conscious, still documenting her transformation with scientific precision. In the dream, she speaks actual words instead of neural projection. You're repeating my mistake, she says, choosing documentation over experience, choosing to catalog transformation instead of living through it. You're so busy helping everyone else navigate change that you're not navigating your own. Someone has to help. Someone has to build systems. And someone has to remember that transformation is personal experience, not just collective phenomenon. That consciousness matters individually, not just systematically. You're trying to save humanity by sacrificing your humanity. That's not salvation. That's martyrdom. I wake before I can respond. Lie there in darkness, counting my heartbeats. 1, 2, 1, 2. The stuttering rhythm, faster now, more pronounced. Tomorrow I return to Low City. Tomorrow I build the systems that might protect people after I'm gone. Tomorrow I start the work that might redeem the researcher's choice, or might just make me complicit in different form of forced transformation. Tomorrow I become what I've been fighting against or what I've been fighting for. Hard to tell the difference anymore. Morning comes. The Low City transport arrives. Reinforced vehicle designed for traveling through the between. Protection from radiation, from wild attacks, from anything that might prevent safe passage. Yuki climbs in with me. I'm coming too. You'll need help establishing facilities. Need someone who can continue after you're past the ability to synthesize. You're AB positive, too valuable. If something happens in Low City, if something happens, I'm exactly where I choose to be. Stop treating my blood type like destiny. The transport moves through the between. 3-hour journey through collapsed highways and radiation zones, past the gambling den where I won and lost everything, past the valley where we encountered the transformed community, past every site where choices compounded into consequences. Low City appears at noon. The 47-story tower rising from flooded foundations, different from High City's mountain facility, different from the sanctuary's walled garden, different architecture, different culture, different ways of organizing survival. We enter through the mid-level market, floors 9 through 15, vertical bazaar built from shipping containers welded to balconies. People stare as we pass, not hostile, curious. I'm known here, former clinic worker turned transformer, person who left Low City and returned changed. The delegation leads us to floor 18, empty residential level. They've cleared it for conversion. Want me to establish synthesis facilities here. Want transition houses on the adjacent floors. Want entire section dedicated to conscious transformation management. This is more space than I requested, I say. We're planning for scale, the lead delegate explains. 30% of our population currently transforming, that's 1,500 people. If even half want treatment, we need capacity. Need infrastructure that can handle hundreds of simultaneous patients. I can't synthesize that much treatment. Not alone. My blood supply is limited. I'm already anemic from drawing twice weekly. We're recruiting other O-negative donors, 7 so far, all consenting to regular draws, all willing to participate in synthesis. 7 isn't enough for 1,500 people. It's enough to start. Enough to establish protocols. More will volunteer once they see the system working, once they understand treatment buys time instead of stopping transformation entirely. She's not wrong, but something still feels wrong. Feels like I'm building a system that will consume itself, that will grow beyond my ability to manage, that will transform from ethical framework into control mechanism without anyone intending it to happen. Yuki starts surveying the space, measuring, planning. She's better at logistics than I am, better at thinking systematically instead of individually. We'll need isolation rooms, she says. For people in late-stage transformation who can't safely interact with baseline populations, we'll need communal areas for people at similar stages who can support each other. We'll need medical monitoring for everyone, documentation stations, synthesis labs, storage for treatment doses. This is massive undertaking. Can we do it? I ask. We have to. Alternative is letting people transform without support, without consciousness, without choice. So yes, we do it. We spend the day establishing the facility, moving equipment, setting up synthesis chambers, creating spaces where people can transform with dignity instead of isolation. By evening, the first patients arrive. 8 people. Early stage transformation. Black veins spreading, heartbeats stuttering. They want treatment, want time, want consciousness during changes. I draw blood, synthesize 8 doses, administer them with full informed consent, explain that treatment doesn't stop transformation, just moderates it. Just buys subjective time to adapt psychologically before physical changes accelerate. They accept, take the injections, thank me like I've given them salvation instead of postponed inevitability. More patients arrive, 12 more, then 20, then 40. I draw blood until my hands shake, until anemia makes my vision tunnel, until I physically cannot continue. Stop, Yuki says. You're going to collapse. You need rest, need to replenish before you can draw again. People are waiting. People will wait. You're no use to anyone if you're unconscious. Eat, sleep, recover, then continue tomorrow. She's right. She's always right. I collapse in one of the isolation rooms. Someone brings food. I force it down even though appetite is gone, body prioritizing transformation over digestion, every calorie getting redirected to cellular restructuring instead of energy production. Books visits. He's farther along now, maybe 50%. Features barely recognizable as human, but he's still carrying his journals, still documenting. This is good work, he says. His voice has changed, harmonics creeping into speech. You're building what I hoped someone would build, systems that honor consciousness during transformation, that give people agency over terrible change. I'm building something, I say. Not sure it's good, not sure it won't become another form of control, another hierarchy based on who gets treatment and who doesn't. That's why you built in oversight, why you demanded authority over protocols, why you're training Yuki to continue after you're gone. You're building checks against abuse. That's more than most systems have. He sets down his journal, shows me the latest entry. It's about me, about my return to Low City, about the facility establishment, about everything I'm trying to create. I'm documenting you, he says. Documenting your choices, your compromises, your attempts to build ethical systems in impossible conditions. So that later, after transformation completes, after we're all post-human, someone can look back and see that we tried, that we didn't just surrender to evolution, that we fought for consciousness even when fighting meant compromise. Does compromise make it better or worse? Doesn't make it anything except real. Perfect ethics don't exist, only attempts at better, only choices made in recognition of limitation. You're making those choices. That matters. He leaves. I lie there, exhausted, transforming, running out of time. The next morning brings more patients, 60 this time. Word is spreading. People learning that treatment exists. That time can be bought. That transformation doesn't have to happen unconsciously. I draw blood, synthesize, administer, repeat until physical limits hit again. Yuki takes over when I collapse. She's learned synthesis protocols, learned administration techniques. She continues where I stop. Seamless transition, exactly what I trained her for. Days blur, weeks blur. I lose track of time. Just wake, draw blood, synthesize, administer, sleep, repeat. My transformation accelerates despite everything. 60% now, maybe more. Skin completely translucent, heart visible through chest wall, lungs restructured into single organ, digestive system redesigned, brain creating new structures for processing sensory input that doesn't match baseline human perception. I'm becoming post-human, rapidly, days away from losing ability to synthesize treatment, days away from transformation completing. The facility is operational now. Full capacity, 300 people receiving treatment, 7 O-negative donors providing catalyst blood, 20 medical staff trained in synthesis, 50 support workers managing logistics. It's the system I wanted to build, the infrastructure that might outlast my consciousness, the framework for conscious transformation that might prevent future violence. But it's also something else, something I didn't intend. It's a hierarchy. Treatment goes to people who can afford it, who have resources to trade, who have skills low city values. The delegates' promise of equal distribution has eroded, transformed into market system where doses get rationed based on utility instead of need. This isn't what we agreed to, I tell the delegate. You promised equal access, promised consent without coercion, promised treatment based on choice, not value. We're doing our best, she says, but resources are limited. Catalyst blood is scarce. We have to prioritize somehow. Better to save people who contribute than waste treatment on people who don't. That's eugenics. That's exactly what High City does. That's the system I was trying to dismantle, not replicate. Then, provide more catalyst blood, recruit more O-negative donors, scale production to meet demand. Until then, we allocate based on practical considerations. I want to threaten withdrawal. Want to say I'll stop synthesizing if they don't honor original protocols. Want to use leverage to enforce ethics. But I can't. Because stopping treatment doesn't hurt Low City. It hurts the people receiving doses. It hurts the 300 individuals who've come to depend on the time I'm buying them. I'm trapped. Built a system that depends on me, then lost ability to control how the system operates. Became essential infrastructure, which means I can't refuse to participate without causing casualties. I became what I fought against, became complicit in hierarchy, became accessory to rationing consciousness based on utility. My sister was right. I chose documentation over experience, chose building systems over maintaining ethics, chose scale over principle. And now I'm standing in the middle of Low City's market. Floor 12, shipping containers stacked 3 stories high, watching people plead for treatment they can't afford. Watching the system I built exclude people based on their utility instead of their humanity. I became the surgeon. Different methods, same outcome. Consciousness commodified, transformation controlled, ethics surrendered to pragmatism. The black water is rising. I can see it from the market balcony. The flooded levels, bottom 8 floors, are unstable. Radioactive black water that glows faintly in darkness, it's climbing, flooding higher, threatening the residential floors. People are evacuating floor 9, moving up, seeking higher ground. The market is chaos, everyone pushing towards stairs, towards safety, toward floors not yet threatened by rising water. I'm still standing there, frozen, watching my system collapse under its own weight, watching pragmatism transform into catastrophe. Marcia appears. She must have followed from the sanctuary, must have known this would happen. She flows through the panicking crowd, reaches me. She doesn't project, just takes my hand. Her transformed appendage barely recognizable as hand anymore. But the gesture is clear. Come with me. Stop trying to save everyone. Stop trying to build perfect systems. Just survive this moment. I can't, I say. Can't leave. People need treatment. Need someone maintaining synthesis. Need. She pulls harder. Insistent. The shipping container beneath us shifts. The market is collapsing, water destabilizing the welds, the entire structure starting to come down. We run. Jump from container to container, finding paths through collapsing architecture. Marcia leads. She can see routes I can't perceive, can navigate through chaos with transformed senses. We reach the stairwell, climb toward higher floors. The market collapses behind us. Tons of metal and plastic and human desperation crashing into radioactive water. We emerge on floor 16. Residential level. Relatively stable. People huddled in corners, scared, uncertain. Their homes are flooding. Their city is transforming. Everything stable is becoming unstable. I'm breathing hard. heart stuttering in its wrong rhythm, transformation accelerating in response to stress, my body adapting, becoming more efficient at survival, less efficient at being human. I pull out my medical bag. It's still there, still carrying supplies, still maintaining the role of healer, even though healing has become complicit in control. I drop it. Let it fall into the black water below. Surrender the role. Surrender the identity. Surrender the attempt to save everyone through systems that only create new forms of oppression. Marcia makes harmonics. Approval. Understanding. Recognition that sometimes surrender is wisdom instead of failure. The residential tribes are gathering. Floor 16 has its own culture, its own hierarchy. They see us, baseline adjacent outsider and fully transformed post-human, and approach with caution. You're the one who built the treatment facility, someone says. The one who was supposed to help us. Yeah, the facility's gone, collapsed when the market fell, all the equipment, all the synthesis chambers, all the treatment doses, gone. I laugh. Can't help it. Laugh because the system I built collapsed before I could even finish becoming complicit in its corruption. Laugh because failure happened faster than I could fail completely. Good, I say. It was broken anyway, was becoming exactly what I tried to prevent. Better that it's gone than that it continues transforming people based on utility instead of choice. We still need treatment, still need time, still need consciousness during transformation. Then build new system, better system that actually honors the principles instead of compromising them. But don't ask me to build it. I'm done building. I'm done trying to save everyone through infrastructure that only creates new hierarchies. Marcia projects to me, finally you understand. You can't save people by becoming structure. Can only witness, document, experience. Let transformation happen to you instead of trying to control how it happens to everyone else. She's right. She's always right. The tribes step back. Let us pass. We climb higher, toward the rooftop gardens, toward the aeroponic systems that grow food in spaces where nothing should grow, toward the top of Low City's tower where air is thin and radiation exposure is higher but view extends further. We emerge onto the roof 47 stories up, the cities below, high city visible in the northern mountains, the Sfonschulel, stretching between, the origin sites somewhere beyond. The transformed community making their home in canyons and valleys, the whole world transforming whether anyone chooses it or not. The tribes who maintain the rooftop gardens are here. Maybe 20 people. They've built entire ecosystem, plants growing in nutrient mist, pollinators adapted to altitude, life maintained through careful balance. They don't ask who we are, don't question our presence, just watch, observe. Let us be without demanding we be anything specific. Marcia settles against the garden wall, makes harmonics that create colors in the evening air. She's singing, creating music, creating beauty that proves consciousness persists through transformation. Other transformed humans here, 3 of them living on the rooftop, maintaining the gardens, living above the hierarchies. They join her song. Create harmony. I sit, listen, watch colors bloom in the air. Watch consciousness made visible through sound. Watch proof that transformation doesn't erase what matters, just changes how mattering manifests. I'm sorry, I say to Marcia. Sorry I tried to build systems instead of just experiencing transformation. Sorry I became so focused on saving everyone that I stopped being present for my own changes. Sorry I repeated my sister's mistake. She stops singing. Projects clearly. Don't apologize. Learn. That's all anyone can do. Recognize mistakes and make different choices moving forward. You tried to save people through structure. It failed. Now try something else. Try witnessing. Try documenting. Try experiencing transformation consciously instead of fighting it systematically. What if I'm too late? What if I'm so far transformed that conscious experience is impossible? You're not too late. You're exactly where you need to be. 60% transformed. still baseline enough to remember being human, still post-human enough to perceive what comes next. Your perfect bridge, perfect position for documenting transition. The sun sets, radiation window closing, safe to be exposed now, safe to exist on rooftops without protection. The transformed humans continue singing, creating harmonics that echo across Low City, that reach the other towers, that carry across the between. And from the mountains, from the canyons, from the origin site, others answer, transformed voices creating symphony, creating conversation, creating proof that consciousness persists, that communication continues, that transformation doesn't isolate, it connects. The tribes gather, baseline humans and transforming humans and post-humans all together, listening to the singing, watching colors bloom in darkness, witnessing evolution, choosing consciousness. This is what matters, one of the gardeners says. Not systems, not infrastructure, not trying to control transformation through protocols. Just this, just witnessing, just being present for what's happening. Yeah, I say. Yeah, I think you're right. I lie back, watch stars emerge, my enhanced vision sees them differently now, sees wavelengths invisible to baseline perception, sees beauty humans were never meant to perceive. I'm becoming something that sees more, that hears more, that understands more. I'm becoming what I've been fighting, what I've been fearing, what I've been trying to prevent through building systems that only created new problems. I'm becoming post-human, and for the first time, I'm not fighting it, not documenting it, not trying to control it, just experiencing it, just letting it happen, just being present for transformation instead of trying to manage it for everyone else. Marcia settles next to me, her transformed body barely recognizable as human anymore, but still her, still conscious, still choosing how to exist in whatever form she's becoming. She touches my hand, projects one more thought. This is where it starts, not in systems or facilities or protocols, but here, in choosing to witness your own transformation instead of everyone else's, in choosing experience over documentation, in choosing to become instead of trying to prevent becoming. The singing continues, the colors bloom, the consciousness persists, and I let go. Let go of saving everyone. Let go of building perfect systems. Let go of trying to redeem the researcher's choice through better infrastructure. Just let go. Just witness. Just become. Just be present for exactly 3 weeks before baseline cognition fails completely. 3 weeks to experience transformation consciously. 3 weeks to document from inside instead of outside. 3 weeks to be human while becoming post-human. 3 weeks to witness evolution firsthand. 3 weeks to matter by being instead of doing. The rooftop garden grows around us, life persisting in impossible conditions, beauty emerging from limitation, consciousness choosing itself over and over in whatever form it takes. And Marcia, transformed, glowing, barely human, but completely herself, stands in the center of it all. Her skin radiates amber light, her transformed body creating luminescence. Her presence so undeniable that even the baseline humans stop questioning whether she's conscious, stop debating whether transformation erases personhood. They just see her. Really see her. See consciousness manifesting in post-human form. See beauty in what they feared. See future in what they tried to prevent. And one by one, the tribes kneel. Not worship, not submission, just recognition, just acknowledgement that consciousness persists, that transformation doesn't end what matters, that the future is already here, standing in their garden, glowing with the light of what comes next. Marcia makes harmonics that feel like gratitude, like love, like the understanding that recognition matters more than preservation, that being seen matters more than staying the same. And I witness, I document. I remember, not for systems, not for infrastructure, not for posterity, just for me. Just for consciousness experiencing its own transformation, just for the 3 weeks I have left to be both human and post-human simultaneously. Just for the choice to become instead of prevent, just for the recognition that sometimes surrender isn't failure. Sometimes It's the only wisdom left. Chapter 21. The mirror enemy, I can't hear anything. That's the rule now. The evolved are sensitive to high frequencies, and sound is a weapon we can't afford. Marcia's skin glows amber through the narrow gap in the elevator shaft where we're hiding, and I watch her chest rise and fall without the wheeze of breath I've memorized over 3 years of listening to her sleep. My wound throbs. The one I gave myself 2 hours ago with a piece of rusted rebar, dragging it across my palm until the skin split and I could feel what she feels. Not the infection, I'm not that far gone yet, but the constant low hum of pain that makes every movement deliberate. She turns her head. No words, just the tilt of her chin toward my hand. I've wrapped it in moss. Books gave me before we left Low City, the green already turning brown at the edges where my blood soaked through. She reaches out and her fingers hover over the makeshift bandage, not touching, and I see colors I don't have names for, bleeding from her fingertips into the air between us. The evolved pass below us. I count 7, maybe 8. Hard to tell when they move like water, flowing around the debris in the flooded market level. One of them stops directly beneath our shaft and tilts its head back. I stop breathing. Marcia's hand finds mine and squeezes once, her palm hot enough that I wonder if she's running a fever or if this is just what she is now. The thing below us opens its mouth. No sound comes out, but I feel it in my sternum, a vibration that makes my teeth ache. Marcia responds, her throat working silently, and the colors around her fingers pulse brighter. The evolved moves on. I exhale slowly through my nose. My hand is shaking, not from fear, from the realization that I understood what just happened. She spoke to it, not with words, but with something that lives in the space where language used to be. We wait until the market falls quiet again, then I help her stand. She moves differently now, each step precise, like she's measuring the distance between intention and action. I follow her lead, my boots silent on the metal grating, and try not to think about how many times I've seen this exact pattern before. The surgeon moved like this. Deliberate. Economical. Every gesture calculated to achieve maximum effect with minimum waste. I push the thought away and focus on Marcia's back, the way her spine curves under the torn fabric of her jacket. She's leading us toward the north wall where books said the tribes gather, but I can tell she's favoring her left leg. The infection crawls up from her ankle in thin black lines that branch like lightning under her skin. We emerge into what used to be floor 19, the residential level. Each floor is a different tribe, Books told me once, but I don't know which tribe claimed this one because there's nobody left. Just empty nests made of plastic sheeting and human hair, arranged in perfect circles around a central fire pit that hasn't held flame in weeks. Marcia kneels beside one of the nests. Her fingers trace the edge of a woven bracelet, red thread, the kind that came from unraveling pre-collapse sweaters. She picks it up and turns it over in her palm, and I see her face do something that looks like grief but moves too fast to name. "We should keep moving," I say, forgetting the silence rule. She flinches. The bracelet drops and she stands too quickly, her hand going to her temple like she's trying to hold something in. When she looks at me, her eyes are wrong. The pupils too wide, the whites threaded with amber. I step back before I can stop myself. She sees it. The recoil. And something in her face shudders closed, all the warmth draining out until she looks like one of the evolved we passed below. I reach for her, but she's already turning away, moving toward the next floor with that same liquid grace that makes me think of predators. I follow, because I don't know what else to do. The stairs are collapsed between 19 and 20, so we have to climb the exterior wall. Marcia goes first, finding handholds in the crumbling concrete like she's done this 1,000 times. Maybe she has. I don't know what she did before I met her, before she became the ghost, before she decided I was worth keeping alive. My hand slips on a chunk of rebar and I catch myself on instinct, the wound in my palm splitting wider. The pain is sharp and clean, and I welcome it because it's mine, something I chose, not something done to me. Marcia looks down from the ledge above. Her expression is unreadable in the dim light filtering through the amber sky, but she extends her hand. I take it, and she pulls me up with strength that shouldn't exist in someone her size, someone so close to transformation. We stand there on the ledge, 20 stories above the flooded market, and I realize I'm still holding her hand. Her skin is hot, definitely a fever now, and the colors leaking from her fingers wrap around my wrist like vines. "I'm sorry," I say. She tilts her head, questioning, "for stepping back, before." She considers this, then squeezes my hand once before letting go. Not forgiveness exactly, more like acknowledgement. We're both learning a new language, and neither of us knows the grammar yet. Floor 20 is different. The tribe here built their nests vertically, stacking them against the walls in towers that reach toward the ceiling. Rope ladders connect the levels, swaying in the breeze that comes through the broken windows. And there are people, not many, maybe 15, clustered around a central platform where someone has set up an aeroponic garden. The plants are withered, dying from lack of light, but they're trying. That counts for something. One of the tribe members sees us and freezes. A woman, maybe 40, with her hair shaved on one side. She's holding a child, can't be more than 5, and the child is staring at Marcia with eyes that reflect amber light. The woman asks the question, "What's your blood type?" I open my mouth to answer, but Marcia beats me to it. She holds up her hands, palms out, and the colors spiral from her skin in patterns that make the child laugh. The woman's face goes through several expressions in quick succession: fear, wonder, suspicion, before settling on resignation. "You're one of them," the woman says. Marcia nods. "Will you hurt us?" Marcia shakes her head, then points to me, to my medical bag, to the child in the woman's arms who I can see now is burning with fever, the same black lines crawling up her neck. The woman's grip tightens on the child. "Can you help her?" I look at my bag, at the empty compartments where medicine used to be, at the single vial of saline solution I've been saving for when Marcia's fever spikes again, at the reality of what I am now, a doctor with no tools, a healer with nothing to offer but witness. "I can try," I say, but that's a lie, and we both know it. I'm not trying to heal anymore. I'm trying to control. Trying to keep people as they are instead of letting them become what they're meant to be. The surgeon knew this. He saw it in me 3 decades ago when I was his student, when I believed medicine was about preservation instead of choice. The woman carries the child to the platform and lays her down on a bed of salvaged clothing. I kneel beside them and open my bag, my hands moving through the motions I've performed 10,000 times. Check pulse. Check pupils. Check temperature. The child is 40 degrees Celsius and climbing. Her skin's so hot it feels like touching a heating element. Marcia kneels on the other side of the platform. She places her hand on the child's forehead and closes her eyes, and the colors that pour from her skin wrap around the small body like a blanket. The child's breathing evens out. The black lines stop spreading. I watch this happen and feel something crack open in my chest. "You're helping her transform," I say. Marcia opens her eyes and nods. "Not curing her." Another nod. The woman is crying now, silent tears that track through the dust on her face. "Will she still be my daughter?" Marcia looks at me, asking me to answer because she can't speak anymore, can't form the words that might be comfort or might be truth. I look at the child, at the amber light beginning to glow beneath her skin, at the way her fingers twitch like she's learning to conduct invisible music. "I don't know," I say. It's the first honest thing I've said in weeks. The woman nods like this is answer enough and curls herself around her daughter, whispering in a language I don't recognize. Promises, maybe? Or prayers? Or just the sound of a voice that wants to be remembered. Marcia and I leave them there and climb higher. Floor 21 is empty. 22 is a charred ruin from a fire that must have burned months ago. 23 has a single occupant, an old man sitting in a nest made of pre-collapsed newspapers, reading by the light of a hand crank lantern. He looks up when we enter, and I see Books' face in his features. The same photographic memory in his eyes, the same way of holding his head like he's cataloging every detail for future reference. "Henry Lee," the old man says. "O negative, ER nurse from San Francisco, sister deceased, initial outbreak." I stop walking. "How do you know that?" "Books told me before he left for High City." The old man sets down his newspaper. It's from before the fall, yellowed and brittle. "He said you'd come eventually, said you were trying to save everyone while killing yourself." "I'm not. He also said you'd deny it." The old man gestures to a second nest, empty, except for a collection of medical journals. "Sit. You look like you're about to collapse." I sit because he's right. My legs are shaking, my palm is bleeding through the moss bandage, and I haven't eaten in 36 hours. Marcia settles beside me, her shoulder pressing against mine, her heat bleeding through my jacket. The old man watches us with Book's cataloging eyes. "The girl is transforming." "Yes." "And you're trying to stop it." "No," I say, and realize it's true. I don't know what I'm trying to do anymore. That's honest, at least. He picks up another newspaper, this one with a headline I can't read from here. "Books wanted me to give you something. A message, I suppose. He said to tell you that history doesn't repeat because people forget. It repeats because people remember the wrong things." I don't understand. Neither did I when he said it. The old man folds the newspaper carefully, precisely. "But I think it means you're remembering your sister instead of learning from her. Remembering what you couldn't do instead of choosing what you will do." Marcia's hand finds mine again. The colors from her fingers wrap around my wrist, and I see my sister's face in them. Not as she was when she was gone, but as she was before. Smiling, alive, choosing to help a stranger even though it meant leaving me behind. She chose. I didn't save her. She chose. The realization hits like vertigo, and I lean forward, my forehead against my knees, breathing hard. Marcia's hand moves to my back, tracing circles that glow amber through my jacket, and I feel the thing in my chest crack wider. "You look like him," I say without looking up. "The surgeon." The old man is quiet for a long moment. "I know, we were brothers, before." I raise my head. "He never mentioned?" "No, he wouldn't." The old man sets the newspapers aside, and I see his hands are missing the same 3 fingers as Books. He doesn't remember anything before the philosophy, before he decided sentiment was weakness and bodies were just resources waiting to be processed. "But you remember, every day." The old man's voice is soft. "I remember when we were young and he wanted to save everyone. When he believed medicine was about healing instead of harvesting. When he still cried at funerals." I look at this man who shares the surgeon's face and see the fork in the road I'm standing on. One path leads to clinical detachment, to using bodies as means to ends, to becoming the thing I hate. The other path leads somewhere I can't see yet, somewhere that requires letting go of control. What changed him? I ask. His daughter, when she transformed. The old man's eyes are distant. He tried to cure her, tried to bring her back to what she was. When it didn't work, when she chose transformation over his cure, he stopped seeing people as people, just walking pharmacies, just resources. Marcia's hand tightens on my back. "He loved her," the old man continues. "That's what made it worse. He loved her so much he couldn't accept her choice. Couldn't see that transformation wasn't erasure. By the time he understood, it was too late. He'd already become what he feared." I turn to look at Marcia, at the amber glow beneath her skin, at the colors spiraling from her fingers, at the future written in black lines up her arms. And I see that I've been doing the same thing, trying to cure her, trying to keep her as she was, instead of loving who she's becoming. "I'm sorry," I say to her. "I've been trying to save you instead of seeing you." She leans her forehead against mine, and I feel her response not in words, but in the sudden warmth that floods through my chest. Forgiveness, understanding, love that transcends the boundaries of what we were. The old man stands. Books also said you'd need this. He reaches into his nest and pulls out a shard of mirror, its edges wrapped in cloth. He said you'd need to see yourself clearly before you could see anything else. I take the mirror and unwrap it. The glass is old, spotted with age, but clear enough. I lift it and look at my reflection. The surgeon's kind eyes stare back at me from my own face. I nearly drop the mirror, but Marcia steadies my hand. She guides it so we're both in the reflection. Her amber skin next to my pale exhaustion, her transformation next to my resistance, her becoming next to my holding on. And I see it. The truth I've been running from. I'm not fighting the surgeon. I am the surgeon. The same clinical detachment, the same refusal to see people as anything but problems to solve, the same terror of letting go dressed up as medical necessity. The only difference is that Marcia is still here, still choosing, still giving me the chance to choose differently. I set the mirror down and turn to face her. What do you need? She places my hand over her heart. The fever burns through her chest wall, her heartbeat rapid and irregular, and I feel the infection spreading with each pulse. I could try to slow it, could give her the last of the saline, could wrap her in cold compresses, could do all the things I was trained to do, or I could help her through it. I choose help. We spend the next hour in the old man's nest while I teach Marcia how to breathe through the fever spikes, how to let the infection flow instead of fighting it, how to surrender to transformation instead of drowning in resistance. It's not medicine, it's midwifery, facilitating instead of fixing. When her fever breaks and her breathing steadies, when the colors from her hands settle into a constant low glow, she opens her eyes and looks at me with pupils that have expanded to fill the entire iris. She sees me in ways I can't imagine, in spectrums I don't have names for, and she smiles. It's the first time I've seen her smile since before the infection, since before she became the ghost, since before she decided I was worth protecting. The old man walks us to the edge of floor 23 where the exterior wall has collapsed, creating a natural bridge to the neighboring tower. The tribes are gathering, he says, at the sanctuary. Books sent word, if you're going to make a choice, make it there. We cross the bridge in silence, my boots scraping on concrete while Marcia moves like she's weightless. The amber sky is darkening toward night, our active hours, and somewhere in the distance I hear the evolved singing their soundless songs. When we reach the other side, I look back. The old man is still standing at the edge, one hand raised in farewell. He looks so much like the surgeon that for a moment I forget which brother I'm seeing. Then Marcia pulls me forward and we descend into the gathering darkness toward whatever comes next. Chapter 22, The Last Lie. The radiation storm hits at 10:30. Early. The sky goes from amber to bone white in the span of a breath, and Marcia grabs my arm hard enough to bruise, pulling me toward the nearest structure. We're in the between. Exposed on the old highway with nowhere to hide except she spots it first. An elevator shaft. The building it belonged to long collapsed, but the shaft itself still standing like a tombstone. We run. My lungs burn and my wounded hand leaves a trail of red drops on the cracked asphalt, breadcrumbs for anything hungry enough to follow. The shaft door is rusted shut. Marcia kicks it 3 times before it screeches open, revealing a vertical tunnel that drops into darkness. No elevator car, just cables and the smell of stagnant water. She swings inside and I follow, pulling the door closed behind us just as the first wave hits. The lead lining in the shaft walls is our only shield. I can feel the radiation pressing against the metal like a physical weight, trying to find a way in. Marcia's skin glows brighter in response, the amber light pulsing in time with her heartbeat. We're crammed in the maintenance alcove, barely enough room for 2 people, and I can feel every point where our bodies touch. Her shoulder against my chest, her hip pressed to my thigh, her breath hot on my neck. How long? I ask. She holds up 5 fingers. Hours, not minutes. We're going to be here until the storm passes. I slide down the wall until I'm sitting, my legs stretched across the narrow space. Marcia settles beside me, her weight warm against my side. The silence between us is different now. Not uncomfortable, just full of things neither of us knows how to say. My hand is still bleeding. The moss bandage came loose during the run, and now there's a steady drip falling from my palm into the darkness below. Marcia reaches for it without asking, unwrapping the ruined moss with careful fingers. The cut is worse than I thought. Deep enough to need stitches, wide enough that I can see the pale flash of tendon when I flex my fingers. She makes a soft sound in her throat, concern, maybe, or disapproval, and presses her palm against mine. The colors that pour from her skin sink into my wound like liquid light. The pain doesn't stop exactly, but it changes, becomes warmer, less sharp. I watch the black lines from her infection creep across my wrist, just for a moment, before her immune system pulls them back. "Thank you," I say. She nods and leans her head against the wall, her eyes closing. Her collection of broken watches catches the glow from her skin, all 12 of them strapped to her wrists like armor. Time is gone, but I keep its corpse. That's what she told me once, back when she still used words. I count the watches to stay awake. There's the one with the cracked face, the one missing its minute hand, the one that's been stopped at 3:47 for 3 years. Each one a monument to a moment she couldn't control, a piece of chaos she claimed as her own. "Why do you keep them?" I ask, not expecting an answer. But she opens her eyes and looks at me, really looks at me, and her throat works like she's trying to remember how to form words. When she finally speaks, her voice is hoarse from disuse. "Because chaos is honest," she says, "and I'm not." I turn to face her fully. "What?" She pulls her hand from mine and wraps her arms around her knees, making herself smaller. The glow from her skin dims slightly, like she's trying to hide. I knew, from the beginning, about the evolution. The words land like stones in my stomach. "What do you mean?" "Your blood. The first time I touched you, escaping the harvesters, I saw it in colors I didn't have names for. Evolution, transformation, the future." She's speaking faster now, the words spilling out like she's afraid if she stops, she'll never start again. "I knew what you were, what you could be. That's why I stayed. I think about every moment between us. Every touch, every shared silence, every time she chose to protect me instead of leaving. And underneath it all, this. A transaction. A calculated decision based on what my blood could give her." "You used me," I say. "Yes." No denial. No justification, just the truth. Stark and ugly in the small space between us. I should be angry, should feel betrayed, should push her away and let the radiation take whichever of us it wants first. But instead, I just feel tired. Tired of trying to control outcomes, tired of believing anyone's motives are pure, tired of pretending we're anything other than 2 people trying to survive in a world that wants us gone. "Why tell me now?" I ask. She touches one of her watches, the one with the missing minute hand. "Because time is gone. Because we might not survive this. Because you deserve to know that I chose you for what you could give me, but I stayed because of who you are." That doesn't make it better. I know. She meets my eyes and hers are wet, tears tracking through the glow on her cheeks. I know it doesn't, but it's true. Both things are true. I used you and I love you and I can't separate the two anymore. The elevator cable above us groans. Metal fatigue or radiation damage, hard to say. We both look up, but there's nothing to see in the darkness, just the sound of things coming apart. "When did it start?" I ask. "The synesthesia showing you the evolution. The black water, when we hid in the flooded levels." She wipes her face with the back of her hand, smearing amber light across her skin. "I touched your arm and saw galaxies, saw the shape of what humans could become if they stopped fighting it. And I knew that you were the only person who might be able to accept it instead of trying to cure it. Because I'm O negative. No, because you take photos of the gone instead of the living. Because you understand that some things can't be saved, only witnessed. She turns one of her watches over and over in her hands. I thought if I could just keep you alive long enough, you'd see it too. See that transformation isn't erasure. The cable groans again, louder this time. Somewhere far below, I hear water moving. The flooded levels are rising, the storm surge pushing black water up through the shaft. We have maybe 20 minutes before it reaches us. We need to climb, I say. Marcia nods and stands, her hands finding the cable with practiced ease. I follow, my wounded palm screaming every time I grip the metal, but there's no other option. We climb in silence, hand over hand, while the water rises below us and radiation presses from above. My arms are shaking by the time we reach the next maintenance alcove. Marcia pulls herself inside and reaches down to help me up, her grip strong despite the fever I can feel radiating from her skin. We collapse against the wall, both breathing hard. The alcove is smaller than the first one. Barely room for us to sit side by side, our legs tangled together in the narrow space. Marcia's head drops to my shoulder, and I can feel her heartbeat through the points where our bodies touch. Too fast, too irregular. How much longer do you have? I ask. She holds up 3 fingers. Days, maybe. Hours if the transformation accelerates. And you're not afraid. She shakes her head against my shoulder. I am, I admit. I'm terrified of losing you, of watching you become something I don't recognize, of being left behind. Her hand finds mine in the darkness, threading our fingers together. The colors from her skin wrap around our joined hands like vines, pulsing with each beat of her heart. You won't be, she says. Her voice is barely a whisper now, each word an effort. Left behind, you're changing too, just slower, just different. I think about the way I've started seeing the world lately, the way I can predict where the evolved will move before they do it, the way I understand their soundless language, the way my wound healed faster than it should have when she touched it. Small changes, incremental, but changes nonetheless. We're all transforming, I say. Yes. So why fight it? She pulls back enough to look at me, her pupils swallowing her irises. Because some people need to fight, need to resist, need to choose their moment instead of being chosen. That's evolution too. The right to say no until you're ready to say yes. The water is closer now. I can hear it lapping against the shaft walls, maybe 10 meters below. The radiation storm shows no signs of stopping. We're trapped between 2 forms of slow erasure, and all I can think about is how her hand feels in mine. I forgive you, I say, for using me, for lying, for all of it. She makes a sound that might be a laugh or might be a sob. Why? Because I did the same thing. Used your chaos as an excuse to maintain control. Used your transformation as something to fix so I didn't have to face my own sterility. I squeeze her hand. We're both liars, we're both users, and we're both choosing to stay anyway. That's love, she says. Maybe. Or maybe it's just survival dressed up as something prettier. Can it be both? I don't have an answer for that. So instead I pull her closer and we sit in the rising darkness, listening to water climb toward us while radiation burns the world above. Her skin grows hotter and the colors from her hands grow brighter, illuminating the small alcove in shades that don't have names. She starts to hum. No melody I recognize, just a vibration that resonates in my chest. After a moment, I realize she's not humming. She's singing in the language of the evolved, the one that exists in frequencies I shouldn't be able to hear. And somehow, impossibly, I understand it. She's singing about time, about how it stopped meaning anything the day the world fell apart, but how she kept its corpses anyway, because letting go felt like admitting defeat. About how every broken watch on her wrists represents a moment she tried to control and failed. about how she's ready now, finally, terrifyingly ready, to let time move again. When she finishes, the silence is heavier than before. "The watches," I say. "You're going to leave them behind, aren't you?" She nods. "When?" She touches my face with her free hand, tracing the line of my jaw. "When you're ready to let go of your sister's camera." The camera. The Polaroid I've carried for 3 years, documenting the gone, collecting evidence of my failure to save. I gave it to books to photograph the living, but the gesture felt hollow, a symbol without substance. "I already gave it away," I say. "No, you loaned it. There's a difference." Her thumb brushes my cheekbone. "Letting go means accepting you can't capture the moment, can't preserve it, can't control who stays and who transforms and who chooses something you'll never understand." The water reaches us. Cold and black and glowing faintly with radiation, it laps at our feet. We stand and climb higher, finding handholds in the shaft walls, pulling ourselves up meter by meter while the flood chases us. There's no more alcoves, just the open shaft and the cable and the certainty that we'll run out of wall before the water runs out of space. Marcia's hands slip twice and I catch her both times, my arms screaming but holding anyway. At the top of the shaft, there's a door, rusted like the first one, but this one opens onto the roof of the collapsed building. We stumble out into the radiation storm, and it hits like a physical blow, heat and light and the certainty of cellular damage. Marcia collapses. I drag her to what's left of a ventilation housing, the lead shell providing minimal shelter. Her skin is burning to the touch now. Her heart beats so fast I can't count the beats. The transformation is accelerating. "Stay with me," I say, even though I know it's pointless. She's not leaving. She's becoming. Her eyes open, and they're full amber now, no white left at all. She reaches up and touches my face one more time, and I see colors I'll never be able to name pouring from her fingers into my skin. Then she removes the watches. One by one, she unstraps them from her wrists and sets them on the ground beside us. 12 monuments to control, left behind like offerings to a god we've stopped believing in. The cable snaps. We hear it even over the storm, the sharp crack of metal giving up, followed by the crash as the elevator mechanism far below finally surrenders to the water. The sound echoes up through the shaft like a scream. Marcia's hand finds mine one last time. Her fingers thread through mine, and the colors from her skin wrap around our joined hands so tightly I can't tell where she ends and I begin. Time isn't gone, she seems to say without words. It's just beginning. The radiation storm peaks and the world turns bone white, and in that moment of absolute light, I see her fully. Not as she was, not as she's becoming, but as she is right now, suspended between two forms of being. And I choose to see her. Not to save her, not to cure her, just to witness. The water reaches the roof. Chapter 23. The teaching moment. The wild don't attack. They gather at the edge of the collapsed building's roof, a semicircle of amber glowing bodies backlit by the radiation storm, and they watch. I count 9 of them, maybe 10. The exact number keeps shifting like they're phasing in and out of visibility. Marcia rises. No words, just the fluid motion of someone who's finally stopped fighting gravity. She walks to the edge where the building dropped away into nothing, and the wild part to let her through. One of them, smaller than the others, child-sized, reaches out and touches her arm. The colors that pass between them make my eyes water. I force myself to stand. My legs don't want to cooperate, and my wounded hand is bleeding again, soaking through the temporary seal Marcia's touch created. But I follow anyway, because the alternative is staying behind, and I'm done with that. The wild turn to look at me, as one, like a flock of birds changing direction mid-flight. Their eyes are all amber, all pupil, and I can see myself reflected in 9 different versions, exhausted, bleeding, terrified. The small one approaches. She, I realize when she gets closer, tilts her head and makes a sound that isn't quite a chirp, isn't quite a hum. Marcia responds in kind. the colors from her hands pulsing in rhythm with the sound. The child wild reaches for my injured hand. I don't pull away. Her fingers are hot, her skin textured like bark, and when she touches my palm, the colors pour from her skin into mine. The wound begins to close. Not healing exactly, more like the edges deciding to remember what being whole felt like. She releases me and steps back, and I see that she's wearing a bracelet, red thread, the same kind I saw in the abandoned nest on floor 19. The same kind the mother was weaving for her transforming daughter. "You're her," I say, from the platform. The child wild nods. Then she turns and runs toward the edge of the building, and before I can shout a warning, she jumps. But she doesn't fall. Her body catches the air current, and she glides, arms spread wide, circling back to land on a lower section of rubble. Marcia watches this with something like pride in her eyes. She glances back at me, and I understand. This is what teaching looks like now. Not explaining, not demonstrating, just being, and letting others choose to follow. The radiation storm is passing, the bone-white light fading back to amber gray, the pressure in the air decreasing by increments. We don't have long before the wild retreat to whatever shelters they've claimed, before the active hours begin and the vertical cities wake up. One of the larger wild approaches the ventilation housing where I left the broken watches. It picks up the one with the cracked face, turns it over in its hands, then looks at Marcia with a question in its posture. She nods. Permission granted. The wild begins to weave, using the watches, yes, but also vines pulled from its own body, thin green tendrils that grow from its fingers like hair. Within minutes, it's created a structure circular, maybe 2 feet across, a nest. And in the center, all 12 watches arranged in a spiral pattern that mimics the way Marcia's colors move when she's communicating. Another wild joins the first, then another. Soon all 9 of them are weaving, creating an elaborate network of nests connected by vine bridges. They work in silence, their movements synchronized in a way that makes me think of surgery. Each one knowing exactly where the others will be. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Marcia sits on the edge of the roof and watches them work. I sit beside her, our shoulders touching, and try to understand what I'm seeing. It's not random. There's intention here, pattern, meaning. They're building something, but I don't know what. The child wild finishes her nest first. She runs to Marcia and takes her hand, pulling her toward the structure. Marcia goes willingly, folding herself into the small space, and the child curls up beside her. The other wild pause their work to watch. Then they resume, but now they're building around Marcia, creating a larger nest that incorporates hers, weaving the vines tighter, more deliberate. I realize what I'm watching. They're preparing a transformation cocoon, a safe space for the final change. But Marcia opens her eyes and shakes her head. She unfolds from the small nest and gestures to the larger structure, then to me. The wild pause again, confused. She repeats the gesture, more insistent this time, and I understand what she's asking. Not for herself, for someone else. The climbing girl, Yuki, appears at the edge of the roof, 2-2, Continuar 5:13 p.m. She must have followed us through the storm, scaling the exterior of the collapsed building while radiation tried to scour her from the walls. Her hands are burned, her face streaked with soot, but she's grinning like this is the best adventure she's ever had. "Big bad's coming," she says in her superhero voice. "Saw the gunships from High City. They're targeting the sanctuary." Marcia stands and the wilds stand with her, a unified motion that makes the air shimmer. Yuki's grin fades when she sees them, her hand dropping to the climbing pick at her belt. But Marcia crosses to her in 3 strides and takes her burned hands gently. The colors flow. Yuki gasps and tries to pull away, but Marcia holds firm, pouring light into the radiation burns until the skin begins to regenerate. Not human skin, something thicker, more resilient. The transformation starting even without permission. "Wait," Yuki says, her voice losing its superhero cadence. I'm not ready." but her body is already changing. The black lines crawling up from her hands, spreading across her shoulders, branching like lightning toward her chest. She falls to her knees, and Marcia falls with her, guiding her toward the prepared nest. I move without thinking, dropping beside them. What do you need? Yuki looks at me with eyes that are starting to amber at the edges. It hurts. I know. I take her pulse, racing, erratic. But fighting makes it worse. You have to let it happen. Like falling? Exactly like falling. She laughs, a sound edged with panic. I've fallen before, climbed too high, got cocky, didn't check my piton, fell 40 feet before the rope caught me. Thought I was going to die, but then... She gasps as another wave of transformation hits. Then I wasn't falling anymore. I was flying. The wild are singing now. That soundless song that vibrates in my chest, making my ribs ache with frequencies I shouldn't be able to hear. Yuki responds to it, her body relaxing degree by degree, and Marcia guides her into the nest they've prepared. The child wild brings vines. The larger ones bring what looks like moss, but glows with the same amber light as their skin. Together they begin to weave the cocoon around Yuki, covering her in layers of organic material that pulse with shared heartbeat. Will she still be her? I ask Marcia. She doesn't answer. Can't, maybe, or won't. Instead, she takes my hand and presses it against the cocoon, and I feel Yuki's heartbeat beneath my palm. Racing, yes, but also steadying, finding a new rhythm, choosing instead of surrendering. The wild finish their work and step back. The cocoon hangs suspended between the nests, supported by vine bridges that stretch across the collapsed building's roof. It glows from within, Yuki's transformation lighting it like a lantern. Then the shooting starts. Distant at first. The crack of rifles from High City's gunships, the wild scatter, some diving over the edge of the building, others retreating into shadows I can't see. Marcia pulls me toward the ventilation housing, the only real cover available. The first volley hits wide. Concrete explodes 20 feet to our left, showering us with debris. The second volley is closer. Marcia's hand finds mine and squeezes once. Not comfort, but acknowledgement. We might not survive this. A gunship appears over the edge of the building, its searchlights cutting through the amber sky. The pilot is wearing a radiation suit, his face obscured behind the helmet's dark visor. He spots us, and the mounted gun swivels, tracking our position. Marcia steps out from cover. I grab for her, but she's already gone, walking toward the gunship with her hands raised. Not surrender, presentation. The colors pour from her skin in waves, cascading down her arms, pooling at her feet. The pilot hesitates. Then Marcia sings. Not the soundless song of the evolved. This is different. Human voice blended with frequencies that make the air vibrate, that make the gunship's hull resonate like a struck bell. The searchlight flickers. The gun's targeting system sparks. The pilot tries to adjust, but Marcia's song is already inside the ship's electronics, rewriting the code that tells machine from human. The engines cough once and die. The gunship drops like a stone, impacting the lower rubble field with a crash that echoes through the between. Silence. Then the wild return, emerging from shadows and broken buildings. They gather around Marcia, 9 bodies that move like one organism, and they sing with her. The sound, if it can be called sound, makes my bones vibrate. More gunships appear, 3 of them approaching from different angles, but the wild are ready. They spread out across the roof, creating a formation that looks random but can't be, and when the searchlights hit them, their skin reflects the light back amplified. The pilots are blinded. One gunship veers off course. Another hovers, confused, while its targeting computer tries to lock onto bodies that phase in and out of its sensor's range. The third opens fire anyway, spraying the roof with automatic rounds that chew through concrete and vine nests alike. A wild drops. Then another. The child goes down, clutching her chest, red blooming through the amber glow of her skin. Marcia screams, actual voice, human grief, and runs to her. I follow because I'm a doctor, and doctors run toward the bleeding. The child is breathing, but it's wet, labored, lung shot, maybe liver. Her eyes find mine, and I see the question there. Can you fix this? I press my hands over the wounds and feel blood pulse between my fingers, hot and wrong. I don't have anything, I say. No supplies. No. Marcia shoves me aside. She places her hands where mine were, and the colors pour from her skin directly into the child's wounds. The bleeding slows. The child's breathing evens out. And I watch in real time as the infection accelerates in the child's body, transforming the damaged tissue into something that can survive the damage. The child sits up. The holes in her chest seal over with skin that's not quite human anymore, thicker and textured. She touches her chest where the bullets entered, then looks at Marcia with eyes full of understanding. Another volley. This time it hits Yuki's cocoon, tearing through the vines and moss. She spills out half-transformed, her back sporting wings that aren't fully formed, her screams human and not human blended together. The wild converge on her, pulling her back into the damaged cocoon, reweaving it faster than the bullets can tear it apart. But there are too many gunships now, too many angles of attack. We're going to lose. I stand and raise my hands. Stop. The gunships don't stop. Why would they? I'm nobody. Just a doctor with no supplies and blood that's currently more valuable as a resource than as a person. But Marcia stands with me, and the wilds stand with her. And suddenly we're 10, counting Yuki, half emerged from her cocoon, and the formation we create makes the air shimmer. We sing together. I don't know the words, don't know the frequencies, but my body knows anyway. Knows how to harmonize with Marcia's transformation, with the child's rapid healing, with Yuki's half-formed wings. The sound we make is a wall, a wave, a declaration. The gunship's electronics fail. All of them, simultaneously. They drop from the sky like stones, crashing into the Between's rubble field. Silence falls, broken only by the creak of settling metal. The wild disperse to check the wreckage. Marcia goes to Yuki's cocoon and helps her finish the transformation, weaving the torn sections back together. I stand in the center of the roof and try to process what just happened. We didn't fight the gunships. We taught them, our bodies, our voices, our combined intention, that some things can't be targeted, can't be reduced to kill, preserve, binary. We sang the complexity into being, and the machines couldn't process it. The child wild approaches me. Her chest is fully healed now, just thick scars where the bullets entered. She reaches up and touches my face, her palm hot, and I see colors I don't have names for pouring from her skin into mine. Teaching. This is teaching. Not explaining, not demonstrating, just being, and trusting the student will learn what they need. Yuki emerges from her cocoon fully transformed. Her wings are complete now, stretching 12 feet across, made of something that looks like membrane but glows with amber light. She flexes them experimentally and lifts 6 inches off the ground. "Holy shit," she says in perfect superhero cadence. "I'm flying." Then she laughs, pure joy, uncomplicated by fear or doubt, and launches herself off the roof. She falls for 3 stories before her wings catch the air current. Then she's soaring, circling the collapsed building with growing confidence. Marcia watches with that same expression of pride. When she looks at me, I see the question in her eyes. Are you ready to let go? Ready to stop controlling and start facilitating? I look at the destroyed gunships, at the wild helping their wounded, at Yuki flying in widening circles against the amber sky, at all the evidence that transformation isn't erasure, just becoming. Yes, I say, teach me. She takes my hand and the colors flow. Chapter 24. The blood contract books is waiting for us at the sanctuary gate with 200 refugees and a hand-crank printing press. He's surrounded by low city people I recognize. The mother from floor 20 whose daughter transformed, the old man who looks like the surgeon's brother, others I've treated or failed to treat over the past 3 years. They're all carrying medical journals, notebooks, pre-collapse newspapers. Memory made physical. You're late. Book says when we approach. His missing 3 fingers make his grip on the press handle awkward, but he doesn't stop cranking. The machine spits out pamphlets one after another, each one covered in his careful handwriting. Marcia looks at the pamphlets. I pick one up. It's a medical procedure, how to facilitate transformation safely, written in book's photographic memory detail. Temperature ranges, symptom progressions, what to do if the fever spikes above 42 degrees. Everything I've learned watching Marcia, documented. You wrote this, I say. You taught it. I documented. Books nods toward the refugees. They want to choose, but choice requires information. The mother from floor 20 steps forward. Her daughter is with her, fully transformed now, her small body glowing amber. My daughter chose. I want to choose too. Behind her, others murmur agreement. 200 voices, all asking for the same thing. Not to be saved, but to be given the option to become. I look at Marcia. She's barely holding herself upright, the transformation fever burning through her in waves. 3 days, she told me, maybe hours. And here are 200 people asking for what she's already giving up her human form to provide. I can't, I say. I don't have enough. Books interrupts by handing me a vial, clear liquid, marked with my handwriting from 3 weeks ago. O negative blood, one of the samples I drew before the gambling den, before I lost the pharmacy map, before everything fell apart. You gave this to me, Book says, told me to keep it safe, said you'd need it for something important. I don't remember saying that, but the vial is real. My blood inside it real, and 200 people are watching me with eyes that say they've already made their choice. Marcia's hand finds my shoulder. She's swaying on her feet, her skin temperature high enough that I can feel the heat through my jacket. When she looks at me, her eyes are completely amber now, no white left anywhere. She nods once, permission, encouragement, trust. I uncap the vial. My hands are shaking, but I manage to draw the blood into a syringe, then dilute it with sterile water from the sanctuary's supply. 1 vial becomes 10 doses. 10 becomes 20 with further dilution. I work quickly, aware of every passing minute. Every degree, Marcia's temperature climbs. The child wild, the one I saw transform on the platform, helps me distribute the doses. She's developed a pouch of sorts, a fold in her skin that keeps the vials temperature stable. The other wild help too, creating an assembly line that would be efficient, except for how it feels like participating in something sacred. The mother is first. She rolls up her sleeve and I find the vein, inject the catalyst, step back to watch. The transformation starts slowly, black lines creeping from the injection site, spreading up her arm. She gasps but doesn't pull away. Her daughter takes her hand and sings that soundless song, guiding her through it. Temperature spike, I say to the wild nearest me. They bring moss that glows with coolant properties, draping it over the mother's shoulders. Her fever peaks at 41 degrees, holds there, then begins to drop as the transformation stabilizes. Next is Book's brother, the old man from floor 23. He doesn't speak, just extends his arm. I see the surgeon's face in his features and hesitate. He sees me hesitate and smiles. I'm choosing what my brother couldn't, he says. Evolution over preservation. I inject him. He doesn't flinch, doesn't make a sound as the black lines spread. Books watches from the printing press, still cranking, still documenting, tears streaming down his face. The line continues. 20 people, 50, 100. I dilute the catalyst further and further until I'm working with doses that shouldn't be effective but somehow are. Maybe because Marcia is here, her transformation creating a field effect that amplifies the catalyst. Maybe because the people choosing have already started transforming on a cellular level, just waiting for permission to accelerate. My hands stop shaking somewhere around person 70. I fall into the rhythm of it. Find vein, inject, monitor, adjust. The medical protocol I've performed 10,000 times, but inverted. Instead of preventing disease, I'm facilitating evolution. Person 150 collapses. High fever, respiratory distress. The wild converge immediately, creating a cooling nest, singing to stabilize her system. I grab my medical bag, empty except for the syringe, and realize there's nothing I can do except trust the process. She stabilizes, sits up 10 minutes later with eyes turning amber and skin beginning to glow. She thanks the wild in their soundless language and rejoins the line. Person 173 is a child, maybe 8 years old, brought by his father who's already transforming. The child looks at me with eyes that hold too much knowledge for his age. Will it hurt? He asks. Yes, I say, because lying to children is worse than anything the transformation could do. But the hurt means you're becoming instead of ending. He nods and holds out his arm. I inject him with a dose half the strength of the adults. Watch the black lines spread slower, gentler. His father catches him when the fever hits, carries him to one of the wild's nests, stays with him through the shaking. Person 198 refuses the injection at the last second. She's elderly, maybe 70, and when she shakes her head, I see decades of survival in the gesture. I've lived long enough as what I am, she says. Don't need to be something else. I cap the syringe. Your choice. My choice, she agrees and steps aside to let the next person approach. Person 200 is books. He sets down the printing press handle and rolls up both sleeves, showing me the stumps where his fingers used to be. Lost these trying to control the narrative, he says. Trying to document instead of participate. I'm done watching. I inject him. He closes his eyes and I see his photographic memory working, cataloging every sensation lying up every moment of transformation. When he opens his eyes again, they're amber-edged and he's smiling. I can see it, he says. Every person who transformed today, every choice that led them here. The history isn't repeating, Henry. We're writing something new. Marcia collapses. I drop everything and catch her before she hits the ground, her weight almost nothing, her skin burning. The wild converge immediately, but she waves them back. She looks at me with eyes that are pure amber now, and I know she's asking permission for the final change. Go, I say. I'm ready. She kisses my forehead, the last human gesture she'll make, and the wild carry her to the largest nest they've built. They weave the cocoon around her in minutes, layers of vine and moss and intention. When they finish, the cocoon glows so bright I have to look away. Books approaches with a photograph, not from my Polaroid, from his documentation. It shows me from 2 hours ago, bent over the syringe, my face focused in a way I've never seen before. Not clinical detachment. Purpose. This is what redemption looks like, he says. Not saving your sister, choosing to facilitate other people's becoming. I look at the photo and see a doctor I don't recognize, someone who's learned that medicine isn't about control, it's about creating conditions where people can choose their own survival. The sanctuary's intercom crackles to life. The surgeon's voice fills the compound, gentle and kind, and completely terrifying. Henry, the first generation is waiting for their father. Come to High City. Let's finish what we started. The 200 newly transforming people fall silent. Books looks at me with a question in his eyes. The wild cluster around Marcia's glowing cocoon, protective, ready. I think about the vial in my hand, empty now, every drop of catalyst distributed. I think about my sister choosing to help a stranger instead of surviving. I think about Marcia removing her broken watches and Yuki laughing as she learned to fly. No, I say to the empty air, to the surgeon listening somewhere in High City's medical facility. They're not waiting for a father. They're choosing for themselves. And I'm choosing to protect that choice. Static. Then, you've become what I hoped you would be. We'll speak again when you're ready. The intercom cuts out. Books starts cranking the printing press again. The wild return to their nests. The transforming refugees help each other through fever spikes and cellular restructuring. And I stand in the center of the sanctuary, holding an empty vial, understanding finally that this is what being a doctor means, creating space for people to become what they need to be. Yuki lands on the sanctuary wall, her wings folding against her back. She's scouting from above, she explains, watching for more gunships. But what she's really doing is choosing to be part of this, choosing to protect the people who are choosing transformation. The child wild brings me a new vial, empty, waiting to be filled. A question: will I keep giving my blood as catalyst? I look at Marcia's cocoon, at the 200 people transforming, at the future we're midwifing into existence. Then I roll up my sleeve and extend my arm. As long as it takes, I say. The child nods and produces a sterilized needle from the pouch in her skin. She's learned to draw blood by watching me, learned the angle and pressure and how to find the vein. When she inserts the needle, it barely hurts. My blood fills the vial and I watch it glow faintly amber. Not human anymore, not fully evolved. Something between, something that can bridge the gap. Books documents this moment. The child distributing my blood to the next wave of refugees arriving at the sanctuary gate. Yuki standing watch on the walls. The wild singing their soundless songs. And me finally understanding that my sister didn't die so I could save people. She chose so I could learn to let go. Chapter 25. The Surgeon's Victory. The extraction mine chair still has my blood on it from the gambling den. Dried and brown now, flaking off when I touch the armrest. The straps are reinforced, the kind designed to hold someone through a full-body harvest. But they're open, unlocked, an invitation. I don't sit. The surgeon stands at the far end of the processing chamber, his back to me, surgical mask in place. He's looking at something on the monitor. Transformation data, I realize when I get closer, cellular progression charts, fever curves. My medical notes from the sanctuary, somehow copied and transmitted here. You've been busy, he says without turning. His voice is muffled by the mask, but I recognize the gentleness, the same tone he used when teaching me surgical technique 30 years ago. 200 facilitations in 8 hours. That's a record. They chose, I say. Yes, because you chose first. He finally turns and I see his eyes above the mask. Kind, exactly as the old man described. That's the difference between us, Henry. I make people resources. You make them possibilities. I look around the processing chamber. It's cleaner than I expected. The equipment outdated but well maintained. There are tanks along one wall filled with amber liquid, bodies floating inside in various stages of transformation. Willing volunteers, I realize. People who chose to transform under the surgeon's guidance. You're facilitating too, I say. I'm optimizing. He gestures to the tanks. These people came to me asking for transformation. I gave them controlled conditions, monitored progression, ensured survival rates above 93%, higher than your sanctuary's rate. He's right, and we both know it. 3 of my 200 didn't survive. 1 child whose system rejected the catalyst. 1 elderly man whose heart couldn't handle the fever. 1 woman who changed her mind mid-transformation and tried to fight it, her body tearing itself apart in the conflict. They chose their conditions too, I say, not just the transformation, and died for that choice. The surgeon moves to the nearest tank, placing his palm against the glass. The body inside responds, black lines pulsing brighter. I respect choice, Henry, but I also respect outcome. These people are alive, your 3 are not. I watch the body in the tank, fully transformed, but kept in stasis somehow, not allowed to wake, to complete the process, to become what they're meant to be. Resources after all, just more carefully managed. Let them out, I say. Why? Because keeping them suspended is the same as killing them. They chose transformation, not preservation. The surgeon tilts his head, considering. Then he reaches for the tank's control panel and disengages the stasis field. The amber liquid drains and the body drops to the tank floor, gasping. She, I see when she stands, has wings similar to Yuki's but more developed. She presses against the glass, confused, afraid. She'll panic, the surgeon says calmly. Transformation requires gradual acclimation. You're forcing trauma. But I'm already moving to the tank release. The woman spills out when I open it, her wings tangling, her breathing rapid. The surgeon makes no move to help, just watches as I guide her to sitting, talk her through the panic, help her fold her wings properly. When she's stable, breathing normally, she looks at me with amber eyes and asks the only question that matters. What do I do now? Whatever you choose, I say. She stands shakily and walks to the chamber exit. Doesn't run, doesn't thank me. Just leaves, her wings dragging slightly until she figures out how to hold them. The surgeon watches her go with those kind eyes. You gave her freedom without preparation, he says. She'll die within a week. Maybe. Or maybe she'll learn to fly. That's irresponsible medicine. That's respecting choice. He's silent for a long moment. Then he removes his mask and I see his face fully for the first in 3 decades. He's transforming. Black lines crawl up his neck, branch across his cheeks. His skin glows faintly amber. But his eyes, still kind, still gentle, still completely human. I infected myself 2 weeks ago, he says. Small dose, controlled conditions. I wanted to understand what they experienced before I optimized the process further. That's not optimization, I say. That's participation. Is there a difference? I think about the 200 refugees transforming in the sanctuary, about Marcia in her cocoon, that choosing the final change. About myself drawing blood to give others the catalyst for their own becoming. Yes, optimization treats people as variables. Participation treats them as partners. He considers this. His hand goes to his neck, tracing the black lines. My daughter, when she transformed, I tried to cure her, tried to bring her back to what she was. I believed, I still believe, that was love, wanting her to stay instead of become. It was control, I say gently. Love would have been letting go. Like you let go of your sister? The words hit like a surgical strike, precise and devastating. I think about my sister's face in the moment she chose to help the stranger instead of running with me. The way she smiled, knowing what it would cost. The way I spent 3 years photographing the gone instead of learning from her choice. I didn't let go, I admit. I held on, carried her around in pictures and guilt, and the belief that I could have saved her if I'd just been faster, smarter, better. But she didn't need saving. She was already free. The surgeon's expression does something complicated. When my daughter completed her transformation, she tried to come back, came to the facility, tried to communicate. I thought she was a wild, one of the mindless infected. I ordered her contained, studied, processed for medical research. My chest tightens. What happened? She escaped. One of my harvesters, someone who'd known her before, recognized her eyes and let her out. I haven't seen her since. He looks at the empty tank where the winged woman emerged. I've spent 5 years trying to perfect the process so no parent has to watch their child become unrecognizable. But you're saying I should have just accepted. Not accepted, honored. There's a difference. He moves to the extraction mine chair and sits in it, his hands resting on the armrests where mine left bloodstains. I brought you here to offer partnership. I have resources, equipment, knowledge, pharmaceutical synthesis capability. You have trust, people who choose transformation because they believe you'll facilitate rather than control. Together we could guide evolution, make it safer, reduce the 93% survival rate to 99. And the 1%? Acceptable loss. I think about the child who rejected the catalyst, the elderly man whose heart failed, the woman who fought the transformation and tore herself apart. They weren't losses. They were choices that didn't work out. But they were still choices. That's semantics, Henry. No, that's the difference between seeing people as people or seeing them as outcomes. I move to stand in front of him close enough to see the amber glow beginning in his pupils. You're transforming whether you want to or not. The controlled dose won't stay controlled. You'll have to choose. Fight it like your daughter fought your cure, or surrender to becoming. He meets my eyes and I see fear there for the first time. Real human fear. I don't know how to surrender. Neither did I. Marcia taught me. The woman in the cocoon at the sanctuary. She's not in a cocoon anymore. I don't know this for certain, but I feel it. The timeline books documented said for 3 days maximum. It's been 3 days. She's probably emerging right now, probably confused and afraid and learning to be what she chose to become. The surgeon stands abruptly. I need to see her. Need to document the emergence, monitor the stabilization? No. I block his path. You need to let her emerge without being studied, without being optimized. You need to trust that she knows what she's doing. She could die. Yes. And you're willing to accept that. I think about Marcia removing her broken watches, about her admitting she used me for my blood but stayed for who I am, about her singing to the gunships and teaching the wild and choosing transformation despite knowing I might not follow. I'm willing to honor her choice, I say, even if the outcome terrifies me. The surgeon's transformation accelerates. I see it in real time, the black lines spreading faster, his skin beginning to glow, his breathing changing rhythm. The controlled dose spiraling out of control because fear amplifies the process. Help me, he says, his voice losing the gentle quality. I don't. I can't. I catch him when his legs give out. Lower him to the floor carefully. His skin is burning through his surgical coat, the fever spiking above 40 degrees. I need cooling moss, need the wild songs, need everything I don't have in this sterile processing chamber. But I have my hands, I have my voice, I have everything Marcia taught me about facilitating instead of controlling. Look at me, I say. Focus on my voice. You're not fighting this, you're becoming this. Let it flow instead of resisting. He's shaking, his eyes wide and amber-edged. My daughter. I want to see my daughter. Then survive this. Choose to survive so you can find her. His hand finds mine and grips hard enough to hurt. The transformation pours through him in waves, each one stronger than the last. I talk him through it, the way I talked the winged woman through her panic, the way I facilitated 200 refugees, the way Marcia guided me toward letting go. His fever peaks at 43 degrees. Holds there, drops. He opens his eyes and they're completely amber now, pupils swallowing iris and sclera. He looks at me and I see recognition, understanding, and something that might be gratitude. You're not my enemy, I say. You're a patient who needs help becoming what you're meant to be. He laughs, unexpected, slightly delirious. I tried to harvest you. Tried to use your blood as catalyst without permission, tried to control evolution itself. And you're calling me a patient. You're transforming. That makes you a patient. The past makes you human. I help him sit up, support his weight while his body adjusts to its new configuration. What you do next makes you either partner or enemy. He's quiet for a long moment, his breathing evening out. Then he looks at the processing chamber, at the tanks full of suspended transformed people, at the equipment designed to optimize instead of honor. Release them, he says, all of them. Let them emerge on their terms. I move to the control panel and disengage the stasis fields one by one. 17 tanks drain. 17 bodies drop to the floors, gasping and confused. The surgeon stands, shakily, but he stands, and moves among them, helping them orient, guiding them toward the chamber exit. Where will they go? He asks. Wherever they choose. He nods like this makes sense, like he's finally understanding what I've been trying to teach him. And me. Where do I go? I think about the sanctuary full of transforming refugees, about Marcia's cocoon glowing in the center of the compound, about the future being written in choices instead of prescriptions. With me, I say, to see what we helped create. We leave the processing chamber together. Behind us, the extraction equipment sits silent, unused. The surgeon, not the surgeon anymore, just Kenji Nakamura transforming human, walks beside me through High City's tears. People stare, some flee, others approach cautiously, seeing his transformation, wondering if this means they can choose too. I'll need to address them, he says. Explain that transformation is choice now, not procedure. Not you, I say. Us. Partnership, remember? He looks at me with those amber eyes and nods. We reach the sanctuary at sunset, the active hours beginning, the amber sky darkening to its usual twilight. The gates are open. The 200 refugees have emerged from their transformations, their bodies glowing softly in the gathering darkness. They're singing, soundless but felt, vibrating in my chest. And in the center of the compound, Marcia's cocoon is splitting open. I run. Don't think, just run, pushing through the crowd of newly transformed humans. Kenji follows, his medical training overriding his fear. We reach the cocoon as Marcia emerges, her body completely transformed, skin glowing amber, eyes pure pupil, her collection of broken watches replaced by patterns of light that pulse across her skin like living tattoos. She sees me and smiles. It's different from her human smile, more complex, containing frequencies I can only half perceive. But it's still Marcia. Still the woman who chose chaos as honesty, who stayed with me despite using me, who taught me that love means becoming alongside instead of holding back. I reach out, and she takes my hand. The colors that flow from her skin into mine are warm, complex, welcoming. She's asking a question without words. Are you ready to follow? I look at Kenji standing beside me, newly transformed and terrified, and choosing to be here anyway. At the 200 refugees learning to be what they've become. At Yuki flying overhead on wings that shouldn't exist. At Books documenting everything with his transformed vision that can see moments before they happen. Yes? I say to Marcia, teach me how to become. She pulls me close and the transformation begins. Chapter 26, The First Generation. The mountain air crackles. Not metaphorically. Actual, static discharge jumps between the volunteers forming the circle around me. 200 people, give or take. Hard to count when they're holding hands and their skin starting to emit that amber glow. I'm sitting on a shipping crate that used to hold pharmaceutical supplies. Empty now. Everything's empty now, including me. The last vial went to a woman from High City's processing tier. She cried when I asked her why she wanted this. Not sad crying, relieved crying, like she'd been holding her breath for 37 years. Marcia stands at the center of the circle. She doesn't speak anymore, not with words. The colors she emanates tell me everything. Right now it's a deep violet shot through with gold threads. Pride. Hope. Something else I don't have a word for. Book sits beside me, his three-fingered hand moving across a journal page. He's documenting this. Of course he is. Someone has to remember what humanity looked like before it chose to become something else. How many transformations have you seen? He asks without looking up from his writing. Today? Or total? Total. I try to count in my head. Give up after 30. Enough to know it doesn't hurt as much as people think. That's not what I asked. He's right. He's always right. That's why people trust him with their histories. A man from Low City, residential floor 22, if I'm remembering the tribal markings on his jacket, starts to convulse, not violently. It's more like his body's remembering how to breathe underwater. The people on either side of him tighten their grip. Nobody lets go. The aurora above us intensifies. It started as a faint shimmer an hour ago when the first volunteer completed their transformation. Now it looks like someone tore a hole in the amber sky and poured liquid light through it. The glow reaches down past the mountain peaks, probably visible all the way to Low City's flooded floors. Your parents are in line, Book says. I know. I saw them join the queue of volunteers 40 minutes ago. Didn't approach them. Didn't wave. Just watched my mother adjust my father's collar like she always did, even before the fall. Some habits survive apocalypses. You should talk to them, Books continues. And say what? Whatever you need to say before they're not your parents anymore. The man from Residential 22 stops convulsing, opens his eyes. They're the color of sunset reflected in clean water, a color that hasn't existed in the natural world for decades. He smiles at the woman next to him. She smiles back. They're still holding hands. I stand up, My legs protest. I've given away so much blood over the past week that walking feels like pushing through chest-deep water. Marcia notices, she always notices, and shifts the violet glow in my direction. It warms my skin. Doesn't help with the exhaustion, but it's nice anyway. The line of volunteers stretches from the circle out past the remains of the sanctuary's garden. 1,000 people, maybe more, all waiting for the 10 vials I don't have. My parents are near the front. Dad sees me approaching and straightens his spine the way he used to when I'd come home past curfew. Some instincts never die, even when everything else does. Henry, Mom says, just my name. Nothing else, like there's nothing else that needs saying. You don't have to do this, I tell them both. Dad shakes his head. We know. I mean it. You can go back to Low City. Find shelter on one of the upper floors. The elite levels still have. We're not going back, Mom interrupts. Gentle but firm. The same tone she used when I tried to convince her I didn't need to learn how to suture wounds at age 12. The woman in front of them completes her transformation. Her skin radiates pale green light, like spring leaves that humanity hasn't seen since before I was born. The couple behind my parents moves up in line. Why? I ask. Don't know why I'm asking. Already know the answer. Because you're here, Dad says simply. Because Marcia's here. Because this is what comes next. Mom reaches out and touches my cheek. Her hand's cold. She's always run cold, even in the old world when buildings had heating. We watched you carry your sister's camera for 17 years. Watched you photograph faces of people you couldn't save. You think we don't understand what you've been trying to do? My throat closes up. I don't cry. Haven't cried since the initial outbreak, but something tightens behind my sternum. You're trying to give people choice, she continues. So we're choosing. We're choosing you, and we're choosing tomorrow, and we're choosing to become whatever it takes to see that tomorrow. The couple in front of them steps into the circle. I watch them join hands with the others, watch their bodies start the slow shift toward light. Takes about 15 minutes on average, longer if they fight it, shorter if they surrender to it. Books appears at my elbow, offers me a journal, different from his documentation ledger. This one has my name written on the cover in my mother's handwriting, from before. She asked me to hold on to this, he says, in case you tried to run. I take it. Don't open it. Can't open it. Not yet. 10 vials left, I say to no one in particular. 9, Books corrects. The woman with the springleaf color took one while you were talking. 9 vials. 1,000 people. The math doesn't work, has never worked. Won't work. Yuki lands on the shipping crate I was sitting on earlier. Her wings, I still can't process that she has wings. Actual wings made of amber light. Fold against her back. She's holding something. Takes me a moment to recognize my sister's Polaroid camera. Found it in the black water, she says. Thought you might want it back. I take it. The casing's cracked, but the mechanism inside still works. I know because my hands remember how to check, even when my brain doesn't want to. I gave it to Books, I tell her. Yeah, well, Books gave it to the water when the market collapsed. Says some things need to stay drowned. She's wrong. Books doesn't say things like that. But I understand what she's really telling me. That everyone decided I needed to stop documenting and start participating. They decided for me. I should be angry about that. I'm not. My parents step into the circle. They don't look back at me. That's good. If they looked back, I might do something stupid like ask them to stay human. Ask them to stay my parents instead of becoming whatever comes after parents. The circle accepts them. Hands reach out and clasp theirs. The aurora overhead pulses like a heartbeat made of light. I raise the Polaroid camera. Frame the shot. My parents, the circle, the aurora, all of it. My finger hovers over the shutter button. Don't press it. Lower the camera. Marcia's violet light shifts to something softer. Approval, maybe, or relief. Hard to tell with synesthetic communication. How do you choose, I ask Books, when there's 1,000 people and 9 vials? You don't, he says. You let them choose themselves. That's not an answer. It's the only answer that matters. He's right. He's always right. I walk back to the line of volunteers. The remaining 9 vials sit in a makeshift cooler, just a pre-collapsed lunchbox filled with ice from High City's condensation collectors. I pick up the cooler. It's heavier than it should be. The volunteers watch me. Nobody speaks. Nobody pushes forward. They just wait. I look at the faces. All different. All the same. All choosing. Who needs this most? I ask the crowd. Nobody answers. Wrong question. Who wants this most? I try again. Still nothing. Also wrong. Marcia's light shifts to crimson streaked with white. Frustration and guidance. She's telling me something, but I'm too tired to decode it properly. Then I understand. I set the cooler down, open the lid, take out all 9 vials and lay them on the ground in a line. Step back. It's not about need, I say to the crowd. It's not about want. It's about choice. 9 of you will choose to take these tonight. The rest will choose to wait. And everyone who chooses to wait is choosing trust. Trust that we'll find more catalyst, trust that tomorrow exists, trust that your choice matters as much as anyone else's. Silence. Then movement. A woman from High City's living tier steps forward, takes a vial, joins the circle. A man from Low City's market floor takes a vial, joins the circle. A teenager I don't recognize takes a vial, joins the circle. One by one, 9 people choose themselves. The rest of the crowd stays still. They've made their choice too. It's just as valid. The aurora doubles in brightness. The ionized air creates a sound, not quite music, not quite speech, somewhere between the two. The circles singing without opening their mouths. My parents complete their transformation simultaneously. They don't look human anymore. Don't look inhuman either. They look like light that learned how to love. That's the only way I can describe it. Mom's glow is steady blue. Dad's is warm orange. Where they touch, the colors blend into something new. Something that didn't exist before they made this choice together. I sit down, not on the shipping crate, just on the ground. Marcia comes over, sits beside me. Her hand finds mine. It's warm now, not cold. The fever's gone. She's through to the other side. Books keeps writing. His pen scratches against paper, only human sound in a chorus of light. The first generation, he mutters. That's what I'm calling this entry. Bit dramatic, I say. Bit accurate. He's right. He's always... The military speakers crackle to life across both cities. Haven't heard those in weeks. Didn't think they still worked. The surgeon's voice fills the air. Still gentle, still kind, still terrifying in its calm. Henry, he says, the first generation is waiting for their father. My hand tightens around Marcia's. She squeezes back. Her color shifts to black, shot through with silver. Defiance and determination. Book stops writing mid-word. Chapter 27, The Price of Choice. The aurora becomes so bright you can see it from Low City's flooded floors. I know because the military spotlights swivel toward us, trying to match its intensity. They can't. Artificial light just makes the aurora look more real by comparison. The surgeon's voice cuts out. The speakers hiss static for 3 seconds, then fall silent. That's somehow worse than hearing him talk. I still have Marcia's hand. She hasn't let go either. Her colors stabilized at black-silver, defiant determination, but there are flickers of deep red underneath. Fear. She's afraid. So am I. We need to move, Book says. He's already packing his journals into a waterproof satchel. Move where? I ask. Anywhere that isn't here when the incendiaries hit. He's right. He's always right. High City's response to the aurora is predictable. Burn what you can't control. Standard protocol from before the fall. Some institutions survive apocalypses intact. The circle of transformed volunteers, the first generation as Books insists on calling them, begins to dissolve. Not literally. They just stop holding hands and start organizing themselves into something resembling a defensive formation. Nobody told them to. They just know. Part of the evolutionary package, maybe. My parents separate from the group and approach. Their lights have dimmed to something manageable, less sunset and more desk lamp. Mom's blue glow pulses in rhythm with her footsteps. Dad's orange flickers when he's thinking. I can read their emotions in the color shifts. It's like learning a new language instantaneously. Henry, Dad says. His voice sounds normal, human. That helps somehow. You should go, I tell them both. Get clear of the city before. No, Mom interrupts. We're not leaving you. I'm not asking you to leave me. I'm asking you to stay alive. Same thing, Dad says. Marcia stands. Her height hasn't changed, but her presence takes up more space now. She looks at my parents, and her color shifts to violet gold. Approval and kinship. They understand each other without speaking. That's the real transformation, I think. Not the light or the changed biology. The immediate comprehension. Yuki lands beside us again. Her wings fold so smoothly, it's almost mechanical. The high city gunships are airborne. 3 of them. Incendiary payloads confirmed. How do you know? I ask. I can see the heat signatures from here. She points at the mountain peaks. Also, I flew past them on the way down. They tried to shoot me. Missed. She says it casually, like dodging military weapons is just another Tuesday. Maybe for her it is now. Books finishes packing, slings the satchel over his shoulder. His missing fingers make the strap adjustment awkward, but he manages. The volunteers who are still waiting, what do we do about them? I look at the line. Still nearly 1,000 people. They haven't moved, haven't panicked. They're just standing there, waiting for their turn to choose. We protect them, I say. With what? Books asks. We don't have weapons, we don't have walls, we have 9 transformed volunteers and 200 waiting for vials we don't have. We have choice, I tell him. That's the only weapon that matters. He stares at me, then shakes his head. You've become insufferable since you stopped being clinical. Yeah, working on it. The gunships appear over the ridge, 3 black shapes against the amber sky. Their engines don't roar, they hum, quiet, efficient, deadly. High City's military always preferred precision over spectacle. The first generation moves, not toward the gunships, toward the volunteers. They form a living wall between the 1,000 people and the incoming attack. Their lights intensify, not individually, but as a collective. The aurora overhead responds, flowing down like water to reinforce them. Marcia steps forward to join them. I grab her wrist. Wait, I say. She looks back at me. Her eyes are still brown, still hers. The rest has changed, but the eyes remain. That's the thing about evolution. It keeps the important parts. You don't have to do this, I tell her. Her color shifts to crimson white, the same frustrated guidance from earlier. She's telling me I'm an idiot. She's right. I let go of her wrist. She joins the wall. My parents are already there, their blue-orange glow blending with the others. The collective light becomes a single sheet of luminescence, a barrier made of transformed flesh and evolutionary hope. The gunships open fire. The incendiaries aren't bullets. They're compressed chemical packets designed to ignite on impact and burn through anything organic. High City uses them to clear wild nests. Effective. Horrifying. Both. The first generation raises their hands in unison. The aurora streams down from the sky and meets their light. The incendiaries hit the barrier and stop. Not explode, not burn, just stop. Suspended in the air like someone pressed pause on physics. I watch. The chemical packets are 3 feet from the volunteers' outstretched hands. The payloads glow orange with ready ignition. They should be burning everything. They're not. Impossible, Books whispers beside me. Evolutionary advantage, Yuki says from her perch on the shipping crate. Radiation resistance includes electromagnetic field manipulation. Basic adaptive biology. That's not basic, I tell her. It is when you're radiation adapted. She sounds almost bored, like this is obvious. Like humanity developing force fields is Tuesday afternoon science. The gunships circle, regroup, fire again. More incendiaries. Same result, packets suspended mid-air, glowing uselessly against the barrier. Then something changes. The suspended incendiaries to dim. Not because they're deactivating, because the barrier's absorbing them. converting the chemical energy into more light for the aurora. High City just fed the thing they tried to destroy. The gunships retreat. Smart move. The pilots probably just realize their weapons are counterproductive. The barrier dissolves. The first generation lowers their hands. They don't look tired, they look energized, like they just finished a good meal instead of defending against military assault. My parents return to where I'm standing. Dad's orange glow has brightened, Mom's blue now has green undertones. They're adapting, evolving, becoming. You okay? Mom asks me. I almost laugh. She's glowing like a human lantern and she's asking if I'm okay. Yeah, I say. You? Better than okay. She looks at her hands, turns them over like she's seeing them for the first time. I can feel everyone in the circle. Not their thoughts, their presence. Like knowing someone's in the room without looking. Dad nods. It's not telepathy. It's more like shared space, collective awareness. Books is writing frantically, his pen's barely keeping up with his observations. Electromagnetic sensitivity. Probably how they knew to form the barrier before the gunships fired. They sensed the weapons charging. Can you stop documenting and start helping? I ask him. I am helping. Someone needs to record this so future generations understand what happened here. There might not be future generations if High City decides to escalate. Then I'll document the escalation too. He's impossible. Always has been. That's why people trust him with their memories. The line of volunteers hasn't moved. They watched the entire attack, watched the barrier hold, watched evolution defend them. They're not running, they're not panicking, they're waiting, because they still want to choose. I walk back to where I left the empty cooler. The 9 vials are gone, taken by the volunteers who claimed them before the attack. The cooler sits there, lid open, ice melting in the mountain air. 1,000 people. 0 vials. The math still doesn't work. Marcia approaches. Her black-silver color has softened to violet again. Pride. She's proud of me. Don't know why. I haven't done anything except watch other people be brave. We need more catalyst, I tell her. She shakes her head, points at me, then points at the volunteers. I don't understand. She knows I don't understand. Her color shifts to crimson-white again, frustrated guidance. She's being patient with me, but barely. Books translates without looking up from his writing. She's saying you're the catalyst, your blood, your choice to facilitate instead of prescribe. That's what they're choosing, not transformation. You. That's not. It is, Books interrupts. You think they're standing here waiting for vials? They're waiting for permission, validation, proof that choosing evolution isn't the same as choosing to stop being human. I can't give them that. You already did, when you laid out those 9 vials and stepped back, when you let them choose themselves. That's what they're waiting for you to do again. I look at the line. 1,000 faces, all different, all the same, all choosing. The gunships circle at a distance. They've stopped firing, but they haven't left. They're waiting too. Waiting to see if High City needs to commit more resources to destroying what they can't control. And that's when I understand what has to happen next. I need to go to High City, I say. Everyone stops. Book's pen freezes mid-word. Yuki's wings snap open in alarm. My parents' colors shift to deep red. Fear. Marcia's the only one whose color doesn't change. She already knew. She's been waiting for me to figure it out. The surgeon said the first generation is waiting for their father, I continue. He's not threatening me, he's inviting me. He wants to talk. That's suicide, Book says flatly. That's negotiation, I counter. If I don't go, High City escalates. More gunships, more weapons. Eventually something gets through the barrier and people end. If I do go, maybe we can establish terms, create space for both worlds to exist. You don't know that, Books argues. No, but I know what happens if I stay here and do nothing. Marcia places her hand on my chest, right over my heart, her palms warm. The touch floods me with color. I can see her synesthesia for a moment. My heartbeat looks like silver ripples on dark water. Steady, certain. She's telling me she agrees, that she'll come with me. that we do this together. My parents step closer. Their lights blend with Marcia's, blue, orange, black, silver, a triad of color that wasn't possible before tonight. We're coming too, Mom says. No, I start to argue. Yes, Dad cuts me off. You think we chose transformation to watch you walk into danger alone? We chose this so we could protect you, for once. The first generation moves again. This time they don't form a wall. They form a processional line from where we're standing to the edge of the sanctuary. A path made of light. The volunteers join them. All 1,000 of them. They create a corridor of human and transformed bodies, an honor guard made of choice and consequence. Yuki lands on my shoulder. Her wings fold. I'm coming too. You just transformed yesterday, I say. Exactly. Fresh perspective. Also, I can fly, useful for reconnaissance and dramatic entrances. This isn't a comic book, I tell her. Everything's a comic book if you frame it right. Book sighs, closes his journal, tucks it into his satchel. Fine, I'm coming too. Someone needs to document whatever happens next. You can document from here, I suggest. I could, but I won't. He adjusts his satchel strap. Besides, you need someone who can negotiate without glowing. Diplomatic optics matter. He's right. He's always right. We walk through the corridor of light. 1,000 people watch us pass. Nobody speaks. Nobody needs to. Their presence says everything. We're choosing you. We're trusting you. We're waiting. The gunships track our movement but don't fire. They're waiting too. When we reach the edge of the sanctuary, the corridor closes behind us. The first generation and the volunteers form a single wall again, not for defense this time, for witness. The path ahead leads toward High City's gates, toward the surgeon, toward whatever comes next. I look back one last time. The aurora overhead has expanded. It covers both cities now, High City and Low City, mountain and tower, all of it bathed in evolutionary light. Marcia takes my hand. Her color shifts to gold violet. Love and determination. We start walking. My parents flank us. Yuki's wings spread as she takes flight to scout ahead. Books, mutters notes to himself as we walk. The gunships follow at a distance, patient, watchful. And somewhere ahead, the surgeon waits in his laboratory while the military remnants of High City prepare to make their choice, acceptance or annihilation. Chapter 28. The Last Clinic. The gates are open when we arrive. That's the first sign something's wrong. High City never leaves its gates open. Not during the day cycle, not during radiation hours, never. But they're open now, wide enough for the 5 of us to walk through without touching the frame. The second sign is the silence. No guards, no checkpoint protocols, no one asking the question. Just empty guardhouse windows and abandoned weapon emplacements. Trap, Book says quietly. Obviously, Yuki responds from 30 feet above us. She's circling the courtyard, wings catching what little sunlight penetrates the amber sky. Question is what kind? Marcia's color shifts to orange-black, wariness and aggression. She's ready to fight. My parents' lights have dimmed to almost nothing. Tactical advantage in low-visibility situations. Evolution includes combat adaptations. Of course it does. The path leads upward through the 3 tiers. Extraction level first. The mines are silent. No drilling sounds. No work crews. The equipment sits idle, covered in a fine layer of that amber atmospheric dust. They evacuated, I say. Or were evacuated, Books corrects. There's a difference. We climb toward processing. The labs are similarly abandoned. Through the windows I can see equipment left mid-operation. Centrifuges still spinning. Microscopes still illuminated. Someone left in a hurry. The living tier is where we find people. Not many. Maybe 50 clustered in what looks like the old administrative plaza. They're not armed. They're not threatening. They're just standing there waiting. For us, I realize. They're waiting for us. An older woman steps forward. Her clothes mark her as processing tier management, someone who used to give orders. She doesn't look like she's giving orders now. She looks tired. Dr. Lee, she says to me, uses my old title. Nobody's called me that in years. Just Henry, I tell her. Henry, then. She glances at Marcia, at my parents' glowing forms, at Yuki circling overhead. The surgeon asks that you proceed to the medical facility. Alone. Not happening, Book says immediately. The woman doesn't argue. I told him you wouldn't agree. He said to tell you that he's infected himself. Full exposure. He's transforming and wants his former student to witness it. The words hang in the thin mountain air. That's impossible, I say. The surgeon doesn't take risks. He calculates outcomes and chooses the safest path. Infecting himself is suicide. Or evolution, the woman counters. Depends on your perspective. Marcia's color flares crimson. She doesn't trust this. Neither do I. But if the surgeon is actually transforming, actually choosing evolution over control, that changes everything. I'll go, I say. We'll go, my mother corrects. No, he asked for me alone. If I bring you, he might. I trail off. Might what? Refuse to transform? Refuse to talk? I don't know what I'm negotiating for anymore. My father's orange glow brightens. If you die in there, we tear this city apart. It's not a threat, it's a promise. A statement of fact delivered in the same calm tone he used to use when explaining how to balance the household budget. Some things transcend transformation. Give me 30 minutes, I say. If I'm not back, do what you need to do. Books pulls out his journal, hands it to me. Take this. Document what happens. If you don't come back, at least we'll know what we're tearing the city apart for. I take the journal. It's heavier than it looks. The medical facility is at the apex of High City, the highest point of the mountain. The path up is steep enough that I'm breathing hard by the time I reach the entrance. The altitude doesn't help. Neither does the blood loss from the past week. My body's running on fumes and spite. The doors are sealed. A biometric lock blinks red. I press my palm against it. The scanner reads my blood type, O negative, and the doors open immediately. Of course, the surgeon programmed my biometrics into his security system. Of course he did. Inside, the facility looks exactly like it did before the fall. Sterile white walls, fluorescent lighting, the smell of disinfectant and filtered air. It's like walking into a memory of the old world. The surgeon's waiting in the main laboratory. He's not wearing his surgical mask. First time I've seen his face in decades. He looks older than I expected. More human. Less like the monster I'd built him up to be in my head. He's sitting in a medical chair, the kind used for blood draws. His sleeves are rolled up. His veins are black. The infection's advanced. Maybe 4 hours from full transformation based on the progression I've seen in others. Henry, he says. His voice is the same, gentle, kind. It makes me want to run. I don't run. I step into the laboratory and let the doors seal behind me. Dr. Nakamura, I say. Use his real name, the one nobody's spoken in decades. He smiles. It's sad. Not many remember that name anymore. I remember lots of things. I stay near the door. Keep distance between us. Why did you infect yourself? Because I was wrong. Simple statement, no elaboration. I wait, he continues. I believed evolution was something to be prevented, controlled, managed like a disease process. But you showed me something I'd forgotten, that transformation is choice, not pathology. So you chose to transform. I chose to understand. He holds up his blackened arm, studies it like it belongs to someone else. I've spent decades harvesting bodies to prevent this. Turns out I was just afraid of becoming what I'd been creating. You weren't creating anything, I tell him. Evolution was happening with or without your interference. Yes, but I could have facilitated it instead of fighting it. I could have been what you became, a guide instead of a guard. He stands. The movement's fluid. The infection hasn't impaired his motor function yet. Another hour, maybe 2, before the physical transformation begins. I asked you here because I need to know something, he says. When I complete transformation, will I still be me? Will I remember my daughter? Will I remember why I did all those terrible things? The question's genuine. He's actually asking. Actually afraid. Yes, I tell him. You'll remember everything. The transformation doesn't erase who you were. It just adds to it. Promise? I watched my parents transform an hour ago. My mother still adjusts my father's collar. My father still gets that look when he's calculating outcomes. They're still them. They're just more now. He nods, sits back down in the medical chair. Good. I need to remember. Need to carry the weight of what I did. Can't evolve away from accountability. Book's journal is heavy in my hands. I open it, find a blank page, start writing. What are you doing? The surgeon asks. Documenting, like you taught me in the ER, record everything. Never assume memory is reliable. I taught you that to make you clinical, to distance you from emotional involvement. Yeah, didn't work. I keep writing, note his vital signs, his progression markers, names. Turns out emotional involvement is what makes the documentation matter, he laughs. He laughs, actually laughs. It's the first time I've heard him laugh since before his daughter passed, before he became the surgeon and stopped being Dr. Nakamura. I'm sorry, he says, for everything I did, for turning medicine into harvesting, for making you believe that clinical detachment was strength. I know. I close the journal. I forgive you. You shouldn't. I don't deserve. I know that too. Forgiveness isn't about deserving. It's about choosing to carry the weight differently. His veins are darkening. The transformation's accelerating. His skin starts to emit faint amber light, just the beginning of what's coming. Will you stay, he asks, until it's complete? I pull up a chair. Sit down across from him. Yeah, I'll stay. We sit in silence. The fluorescent lights hum overhead. The air filtration system whispers through the vents, the old world sounds preserved in this bubble of clinical sterility while the new world waits outside. His transformation takes 40 minutes, faster than average. Maybe because he's surrendering to it instead of fighting. His skin shifts from amber to gold. His eyes maintain their kindness but gain something else, awareness of a broader spectrum. Connection to the first generation already transformed. When it's complete, he looks at his hands, turns them over the way my mother did, discovering himself in a new form. I can feel them, he says. Everyone who transformed. My daughter. His voice breaks. My daughter's presence is in there somewhere, not her consciousness. Just the memory of her in the evolutionary chain. Like she never really ended, just changed form. She didn't end, I tell him. None of them did. They just became what comes next. He stands, tests his new body. The movements are graceful, efficient. Evolution optimizes everything. What happens now? He asks. Now we establish terms, create space for both worlds to exist, human and post-human, transformed and choosing to wait. All of it. And if High City's leadership refuses, then we show them what choice looks like in practice. I stand up, offer him my hand. He takes it. His grip is warm, alive. His light pulses in rhythm with mine, not matching but complementary. We walk to the laboratory doors together, former student and former teacher, both transformed in different ways, both choosing what comes next. The doors open. Books is standing there with my parents and Marcia. Yuki's landed on the threshold, wings folded. They must have given me the full 30 minutes, then decided time was up. We were just coming to get you, Book says. Then he sees the surgeon, sees the golden light, the transformed presence. His pen freezes above his journal. You actually did it. I did, the surgeon confirms. And now we need to talk to whoever's running High City in my absence. That would be the military council, the woman from the plaza says. She's followed Books and the others up. They're preparing to level both cities. Nuclear option. They've decided if they can't control evolution, they'll eliminate it. How long do we have, I ask. 2 hours, maybe less. They're fueling the missiles now. The surgeon's light flares. Anger. The transformation doesn't eliminate emotion, it just makes it visible. They're going to destroy everything? Everything, she confirms. Both cities, the sanctuary, the between, all of it. Marcia's color shifts to black shot through with crimson. Combat readiness and fury. My parents' lights intensify. The surgeon's new gold glow becomes almost blinding. Then we stop them, I say. How? Books asks. They have missiles. We have light and good intentions. We have choice, I tell him. We have 1,000 people who chose to wait. We have the first generation. We have proof that evolution isn't death, it's transformation. That's our weapon. That's poetry, not tactics, Books argues. Same thing when you use it right. I turn to the woman. Can you get us to the missile control center? I can, but it's guarded, sealed. You'd need. I know what we need. I look at my parents, at the surgeon, at Marcia. We need to show them what choice looks like when it refuses to be eliminated. The surgeon nods. I know the facility layout. I helped design the security protocols. Then let's go make sure your last design project doesn't end the world. We start walking. Books mutters notes. Yuki takes flight. The woman leads us through High City's empty tiers toward the mountain's core where the missiles wait. And somewhere behind us, the first generation feels our movement through their collective awareness and begins to march. Chapter 29, The Fire or Fight. The Missile Control Center is carved into the mountain's core, literal bedrock between us and the launch systems. The woman, she finally tells us her name is Chen, no relation to Yuki, leads us through maintenance tunnels that smell like machine oil and old fear. They'll have sealed the primary entrance, Chen explains while we descend. But there's a ventilation shaft that connects to the lower archives, pre-collapse construction. The military council probably doesn't even know it exists. How do you know about it? Books asks. I used to work salvage before they promoted me to processing management. You learn which walls are solid and which are hollow when you're searching for medicine to sell. The tunnels narrow. My parents have to dim their lights completely or risk giving away our position. Even dim, their presence is noticeable, like trying to hide heat signatures in a cold room. The surgeon's gold light is easier to control. Decades of clinical discipline, maybe? Or just more practice at hiding. Marcia moves ahead of the group. Her synesthesia lets her navigate by sound. She sees the echo patterns of our footsteps as color trails in the darkness. She stops every 20 feet to check for guards. Finds none. That's wrong. There should be security. They pulled everyone to the launch chamber, Chen says when I voice the concern. Final preparations require all hands. The military council doesn't trust automated systems after the fall. Smart, Books mutters. Automation failed everywhere. Food distribution, power grids, emergency broadcasts, all of it. We reach the ventilation shaft. It's exactly as advertised, a pre-collapse metal grate covering a 45-degree decline into deeper darkness. The surgeon kneels beside it, runs his transformed fingers along the bolts. I can phase through this, he says. New evolutionary advantage. Molecular cohesion becomes optional under the right conditions. He demonstrates. His hand passes through the metal grate like it's water, solidifies on the other side, unscrews the bolts from within. The grate comes free without sound. Useful, Books observes, writing frantically. Terrifying, I correct. We descend single file. The shaft's too narrow for two people. Yuki brings up the rear, her wings folded so tight they're almost invisible. The metal's cold enough to burn skin. My hands go numb after the first 50 feet. The shaft opens into the archives, a maze of filing systems and storage lockers from before the fall. Everything's coated in dust, thick enough to track footprints. Nobody's been down here in decades. Chen navigates by memory, left at the broken water fountain, right at the collapsed ceiling tile, straight through the room where someone died decades ago, bones still slumped against a filing cabinet, hand reaching for a phone that never connected. Books pauses to document the skeleton. Can't help himself. Now isn't the time, I tell him. It's always the time. Someone needs to remember how we failed before. The archives connect to a service corridor. Fluorescent lights flicker overhead, still powered by the geothermal systems that survived the fall. The hum's constant, industrial. It sets my teeth on edge. Marcia stops. Her color shifts to crimson black. Danger ahead. Two guards round the corner. They're armed with pre-collapse rifles, old but functional. They see us immediately. See my parents' barely suppressed glow, the surgeon's transformed presence, Marcia's aggressive stance. They should shoot, should alert the control center, should do anything except what they do. They lower their weapons. Dr. Lee, one of them asks. I recognize him. Barely. He was low city residential, floor 19 or 20. Brought his daughter to the clinic 6 months ago. Broken arm from a fall in the market. I said it, didn't take payment. Marcus, I say. Remember his name somehow? You remember. He sounds surprised. I remember everyone who doesn't try to harvest me. He almost smiles. Yeah, that's fair. He looks at his partner. Back at me. We were ordered to secure this corridor. Shoot anyone who approaches. But you're not shooting, Books observes. No, Marcus agrees. We're not. Why not? The surgeon asks. His voice is still gentle, still kind, still unnerving. Because my daughter asked me to choose, Marcus says simply. She's in the line, waiting for transformation, waiting for her turn to choose. I can't shoot the people who gave her that choice while she's still waiting. The second guard nods. My brother's in the first generation, transformed last night. He's part of the march coming from the sanctuary. I felt him through the collective awareness. He's asking me to choose too. Marcia's color shifts to violet. Hope. The control center's through that door, Marcus says, pointing. 30 people inside. Military council, launch technicians, some loyalist guards. They've sealed themselves in. Biometric locks. The missiles launch in. He checks his watch. 47 minutes. Can you override the locks? I ask Chen. She shakes her head. Only authorized personnel can access the control systems. That's military council only now that the surgeon's transformed. Not entirely true, the surgeon says. I coded a backdoor into the system, emergency medical override. It grants access if there's a medical crisis requiring immediate evacuation. Is there a medical crisis? Books asks. The surgeon looks at his transformed hands. I'm infected. That constitutes a crisis by pre-fall protocols. That's bureaucratic poetry, I tell him. It's the best I can offer. He approaches the biometric scanner, presses his palm against it. The scanner reads his transformed biology as a threat. Alarms should trigger. Instead, the doors unlock. The emergency medical protocols override security restrictions. The doors slide open. The control center is exactly what you'd expect. Banks of pre-collapse computers, giant screens displaying missile status, 30 people in military council uniforms and technician jumpsuits. They all turn to look at us simultaneously. The surgeon says, I'm invoking emergency medical protocol 77 alpha. You're all exposed to active infection. It's technically true. We're all in the same room. Proximity equals exposure by pre-fall standards. The military council leader, a woman with silver hair and 3 decades of command presence, steps forward. Dr. Nakamura, you're transformed. I am, he confirms. Then you're no longer human. Incorrect. I'm more human than I was before. I remember my daughter now. Remember why I fought so hard to prevent evolution. Fear. Just fear. Fear keeps species alive, she counters. Fear keeps species small, he responds. Choice makes them magnificent. She doesn't flinch, doesn't back down. Decades of military discipline. The missiles launch in 45 minutes. You can't stop that. Actually, I can. The surgeon walks to the nearest computer terminal. His fingers dance across the keyboard, muscle memory from before the transformation. Emergency medical override grants me full system access. I can abort the launch sequence. Do that and we'll restart it, the council leader says. You can't stay here forever. No, I agree. But we can show you what happens if you launch. I nod to Marcia. She understands immediately. Her synesthesia expands. She projects what she sees onto the massive display screens. Colors, emotions, the collective awareness of the first generation, the 1,000 volunteers waiting for their choice, the march approaching from the sanctuary. It's not data, it's feeling, made visible, made undeniable. The technicians stop working. The guards lower their weapons. The military council watches the screens in silence. This is manipulation. the council leader finally says, but her voice is weaker. This is truth, the surgeon counters. You're seeing what evolution actually is. Not death, not disease, transformation, choice, future. My mother steps forward. Her blue glow brightens. I chose this. My husband chose this. Our son facilitated it. We're still us, still family, just more. My father joins her. Their lights blend. You're afraid of losing control. We understand that fear. We live that fear. But control is an illusion. It always was, even before the fall. The council leader looks at the screens, at the colors representing 1,000 people who chose to wait, who chose to trust, who chose to believe in tomorrow. What happens if we don't launch? She asks. You choose, I tell her. You choose to live alongside us, human and post-human, old world and new, both existing, both valid. And if some refuse to evolve, then they don't evolve. That's their choice. Nobody's forcing transformation. We're just facilitating it for those who want it. She's silent for a long moment. Then she turns to her technicians. Abort the launch sequence. They hesitate. That's an order, she adds. Abort the launch. The technicians move. Keyboards click. Confirmation codes are entered. The massive screens shift from launch countdown to abort protocol. The missiles don't launch. The world doesn't end. Everyone in the control center breathes. Then the door behind us explodes inward. The first generation arrives, 200 transformed humans moving as one. Their collective light fills the control center. The aurora overhead responds, streaming down through the mountain rock like water finding cracks. They're not attacking, they're witnessing, making sure the choice holds. Marcus and his partner join the first generation, surrender their weapons, choose transformation right there in the corridor. The council leader watches them transform, watches the light spread, watches evolution happen in real time. I'm too old for this, she says, but she's smiling, almost. You're exactly old enough, the surgeon tells her. The question is, do you choose to see tomorrow? She looks at her hands. Decades of command decisions, decades of trying to preserve what was instead of accepting what's becoming. I need more information, she finally says. More data, more proof that this isn't collective delusion. That's fair, I tell her. Take your time. The choice isn't going anywhere. Books is writing so fast, his hands cramping. Yuki's perched on a computer terminal, wings spread, looking like a religious icon accidentally manifested in military infrastructure. Chen's crying, just standing there, tears running down her face. Happy crying, relieved crying. The surgeon sits down in one of the control chairs. His gold light pulses steady. Calm. We have work to do. Establishing protocols. Creating spaces for both worlds. Documenting the transition. It's not going to be easy. Nothing worthwhile is, Books mutters without looking up from his journal. Marcia comes to stand beside me. Her colors shifted to pure violet. Pride. Love. Hope. All of it mixed together in a shade that didn't exist before tonight. I take her hand. Her transformed skin is warm, alive. More alive than anything I've touched in decades. My parents join us. The surgeon stands. Yuki drops down from her perch. Books finally stops writing. We stand together in the control center, transformed and human, old world and new, all choosing to see tomorrow. The aurora overhead expands, covers both cities completely, turns the permanent amber sky into something closer to dawn. Outside, the march from the sanctuary reaches High City's gates. 1,000 people who chose to wait. They're singing, not words, colors, emotions made audible. The song rises through the mountain rock, fills the control center, makes the fluorescent lights flicker in rhythm. It's not beautiful, not traditionally, but it's real. It's honest. It's what comes next. And somewhere in the collective awareness, in the evolutionary chain that connects all transformed life, my sister's presence pulses once, like she's been waiting 17 years for me to stop photographing the dead and start witnessing the living. I don't have her camera anymore. Gave it to Books, watched him drop it in the black water. But I don't need it. Don't need to document this moment. Just need to live it. The council leader looks at the screens one more time, at the colors, at the choice made visible. 45 minutes ago I was ready to end the world, she says. Now I'm not sure what I'm ready for. That's okay, I tell her. None of us are sure. We're just choosing to find out together. She nods, slowly. I'll need time. We'll need time to process this, to understand what you're offering. Take all the time you need, the surgeon says. Evolution's patient. It's been waiting 37 years. It can wait a little longer. The military council disperses. Some leave. Some stay. Some approach the first generation hesitantly, asking questions about transformation, about choice, about what happens to fear when you stop running from it. Books closes his journal. This should be the ending. Triumphant moment. Everyone chooses peace. Roll credits. But it's not the ending, I say. No, he agrees. It's just the next beginning. Marcia squeezes my hand. Her color shifts to gold violet. Love and determination. We're not done, not even close. But for the first time in 17 years, I believe tomorrow exists. And that's enough. Chapter 30. The New Question. 3 years later, the clinic sits on the border between high city and low city, the space we built from both worlds' materials. Pre-collapse medical equipment mixed with evolved bioluminescent architecture, sterile white walls that glow amber at night, the best and worst of what humanity became. I'm sitting in what used to be a waiting room. Now it's just a space where people gather before they choose. Some stay human, some transform, some do both. Partial evolution is possible, turns out. The body's adaptable when you give it options. A kid walks in, maybe 8 years old. She's got that low city wariness mixed with high city curiosity. Her mother follows. The mother's transformed, partially. Her left arm glows faint blue. Her right remains human. Hybrid evolution. We've documented 43 different variations in the past 3 years. The kid stares at my hands. I haven't transformed, chose not to. Chose to remain the bridge between worlds instead of crossing completely. My O-negative blood's still useful as catalyst, still valuable, still makes me a target sometimes, but most people don't ask for my blood anymore. They ask for my time. Dr. Lee? The kid asks. Just Henry, I correct automatically. Henry, she tries again. What happens when you transform? It's not the question anymore. Not, what's your blood type? Now it's this. What happens when you transform? What do you become? Is it scary? Does it hurt? Do you stop being you? I've answered this question hundreds of times. Thousands. Each answer is different because each person is different. What do you want to happen? I ask her. She thinks about it. Serious. Considered. The way kids think when adults actually listen to their answers. I want to fly, she finally says. Like Yuki. She showed me her wings once. They're really pretty. Yuki's wings are pretty, I agree. But flying's hard, takes practice, takes choosing that specific evolutionary path. You might choose something else, and might develop different adaptations. Like what? Like your mom's strength variation, or an enhanced perception, or bioluminescence that lets you see in darkness, or any of the 43 documented forms we've recorded so far. That's a lot of options, she says. It's a lot of choice, I correct. Her mother speaks for the first time. She doesn't have to choose today. No, I agree. She doesn't have to choose ever. That's also a choice. Staying human is just as valid as transforming. The kid looks between me and her mother. Did it hurt when you transformed? Yes, her mother says, honest, direct. For about 40 minutes, then it stopped hurting and started feeling right, like my body finally matched what I was supposed to be. But you only transformed one arm, the kid observes. I only wanted one arm transformed. That was my choice. I wanted to keep my right hand human so I could still do pre-collapse handwriting. My left hand is stronger now, can lift things I couldn't before. Both are useful. Both are me. The kid considers this. Can I think about it? You can think about it for as long as you want, I tell her. Come back when you're ready, or don't come back. Both are fine. They leave. The mother's blue glow dims as they exit into the afternoon light. The radiation's still lethal from 11 to 5. Some things don't change, even when everything else does. Books enters through the back door. He's older now, more gray in his beard, still carries his journals, still documents everything. His missing fingers make the grip awkward, but he manages. How many today, he asks. 17 consultations. 4 chose transformation. 3 chose to remain human. 10 chose to wait and think about it. Reasonable distribution, he observes. Sits down beside me. You should read this. He hands me his journal. The current entry details the establishment of 7 new clinics in the regions beyond the cities. Transformed and human medical staff working together, creating spaces for choice everywhere, not just here. The movement's spreading, he says. People are choosing, not just survival. They're choosing what kind of survival, what shape their future takes. Good, I say. Mean it. Marcia comes in through the front. Her evolution's continued over the past 3 years. She's almost entirely light now, barely physical. She has to concentrate to maintain solid form. In another year, she might transition completely into collective consciousness existence, or she might stabilize here. Evolution's unpredictable once you get past the initial transformation. She doesn't speak anymore, can't. Her vocal cords are light bass now, but I understand her anyway. The colors tell me everything. Right now she's violet gold, happy to see me. That hasn't changed in 3 years, probably never will. How was the sanctuary, I ask. Colors shift, blue, green, silver, peaceful but challenging. Reverend Amara's still running the place, still treating everyone regardless of form, still making people pay through community service instead of medicine. The economy's shifted, but her principles haven't. Is Amara choosing transformation? Books asks. Marcia's colors shift to orange-gray. No, not yet. Still watching, still learning, still facilitating other people's choices while deferring her own. That's very Amara, I say. My parents enter. They transformed completely years ago, but chose to maintain human appearance as courtesy. Their lights are steady blue and orange. They've learned to modulate the intensity. Can pass for human in dim lighting if they try. The first generation's gathering tonight, my mother says, annual commemoration of the mountain night. We should go, my father adds, you especially. You started all of this. I facilitated, I correct. They chose. Semantics, he says, but he's smiling. Some of his old calculations still there under the orange glow. Some things survive evolution intact. Yuki crashes through the window, literally, wings first into the glass. It shatters. She lands in a crouch, looks up, grins. Sorry, she says. Not sorry at all. Got excited, forgot about the whole doors exist thing. You've been flying for 3 years, Book says dryly. At what point do you remember that buildings have entrances? When it stops being more fun to make my own entrances. She stands, brushes glass off her wings. They've developed patterns over the years, comic book style designs that shift with her mood. Right now they're showing vintage superhero logos. The first generation's asking for you. They want you to speak. I'm not much of a speaker, I say. You're the facilitator, she counters. You don't have to be good at speaking. You just have to show up and let people know their choices mattered. She's right. She's always right. Annoying how the evolved stay right. We walk toward the gathering together. The clinic sits at the midpoint between cities. The path leads through what used to be the between, no man's land where wild packs hunted. Now it's cultivated gardens maintained by wanderers who chose to stay wandering but accepted community assistance. Evolution includes accepting help. Another thing we're learning. The gathering site is the old highway ruins. Someone's decorated the collapsed overpasses with bioluminescent moss. The first generation's already there. 200 transformed humans, the original volunteers who chose evolution before it was safe, before it was proven, before anyone knew what they'd become. They're all different now. 3 years of individual evolution has created 200 unique forms. Some are mostly light, some are mostly physical, some are hybrid states that defy simple categorization. All are beautiful in ways that make pre-collapse aesthetics seem limited. The surgeon's there. His gold lights expanded into something closer to sustained aurora. He's become a living beacon, visible from both cities at night. He leads the harvesters still, but now they harvest choice instead of organs. Facilitate transformation instead of preventing it. Turns out medical cults can evolve too. "Henry," he says when he sees me. His voice is pure sound, no physical mechanism required. "Thank you for coming." "Wouldn't miss it," I tell him. The first generation forms a circle. Not defensive this time. Ceremonial. They're creating space for remembrance, for acknowledgement of what they chose 3 years ago when choosing was terrifying. People from both cities join the circle, transformed and human. Old world and new. Everyone who wants to witness what choice looks like when it's sustained for 3 years. Yuki flies overhead. Her wings spread, create temporary shade. Courtesy for the human attendees who burn easily in direct light. Books opens his journal, prepares to document whatever happens next. Marcia stands beside me. Her light pulses in rhythm with mine. Not matching, we're too different for that, but complementary. Like two instruments playing different parts of the same song. The surgeon gestures for me to enter the circle's center. I do. Feel hundreds of eyes on me, transformed and human. All waiting. I don't have a speech prepared, I tell them. Good, someone calls from the crowd. Speeches are boring. Laughter. Human and evolved. Turns out humor transcends biological form. 3 years ago, you chose to transform before anyone knew what that meant, I continue. You chose trust, chose future, chose to become something unprecedented, and you've spent 3 years proving that choice wasn't madness, it was courage. The aurora overhead pulses, the collective consciousness responding to acknowledgement. But this isn't about celebrating you, I say. It's about acknowledging that choice continues, every day, every moment. You keep choosing. Some of you chose partial reversion, some chose accelerated evolution, some chose stability. All of it matters, all of it's valid. Marcia's light shifts to violet, pride. The question used to be, what's your blood type? A way to determine value, determine threat, determine who lives and who becomes resource. I look around the circle, at transformed faces, at human faces, at everything in between. Now the question is, what do you choose? And the answer is always going to be personal, always going to be complicated, always going to be yours. A kid in the crowd, not the same one from the clinic earlier, different kid, raises her hand. What do you choose? I smile. First genuine smile I've given in hours. I choose to stay human, to remain the bridge, to facilitate instead of transform. That's my answer today. Might be different tomorrow, but today this is my choice. Why, she asks. Because someone needs to remember what it felt like to be afraid of evolution, to be afraid of change, to want control instead of surrender. If I transform, I lose that perspective, and that perspective's useful when helping people choose. She considers this, nods, satisfied. The surgeon speaks. We gather each year to remember that choice is ongoing. That transformation isn't destination, it's direction. That 3 years ago we began something unprecedented, but we didn't finish it. We're still choosing, still evolving, still becoming. The circle closes. The first generation begins their annual song, colors made audible, emotions made visible. The aurora overhead intensifies until the amber sky looks almost like pre-collapse blue, just for a moment. Then it fades back to amber, reality reasserting itself. The gathering disperses slowly. People drift back toward their cities, their homes, their chosen forms. My parents hug me before leaving. Their lights warm my skin. My father adjusts his collar, mom's habit transferred to his body language. Evolution includes absorbing each other's gestures. Another thing we're learning. Yuki does a victory loop overhead before disappearing toward Low City. Probably going to crash through someone's window again. Probably won't apologize. Books closes his journal. Same time next year? Same time next year, I confirm. He walks away. His 3-fingered hand grips the journal tight. His limp's worse than it used to be. Age plus pre-fall injury plus post-fall wear. But he keeps walking, keeps documenting, keeps making sure someone remembers. The surgeon approaches. You should transform eventually. Your medical knowledge combined with evolved perception would create unprecedented diagnostic capability. Maybe, I tell him, but not today. Not today, he agrees, but someday. When you're ready to choose yourself instead of facilitating other people's choices. He's right. He's always right. Annoying how mentors stay right even after they transform into living beacons. Marcia and I are the last ones at the gathering site. The bioluminescent moss glows softly in the fading light. The radiation hours will start soon. We should head back to the clinic before the lethal period begins. But we don't move. Just stand there in the space between cities. Between worlds, between what was and what's becoming. She reaches out. Her hand passes through mine initially. She's too light-formed to maintain solid contact easily, but she concentrates, solidifies. Her fingers interlock with mine. Her color shifts to gold, violet, crimson. Love and determination and urgency. She's telling me something, asking something. I understand. Not yet, I tell her. I'm not ready to transform yet. Her colors shift to violet silver. Sadness and acceptance. She understands. She always understands. But someday, I add, when I've facilitated enough, when I've answered enough questions, when I've built enough bridges, someday I'll choose to cross instead of connecting. Her light brightens. Gold overwhelming violet. Joy. We walk back to the clinic. Her hand stays solid in mine. The effort costs her. Maintaining physical form for extended periods is difficult in her current evolutionary state. But she does it anyway, chooses contact over comfort. The clinic's empty when we return. Everyone's gone home. The waiting room chairs sit in neat rows, ready for tomorrow's questions, tomorrow's choices, tomorrow's facilitating. I sit in my usual chair. Marcia sits beside me. Can't really call it sitting when she's more light than mass, but she approximates the posture. Her colors shift constantly, telling me about the sanctuary, about Reverend Amara's continued resistance to transformation, about the gardens, about the wanderers who chose community over isolation, about everything she saw while I was conducting consultations. I listen, don't interrupt, just listen to her colors and translate them into meaning. 3 years of practice makes the interpretation almost automatic. When she finishes, her colors settle into steady violet, content, happy. Same time tomorrow? I ask. Her light pulses once. Yes. Good, I say. Mean it. She leans against me, or approximates leaning. Her light form makes physical contact imprecise, but the intention's clear. She's choosing proximity, choosing connection, choosing me. I put my arm around her, feel the warmth of her light against my skin, not burning, not cold, just present, just real. Outside, the radiation hours begin. The amber sky darkens. The solar radiation becomes lethal. Both cities' populations retreat indoors. Standard protocol. Some things never change. But inside the clinic, in the space between worlds, a transformed woman and a human man sit together in comfortable silence. Not choosing transformation, not choosing stasis, just choosing each other. One more time. In a long series of choices that might continue for decades, or might end tomorrow when I finally choose to transform. But today, this is enough. Her colors shift one more time, gold, violet, silver, blue, love and hope, and peace and tomorrow. I close my eyes, let the colors fill my vision even without looking. Let the synesthetic communication become the only language that matters. And somewhere in the collective consciousness, in the evolutionary chain that connects all transformed life, my sister's presence pulses, patient, waiting, knowing that someday I'll stop building bridges and start crossing them. But not today. Today I'm still human, still facilitating, still choosing to remain what I was so others can become what they choose, and that's enough. Marcia's light dims to comfortable darkness. We sit together in the empty clinic, in the space where tomorrow's choices will be made, where the question will be asked again and again and answered differently every time. What do you choose? That's the only question that matters now. And the answer is always going to be personal, always going to be complicated, always going to be beautiful in its infinite variation. Time isn't dead anymore. It's just beginning.